He shivered. If only he could find some work to do, he would be able to forget. But it was the season of rest between the harvest and the next season planting. The only work that men did at this time was covering the walls of their compound with new palm frond. And Okonkwo had already done that. He had finished it on the very day the locusts came. He had walked on one side of the wall, and Ikemefuna and Nwoye on the other. When did you become a shivering old woman? Okonkwo asked himself. You who are known in all the 9 villages for your valor in war, how can a man who has killed 5 men in battle fall to pieces because he has added a boy to their number? Okonkwo, you have become a woman indeed. He sprang to his feet, hung his goatskin back on his shoulder, and went to visit his friend Obierika. Obierika was sitting outside under the shade of an orange tree, making touches from leaves of the raffia palm. He exchanged greetings with Okonkwo and led the way into his obi. I was coming over to see you as soon as I finished my thatch, that thatch, he said, rubbing off the grains of sand that clung to his thighs. Is it well? Okonkwo asked. Yes, replied Obierika. My daughter's suitor is coming today, and I hope we will clinch the matter of the bride price. I want you to be there. Just then, Obierika's son, Madoka, came into the obi from outside, greeted Okonkwo, and turned towards the compound. Come outside and shake hands with me, Okonkwo said to the lad. Your wrestling the other day gave me much happiness. The boy smiled, shook hands with Okonkwo, and went into the compound. He would do great things, Okonkwo said. If I had a son like him, I should be happy. I am worried about Nwoye. A bowl of pounded yam can throw him in a wrestling match. His 2 younger brothers are more promising. But I can tell you, Obierika, that my children do not resemble me. Where are the young suckers that will grow when the old banana trees die? If Ezima had been a boy, I would have been happier. She has the right spirit. You worry yourself for nothing, said Obierika. The children are still very young. Nwoye is old enough to impregnate a woman. At his age, I was already fending for myself. No, my friend, he is not too young. A chick that will grow into a cock can be spotted the very day it hatches. I have done my best to make Nwoye grow into a man, but there is too much of his mother in him. Too much of his grandfather, Obierika thought. But he did not say it. The same thought also came to Okonkwo's mind, but he had long learned how to lay that ghost. Whenever the thought of his father's weaknesses and failure troubled him, he expelled it by thinking about his own strength and success. And so he did now. His mind went to his latest show of manliness. I cannot understand why you refuse to come with us to kill that boy, he asked Obierika. Because I did not want to, Obierika replied sharply. I had something better to do. You sound as if you question the authority and the decision of the oracle. Who said he should die? I do not. Why should I? But the oracle did not ask me to carry out its decision. But someone had to do it. If we were all afraid of blood, it would not be done. And what do you think the oracle would do then? You know very well, Okonkwo, that I am not afraid of blood. And if everyone tells you that I am, he is telling a lie. And let me tell you one thing, my friend. If I were you, I would have stayed at home. What you have done will not please the earth. It is a kind of action for which the goddess wipes out whole families. The earth cannot punish me for obeying her messenger. Okonkwo said, a child's fingers are not scalded by a piece of hot yam which its mother puts into its palms. That is true, Obierika. Obierika agreed. But if the oracle said that my son should be killed, I would neither dispute it nor be the one to do it. They would have gone on arguing about had Ofoedu not come in just then. It was clear from his twinkling eyes that he had important news, but it would be impolite to rush him. Obiorika offered him a loop of the kola nut he had broken with Okonkwo. Ofoedu ate slowly and talked about the locust. When he finished his kola nut, he said, the things that happen these days are very strange. What has happened? Asked Okonkwo. Do you know Ogbuefi Ndulwe? Ofoebu asked. Ogbuefi Ndulwe of Ire village, Okonkwo and Obiorika said together. He died this morning, said Ofoedu. That is not strange. He was the oldest man in Ire, said Obiorika. You are right, Ofoedu agreed. But you ought to ask why the drum has not been beaten to tell Umuofia of his death. Why? Asked Obiorika and Okonkwo. That is the strange part of it. You know his first wife who walks with a stick? Yes, she is called Ozoemena. That is so, said Ofoebu. Ozoemena was, and as you know, too old to attend Ndulwe during his illness. His younger wives did that. When he died this morning, one of those women went to Ozoemena's hut and told her. She rose from her mat, took her stick, and walked over to the Obi. She knelt on her knees and hands at the threshold and called her husband, who was laid on a mat. Ogbuefi Ndulwe, she called 3 times and went back to her hut. When the youngest wife went to call her again to be present at the washing of the body, she found her lying on the mat, dead. That is very strange indeed, said Okonkwo. They will put off Ndulwe's funeral until his wife has been buried. That is why the drum has not been beaten, to tell Umuofia. It was always said that Ndulwe and Ozoemena had one mind, said Obiorika. I remember when I was a young boy, there was a song about them. He could not do anything without telling her. I did not know that, said Okonkwo. I thought he was a strong man in his youth. He was indeed, said Ofoebu. Okonkwo shook his head doubtfully. He led Umuofia to war in those days, said Oberika. Okonkwo was beginning to feel like his old self again. After all that he required was something to occupy his mind. If he had killed Ikemefuna during the busy planting season or harvesting, it would not have been so bad. His mind would have been centered on his work. Okonkwo was not a man of thought, but of action. But in the absence of work, talking was the next base. Soon after, Ofoedu, Okonkwo took up his goatskin bag to go. I must go home to tap my palm trees for the afternoon, he said. Who taps your tall trees for you? Asked Obierika. Ume Zulike, replied Okonkwo. Sometimes I wish I had not taken the Ozo title, said Obierika. It wounds my heart to see these young men killing palm trees in the name of tapping. It is so indeed, Okonkwo agreed, but the law of the land must be obeyed. It is so indeed, Okonkwo agreed. I don't know how we got that law, said Obierika. In many other clans, a man of title is not forbidden to climb the palm tree. Here we say he cannot climb the tall trees, but he can tap the short one standing on the ground. It is like Dimaragana, who would not lend his knife for cutting up dog meat because the dog was taboo to him, but he offered to use his teeth. I think it is good that our clan holds the Ozo title in high esteem, said Okonkwo. In those other clans you speak of, Ozo is so low that every beggar takes it. I was only speaking in jest, said Obierika. In Abame and Aninta, the title is worth less than 2 cowries. Every man wears the thread of title on his ankle and does not lose it even if he steals. They have indeed soiled the name of Ozo, said Okonkwo as he rose to go. It will not be very long now before my in-laws come, and said Obierika. I shall return very soon, said Okonkwo, looking at the position of the sun. There were 7 men in Obierika's hut when Okonkwo returned. The suitor was a young man of about 25, and with him were his father and uncle. On Obierika's side were his 2 elder brothers, and Maduka, his 16-year-old son. Ask Akweke's mother to send us some kola nuts, said Obierika to his son. Maduka vanished into the compound like lightning. The conversation at once centered on him, and everybody agreed that he was as sharp as a razor. I sometimes think he is too sharp, said Obierika, somewhat indulgently. He hardly ever walks. He is always in a hurry. If you are sending him on an errand, he flies away before he has heard half of the message. You were very much like that yourself, said his eldest brother. As our people say, when mother cow is chewing grass, its young one watches its mouth. Maduka has been watching your mouth. As he was speaking, the boy returned, followed by Akweke, his half-sister, carrying a wooden dish with 3 kola nuts and alligator pepper. She gave the dish to her father's eldest brother and then shook hands very shyly with her suitor and her relatives. She was about 16 and just ripe for marriage. Her suitor and his relatives surveyed her young body with expert eyes, as if to assure themselves that she was beautiful and ripe. She wore a coifor, which was done up into a crest in the middle of the head. The camwood was rubbed lightly into her skin, and all over her body were black patterns drawn with woolly. She wore a black necklace which hung down in 3 coils just above her full succulent breasts. On her arms were red and yellow bangles, and on her waist 4 or 5 rows of jigida or waist beads. When she had shaken hands, or rather held out her hand to be shaken, she returned to her mother's hut to help with the cooking. "Remove your jigida first," her mother warned as she moved near the fireplace to bring the pestle resting against the wall. "Every day I tell you that jigida and fire are not friends, but you will never hear. You grow your ears for decoration and not for hearing. One of these days, your jigida will catch fire on your waist, and then you will know." Akweke moved to the other end of the hut and began to remove the waist bead. It had to be done slowly and carefully, taking each string separately, else it would break, and the 1,000 tiny rings would have to be strung together again. She rubbed each string downwards with her palm until it passed the buttocks and slipped down to the floor and around her feet. The men in the obi had already begun to drink the palm wine, which Akweke's suitor had brought. It was a very good wine and powerful, for in spite of the palm fruit hung across the mouth of the pot to restrain the lively liquor, white foam rose and spilled over. "That wine is the work of a good tapper," said Okonkwo. The young suitor, whose name was Ibe, smiled broadly and said to his father, "Do you hear that?" He then said to the others, "He will never admit that I am a good tapper." "He tapped 3 of my best palm wines to death," said his father, Ukebu. "That was about 5 years ago," said Ibe, who had begun to pour out the wine, "before I learned how to tap." He filled the first horn and gave to his father. Then he poured out for the others. Okonkwo brought out his big horn from the goatskin bag, blew into it to remove any dust that might be there, and gave it to Ibe to fill. As the men drank, they talked about everything except the thing for which they had gathered. It was only after the pots had been emptied that the suitor's father cleared his throat and announced the object of their visit. Obierika then presented to him a small bundle of short broomsticks. Ukebu counted them. "They are 30, he asked. "They are 30, he asked. Obierika nodded in agreement. We are at last getting somewhere," Ukebu said. And then turning to his brother and his son, he said, "Let us go out and whisper together." The 3 rose and went outside. When they returned, Ukebu handed the bundle of sticks back to Obierika. He counted them. Instead of 30, there were now only 15. He passed them over to his eldest brother, Maachi, who also counted them and said, "We had not thought to go below 30, We had not thought to go below 30, but as the dog said, if I fall down for you and you fall down for me, it is play. Marriage should be a play and not a fight. So we are falling down again. He then added 10 sticks to the 15 and gave the bundle to Ukebu. In this way, Akueke's bride price was finally settled at 20 bags of cowries. It was already dusk when the two parties came to this agreement. Go and tell Akueke's mother that we have finished, Obierika said to his son, Maruka. Almost immediately, the woman came in with a big bowl of fufu. Obierika's second wife followed with a pot of soup, and Maruka brought in a pot of palm wine. As the men ate and drank palm wine, they talked about the customs of their neighbors. It was only this morning, said Obierika, that Okonkwo and I were talking about Abame and Aninta, where titled men climb trees and pound fufu for their wives. All their customs are upside down. They do not decide bride price as we do with sticks. They haggle and bargain as if they were buying a goat or a cow in the market. That is very bad, said Obierika's eldest brother. But what is good in one place is bad in another place. In Umunso, they do not bargain at all, not even with broomsticks. The suitor just goes on bringing bags of cowries until his in-laws tell him to stop. It is a bad custom because it always leads to a quarrel. The world is large, said Okonkwo. I have even heard that in some tribes, a man's children belong to his wife and her family. That cannot be, said Machi. You might as well say that the woman lies on top of the man when they are making the children. It is like the story of white men who they say are white like this piece of chalk, said Obierika. He held up a piece of chalk, which every man kept in his obi, and with which his guests drew lines on the floor before they ate kola nut. And these white men, they say, have no toes. And have you never seen them? Asked Machi. Have you? Asked Obierika. One of them passes here frequently, said Machi. His name is Amadi. Those who knew Amadi laughed. He was a leper, and the polite name for leprosy was the white skin. Chapter 9. For the first time in 3 nights, Okonkwo slept. He woke up once in the middle of the night, and his mind went back to the past 3 days without making him feel uneasy. He began to wonder why he had felt uneasy at all. It was like a man wandering in broad daylight, why a dream had appeared so terrible to him at night. He stretched himself and scratched his thigh where a mosquito had bitten him as he slept. Another one was wailing near his right ear. He slapped the ear and hoped he had killed it. Why do they always go for one's ears? When he was a child, his mother had told him a story about it, but it was as silly as all women's stories. Mosquito, she had said, had asked Ear to marry him, whereupon Ear fell on the floor in uncontrollable laughter. How much longer do you think you will live? She asked. You are already a skeleton. Mosquito went away humiliated, and anytime he passed her way, he told Ear that he was still alive. Okonkwo turned on his side and went back to sleep. He was roused in the morning by someone banging on his door. Who is that? He growled. He knew it must be Ekwefi. Of his 3 wives, Ekwefi was the one who could have the audacity to bang on his door. Ezimma is dying, came her voice, and all the tragedy and sorrow of her life were packed in those words. Okonkwo sprang from his bed, pushed back the bolt on his door, and ran into Ekwefi's hut. Ezima lay shivering on a mat beside a huge fire that her mother had kept burning all night. "Is it Iba?" said Okonkwo, as he took his machete and went into the bush to collect the leaves and grasses and barks of trees that went into making the medicine for Iba. Ekwefi knelt beside the sick child, occasionally feeling with her palm the wet, burning forehead. Ezima was an only child, and the center of her mother's world. Very often, it was Ezima who decided what food her mother should prepare. Asked what just happened. What's that?
We answered.
Ekwefi knelt beside the sick child, occasionally feeling with her palm the wet, burning forehead. Ezima was an only child and the center of her mother's world. Very often, it was Ezima who decided what food her mother should prepare. Ekwefi even gave her such delicacies as eggs, which children were rarely allowed to eat because such food tempted them to steal. One day, as Ezima was eating an egg, Okonkwo had come in unexpectedly from his hut. One day, as Ezima was eating an egg, Okonkwo had come in unexpectedly from his hut. He was greatly shocked and swore to beat Ekwefi if she dared to give the child eggs again. But it was impossible to refuse Ezima anything. After her father's rebuke, she developed an even keener appetite for eggs, and she enjoyed above all the secrecy in which she now ate them. Her mother always took her into their bedroom and shut the door. Ezima did not call her mother Nne like all children. She called her by her name, Ekwefi, as her father and other grown-up people did. The relationship between them was not only that of mother and child. There was something in it, like the companionship of equals, which was strengthened by such little conspiracies as eating eggs in the bathroom. Ekwefi had suffered a good deal in her life. Ekwefi had suffered a good deal in her life. She had borne 10 children, and 9 of them had died in infancy, usually before the age of 3. As she buried one child after another, her sorrow gave way to despair and then to grim resignation. The birth of her children, which should be a woman's crowning glory, became for Ekwefi mere physical agony, devoid of promise. The naming ceremony, after 7 market weeks, became an empty ritual. Her deepening despair found expression in the names she gave her children. One of them was a pathetic cry, "Onwumbiko, death, I implore you." But death took no notice. Onwumbiko died in his 15th month. The next child was a girl, Ozoemena. May it not happen again. She died in her 11th month, and 2 others after her. Ekwefi then became defiant and called her next child Onwumma, death may please himself. And he did. After the death of Ekwefi's second child, Okonkwo had gone to a medicine man who was also a diviner of the Alpha Oracle to inquire what was amiss. To inquire what was amiss. This man told him that the child was an Obanje, one of those wicked children who, when they died, entered their mother's womb to be born again. When your wife becomes pregnant again, he said, let her not sleep in her hut. Let her go and stay with her people. In this way, she will elude her wicked tormentor and break its evil cycle of birth and rebirth and death. Ekwefi did as she was asked. As soon as she became pregnant, she went to live with her old mother in another village. It was there that her third child was born and circumcised on the 8th day. She did not return to Okonkwo's compound until 3 days before the naming ceremony. The child was called Onwumbiko. Onwumbiko was not given proper burial when he died. Okonkwo had called in another medicine man who was famous in the clan for his great knowledge about Obanje children. His name was Okabwe Unyanwa. Okabwe was a very striking figure, tall with a full beard and a bowed head. He was light in complexion, and his eyes were red and fiery. He always gnashed his teeth as he listened to those who came to consult him. He asked Okonkwo a few questions about the dead child. All the neighbors and relations who had come to mourn gathered around them. On what market day was it born? He asked. Oye, replied Okonkwo, and it died this morning. Okonkwo said yes, and only then realized for the first time that the child had died on the same market day as it had been born. The neighbors and relations also saw the coincidence and said among themselves that it was very significant. Where do you sleep with your wife? In your obi or in her hut? Asked the medicine man. In her hut. In future, call her into your obi. The medicine man then ordered that there should be no mourning for the dead child. He brought out a sharp razor from the goatskin bag slung from his left shoulder and began to mutilate the child. Then he took it away to bury in the evil forest, holding it by the ankle and dragging it on the ground behind him. After such treatment, it would think twice before coming again, unless it was one of the stubborn ones who returned carrying the stamp of their mutilation, a missing finger, or perhaps a dark line where the medicine man's razor had cut them. By the time Onwumbiko died, Ekwefi had become a very bitter woman. Her husband's first wife had already had 3 sons, all strong and healthy. When she had born her 3rd son in succession, Okonkwo had slaughtered a goat for her, as was the custom. Ekwefi had nothing but good wishes for her, but she had grown so bitter about her own chi that she could not rejoice with others over their good fortune. And so, on the day that Nwoye's mother celebrated the birth of her 3 sons with feasting and music, Ekwefi was the only person in the happy company who went about with a cloud on her brow. Her husband's wife took this for malevolence, as husbands' wives were wont to. How could she know that Ekwefi's bitterness did not flow outward towards her, outward to others, but inward into her own soul, that she did not blame others for their good fortune, but her own evil chi, who denied her any? At last, Ezima was born, and although ailing, she seemed determined to live. At first, Ezima accepted her, as she had accepted others, with listless resignation. But when she lived on to her 4th birthday and 6 years, love returned once more to her mother, and with love, anxiety, she determined to nurse her child to health, and she put all her being into it, and was rewarded by occasional spells of health, during which Ezima bubbled with energy like fresh palm wine. At such times she seemed beyond danger, but all of a sudden she would go down again. Everybody knew she was an Obanje. These sudden bouts of sickness and health were typical of her kind, but she lived so long that perhaps she had decided to stay. Some of them did become tired of their evil rounds of birth and death, or took pity on their mothers and stayed. Ekwefi believed deep inside her that Ezima had come to stay. She believed because it was that faith alone that gave her own life any kind of meaning. And this faith had been strengthened when a year or so ago, a medicine man had dug up Ezima's Iyuwa. Everyone knew then that she would live because her bond with the world of Obanje had been broken. Ekwefi was reassured, but such was her anxiety for her daughter that she could not rid herself completely of her fear. And although she believed that the Iyuwa which had been dug up was genuine, she could not ignore the fact that some really evil children sometimes misled people into digging up a spacious one. But Ezima's Iyuwa had looked real enough. It was a smooth pebble wrapped in a dirty bag. The man who dug it up was the same Okabwe, who was famous in all the clans for his knowledge in these matters. Ezima had not wanted to cooperate with him at first, but that was only to be expected. Obanje would yield her secrets easily. No Obanje would yield her secrets easily, and most of them never did because they died too young before they could be asked questions. "Where did you bury your Iyuwa?" she asked in return. "You know where it is. You buried it in the ground somewhere so that you can die and return again to torment your mother." Ezima looked at her mother, whose eyes, sad and pleading, were fixed on her. Answered the question at once. Rode Okonkwo, who stood beside her. All the family were there, and some of the neighbors too. "Leave it to me," the medicine man told Okonkwo in a cool, confident voice. He turned again to Ezima. "Where did you bury your Iyuwa?" "Where they bury children," she replied. And the quiet spectators murmured to themselves. "Come along then and show me the spot," said the medicine man. The crowd set out with Ezima leading the way, and Okabwe followed closely behind. Okonkwo came next, and Ekwefi followed him. When she came to the main road, Ezima turned left as if she was going to the stream. "But you said it was where they bury children," asked the medicine man. "No," said Ezima, whose feeling of importance was manifest in her sprightly walk. She sometimes broke into a run and stopped again suddenly. The crowd followed her silently. Women and children returning from the stream with pots of water on their heads wondered what was happening until they saw Okabwe and guessed that it must be something to do. It must be something to do with Obanje. And they all knew Ekwefi and her daughter very well. When she got to the big udala tree, Ezima turned left into the bush, and the crowd followed her. Because of her size, she made her way through trees and creepers more quickly than her followers. The bush was alive with the tread of feet on dry leaves and sticks and the moving aside of tree branches. Ezima went deeper and deeper, and the crowd went with her. Then she suddenly turned round and began to walk back to the road. Everybody stood to let her pass and then filed after her. "If you bring us all this way for nothing, I shall beat sense into you," Okonkwo threatened. "I have told you to let her alone. I know how to deal with them," said Okebwe. Ezima led the way back to the road, looked left and right and turned right, and so they arrived home again. "Where did you bury your Iyuwa?" asked Okebwe when Ezima finally stopped outside her father's obi. Okabwe's voice was unchanged. It was quiet and confident. "It is near that orange tree," Ezima said. "And why did you not say so, you wicked daughter of Akala Ogoli?" Okonkwo swore ferociously. The medicine man ignored him. "Come and show me the exact spot," he said quietly to Ezima. "It is here," she said when they got to the tree. "Point at the spot with your finger," said Okabwe. "It is here," said Ezima, touching the ground with her finger. Okonkwo stood by, rumbling like thunder in the rainy season. "Bring me a hoe," said Okabwe. When Ekwefi brought the hoe, he had already put aside his goatskin bag and his big cloth and was in his underwear, a long and thin strip of cloth wound round the waist like a belt, and then passed between the legs to be fastened to the belt behind. He immediately set to work, digging a pit where Ezima had indicated. The neighbors sat around, watching the pits becoming deeper and deeper. The dark topsoil soon gave way to the bright lead earth, with which women scrubbed the floor and walls of huts. Okabwe walked tirelessly and in silence, his back shining with perspiration. Okonkwo stood by the pit. He asked Okabwe to come up and rest while he took a hand, but Okabwe said he was not tired yet. Ekwefi went into her hut to cook yams. Her husband had brought out more yams than usual because the medicine man had to be fed. Ezima went with her and helped in preparing the vegetables. "There is too much green vegetables," she said. "Don't you see the pot is full of yams?" Ekwefi asked. And you know how leaves become smaller after cooking?" "Yes, Ezima. That was why the snake lizard killed his mother." "Very true," said Ekwefi. He gave his mother 7 baskets of vegetables to cook, and in the end there were only 3, and so he killed her, said Ezima. That is not the end of the story. Oh, said Ezima, I remember now. He brought another 7 baskets and cooked them himself, and there were again only 3. So he killed himself too. Outside the Obi, Okabwe and Okonkwo were digging the pit to find where Ezima had buried her Iowa. Neighbors sat around watching. The pit was now so deep that they no longer saw the digger. They only saw the red earth he threw up, mounting higher and higher. Okonkwo's son Nwoye stood near the edge of the pit because he wanted to take in all that happened. Okabwe had again taken over the digging from Okonkwo. He worked as usual, in silence. The neighbors and Okonkwo's wives were now talking. The children had lost interest and were playing. Suddenly, Okabwe sprang to his feet with the agility of a leopard. It is very near now, he said. I have felt it. There was immediate excitement, and those who were sitting jumped to their feet. Call your wife and child, he said to Okonkwo. But Ekwefi and Ezima had heard the noise and run out to see what it was. Okaibu went back into the pit, which was now surrounded by spectators. After a few hours more holefuls of earth, he struck the Iowa. He raised it carefully with the hoe and threw it to the surface. Some women ran away in fear when it was thrown, but they soon returned, and everyone was gazing at the rock from a reasonable distance. Okabwe emerged, and without saying a word or even looking at the spectators, he went to his goatskin bag, took out 2 leaves, and began to chew them. When he had swallowed them, he took up the rock with his left hand and began to untie it. And then the smooth, shiny pebble fell out. He picked it up. Is this yours? He asked Ezima. Yes, she replied. All the women shouted with joy because Ekwefi's troubles were at last ended. All this had happened more than a year ago, and Ezima had not been ill since. And when suddenly she had begun to shiver in the night, Ekwefi brought her to the fireplace, spread her mat on the floor, and built a fire. But she had got worse and worse. As she knelt by her, feeling her palm, the wet burning forehead, she prayed 1,000 times. Although her husband's wives were saying that it was nothing more than Iba, she did not hear them. Okonkwo returned from the bush, carrying on his left shoulder a large bundle of grasses and leaves, roots, and barks of medicinal trees and shrubs. He went into Ekwefi's hut, put down his load, and sat down. Okonkwo returned from the bush, carrying on his left shoulder a large bundle of grasses and leaves, roots and barks of medicinal trees and shrubs. He went into Ekwefi's hut, put down his load and sat down. Give me a pot, he said, and leave the child alone. Ekwefi went to bring the pots, and Okonkwo selected the best from his bundle in their due proportions and cut them up. He put them in the spot and Ekwefi poured in some water. "Is that enough?" she asked when she had poured in about half of the water in the bowl. "A little more." "I said a little, are you deaf?" Okonkwo roared at her. She set the pot on the fire, and Okonkwo took up his machete to return to his obi. "You must watch the pot carefully," he said as he went, "and don't allow it to boil over. If it does, its power will be gone." He went away to his hut, and Ekwefi began to tend the medicine pot almost as if it was itself a sick child. Her eyes went constantly from Ezimma to the boiling pot and back to Ezimma. Okonkwo returned when he felt the medicine had cooked long enough. He looked it over and said it was done. "Bring a low stool for Ezimma," he said, "and a thick mat." He took down the pot from the fire and placed it in front of the stool. He then roused Ezimma and placed her on the stool astride the steaming pot. The thick mat was thrown over both. Ezimma struggled to escape from the choking and overpowering steam, but she was held down. She started to cry. When the mat was at last removed, she was drenched in perspiration. Ekwefi mopped her with a piece of cloth, and she lay down on a dry mat and was soon asleep. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Large crowds began to gather on the village Ilo as soon as the edge had worn off the sun's heat, and it was no longer painful on the body. Most communal ceremonies took place at that time of the day, so that even when it was said that a ceremony would begin after the midday meal, everyone understood that it would begin a long time later, when the sun's heat had softened. It was clear from the way the crowd stood or sat that the ceremony was for men. There were many women, but they looked on from the fringe like outsiders. The titled men and elders sat on their stools, waiting for the trials to begin. In front of them was a row of stools on which nobody sat. There were 9 of them. 2 little groups of people stood at a respectable distance beyond the stools. They faced the elders. There were 3 men in one group, and 3 men and 1 woman in the other. The woman was Mbafo, and the 3 men with her were her brothers. In the other group were her husband, Uzowulu, and his relatives. Mbafo and her brothers were as still as statues, into whose faces the artist has molded defiance. Uzowulu and his relatives, on the other hand, were whispering together. It looked like whispering, but they were really talking at the top of their voices. Everybody in the crowd was talking. It was like the market. From a distance, the noise was a deep rumble carried by the wind. An iron gong sounded, setting up a wave of expectation in the crowd. Everyone looked in the direction of the Egugu house. Gum, 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 gum went the gong, and a powerful flute blew a high-pitched blast. Then came the voices of the Egugu, guttural and awesome. The waves struck the women and children, and there was a backward stampede. But it was momentary. They were already far enough where they stood, and there was room for running away if any of the Egugu should go toward them. The drum sounded again, and the flute blew. The Egugu house was now a pandemonium of quivering voices. Aruoyim de filled the air as the spirits of the ancestors, just emerged from the earth, greeted themselves in their esoteric language. The Egugu house into which they emerged faced the forest, away from the crowd, who saw only its back, with the many-colored patterns and drawings done by especially chosen women at regular intervals. These women never saw the inside of the hut. No woman ever did. They scrubbed and painted the outside walls under the supervision of men. If they imagined what was inside, they kept their imagination to themselves. No woman ever asked questions about the most powerful and most secret cult in the clan. Aru Oyim de flew around the dark, closed hut like tongues of fire. The ancestral spirit of the clan were abroad. The metal gong beat continuously now, and the flute continuously now, and the flute, shrill and powerful, floated in the chaos. And then the Egugu appeared. The women and children sent up a great shout and took to their heels. It was instinctive. A woman fled as soon as an Egugu came in sight, 8 o'clock. And when, as on that day, 9 of the greatest masked spirits in the clan came out together, it was a horrifying spectacle. Even Mbafo took to her heels and had to be restrained by her brothers. Each of the 9 Egugu represented a village of the clan, as their leader was called Evil Forest. Smoke poured out of its head. The 9 villages of Umuofia had grown out of the 9 sons of the first father of the clan. Evil Forest represented the village of Umueru, or the children of Eru, who was the eldest of the 9 sons. Umuafia Kwenu shouted the leading Egugu, pushing the air with his raffia arm. The elders of the clan replied, "Ya." Umuafia Kwenu, "Ya." Umuafia Kwenu, "Ya." Evil Forest then thrust the end of his rattling staff into the earth, and it began to shake and rattle. Like something agitating with a metallic life. He took the first of the empty stools, and the 8 other Egugu began to sit in order of seniority after him. 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. I can go for break. Huh? I can go for break. Okay. So, see you in the next 20 minutes. Okonkwo's wives, and perhaps other women as well, might have noticed that the second Egugu had the springy walk of Okonkwo, and they might have also noticed that Okonkwo was not among the titled men and elders who sat behind the row of Egugu. But if they thought these things, they kept them within themselves. The Egugu with the springy walk was one of the dead fathers of the clan. He looked terrible with the smoked raffia body, a huge face painted white except for the round, hollow eyes, and the charred teeth that were as big as a man's finger. On his head were two powerful horns. When all the Egugu had sat down, and the sounds of the tiny bells and rattles were on their bodies had subsided, Evil Forest addressed the two groups of people facing them. Ozowulu's body, I salute you, he said. Spirits always address humans as bodies. Ezowulu bent down and touched the earth with his right hand as a sign of submission. Our father, my hand has touched the ground, he said. Uzowulu's body, do you know me? Asked the spirit. How can I know you, father? You are beyond our knowledge. Evil Forest then turned to the other group and addressed the eldest of the three brothers. The body of Odukwe, I greet you, he said. And Odukwe bent down and touched the earth. The hearing then began. Ozowulu stepped forward and presented his case. That woman standing there is my wife, Mbafo. I married her with my money and my yams. I do not owe my in-laws anything. I owe them no yams. I owe them no cocoyams. One morning, 3 of them came to my house, beat me up, and took my wife and children away. This happened in the rainy season. I have waited in vain for my wife to return. At last, I went to my in-laws and said to them, you have taken back your sister. I did not send her away. You yourselves took her. The law of the clan is that you should return her bride price. But my wife's brothers said they had nothing to tell me. So I have brought the matter to the fathers of the clan. My case is finished. I salute you. Your words are good, said the leader of the Egugu. Let us hear Odukwe. His words may also be good. Odukwe was short and thick-set. He stepped forward, saluted the spirits, and began his story. My in-law has told you that we went to his house, beat him up, and took our sister and her children away. All that is true. He told you that he came to take back her bride price, and we refused to give it to him. That is also true. My in-law, Uzowulu, is a beast. My sister lived with him for 9 years. During those years, no single day passed in the sky without his beating the woman. We have tried to settle their quarrels time without number, and on each occasion, Uzowulu was guilty. It is a lie, Uzowulu shouted. 2 years ago, continued Odukwe, when she was pregnant, he beat her until she miscarried. It is a lie. She miscarried after she had gone to sleep with her lover. Uzowulu's body, I salute you, said Evil Forest, silencing him. What kind of lover sleeps with a pregnant woman? There was a loud murmur of approbation from the crowd. Odukwe continued. Last year, When my sister was recovering from an illness, he beat her again, so that if the neighbors had not gone in to save her, she would have been killed. We heard of it and did as you have been told. The law of Umafia is that if a woman runs away from her husband, her bride price is returned. But in this case, she ran away to save her life. Her 2 children belong to Uzawulu. We do not dispute it, but they are too young to leave their mother. If, on the other hand, Uzawulu should recover from his madness and come in the proper way to beg his wife to return, she will do so, on the understanding that if he ever beats her again, we shall cut off his genitals for him. The crowd roared with laughter. Evil Forest rose to his feet, and order was immediately restored. A steady cloud of smoke rose from his head. He sat down again and called 2 witnesses. They were both Uzawulu's neighbors, and they agreed about the beating. Evil Forest then stood up, pulled out his staff, and thrust it into the earth again. He ran a few steps in the direction of the woman. They all fled in terror, only to return to their places almost immediately. The 9 Egugu then went away to consult together in their house. They were silent for a long time. Then the metal gong sounded, and the flute was blown. The Egugu had emerged once again from their underground home. They saluted one another, and then reappeared on the Ilo. Umafia Kwenu, roared Evil Forest, facing the elders and grandees of the clan. Yeah, replied the thunderous crowd. Then silence descended from the sky and swallowed the noise. Evil Forest began to speak, and all the while he spoke, everyone was silent. The 8 other Egugu were as still as statues. We have heard both sides of the case, said Evil Forest. Our duty is not to blame this man or to press that, but to settle the dispute. He turned to Uzawulu's group and allowed a short pause. Uzawulu's body, do you know me? How can I know you, Father? You are beyond our knowledge, Uzawulu replied. I am Evil Forest. I kill a man on the day that his life is sweetest to him. That is true, replied Uzawulu. Go to your in-laws with a pot of wine and beg your wife to return to you. It is not bravery when a man fights a woman. He turned to Odukwe and allowed a brief pause. Odukwe's body, I greet you, he said. My hand is on the ground, replied Odukwe. Do you know me? No man can know you, replied Odukwe. I am Evil Forest. I am dry meat that fills the mouth. I am fire that burns without faggots. If your in-laws bring wine to you, let your sister go with him. I salute you. He pulled his staff from the hard earth and thrust it back. Umafia Kwenu, he roared, and the crowd answered. I don't know why such a trifle should come before the Egugu, said one elder to another. Don't you know what kind of man Uzawulu is? He will not listen to any other decision, replied the other. As they spoke, 2 other groups of people had replaced the first before the Egugu, and a great land case began. Chapter 11. The night was impenetrably dark. The moon had been rising later and later every night, until now. It was seen only at dawn. And whenever the moon forsook evening and rose at cockcrow, the nights were as black as charcoal. Ezimma and her mother sat on a mat on the floor after their supper of yam fufu and bitter leaf soup. A palm oil lamp gave out yellowish light. Without it, it would have been impossible to eat. One could not have known where one's mouth was in the darkness of that night. There was an oil lamp in all the 4 huts on Okonkwo's compound, and each hut, seen from the others, looked like a soft eye of yellow half-light set in the solid massiveness of night. The world was silent except for the shrill cry of insects, which was part of the night, and the sound of wooden mortar and pestle as Nwayeke pounded her fufu. Nwayeke lived 4 compounds away, and she was notorious for her late cooking. Every woman in the neighborhood knew the sound of Nwayeke's mortar and pestle. It was also part of the night. Okonkwo had eaten from his wife's dishes and was now reclining with his back against the wall. He searched his bag and brought out his snuff bottle. He turned it onto his left palm, but nothing came out. He hit the bottle against his knee to shake up the tobacco. That was always the trouble with Okeke's snuff. It very quickly went damp, and there was too much saltpeter in it. Okonkwo had not bought snuff from him for a long time. Idigo was the man who knew how to grind good snuff, but he had recently fallen ill. Low voices, broken now and again by singing, reached Okonkwo from his wife's hut, as each woman and her children told folk stories. Ekwefi and her daughter, Ezimma, sat on a mat on the floor. It was Ekwefi's turn to tell a story. Once upon a time, she began, all the birds were invited to a feast in the sky. They were very happy and began to prepare themselves for the great day. They painted their bodies with red camwood and drew beautiful patterns on them with uli. Tortoise saw all these preparations and soon discovered what it all meant. Nothing that happened in the world of the animals ever escaped his notice. He was full of cunning. As soon as he heard of the great feast in the sky, his throat began to itch at the very thought. There was a famine in those days, and Tortoise had not eaten a good meal for 2 moons. His body rattled like a piece of dry stick in his empty shell. So he began to plan how he would go to the sky. But he had no wings, said Ezimma. Be patient, replied her mother. That is the story. Tortoise had no wings, but he went to the birds and asked to be allowed to go with them. We know you too well, said the birds, when they had heard him. You are full of cunning and are ungrateful. If we allow you to come with us, you will soon begin your mischief. You do not know me, said Tortoise. I am a changed man. I have learned that a man who makes trouble for others is also making it for himself. Tortoise had a sweet tongue, and within a short time, all the birds agreed that he was a changed man, and they each gave him a feather, with which he made 2 wings. At last, the great day came, and Tortoise was the first to arrive at the meeting place. When all the birds had gathered together, they set off in a body. Tortoise was very happy and voluble as he flew among the birds, and he was soon chosen as the man to speak for the party because he was a great orator. There is one important thing which we must not forget, he said, as they flew on their way. When people are invited to a great feast like this, they take new names for the occasion. Our host in the sky will expect us to honor this age-old custom. None of the birds had heard of this custom, but they knew that Tortoise, in spite of his failings in other directions, was a widely traveled man who knew the customs of different peoples. And so they each took a new name. When they had all taken, Tortoise also took one. He was to be called All of You. At last, the party arrived in the sky, and their hosts were very happy to see them. Tortoise stood up in his many-colored plumage and thanked them for their invitation. His speech was so eloquent that all the birds were glad they had brought him, and nodded their heads in approval of all he said. Their host took him as the king of the birds, especially as he looked somewhat different from the others. After kola nuts had been presented and eaten, the people of the sky set before their guest the most delectable dishes Tortoise had ever seen or dreamt of. The soup was brought out hot. The soup was brought out hot from the fire, and in the very pot in which it had been cooked. It was full of meat and fish. Tortoise began to sniff around. There was pounded yam and also yam pottage cooked with palm oil and fresh fish. There were also pots of palm wine. When everything had been set before the guests, one of the people of the sky came forward and tasted a little from each pot. He then invited the birds to eat. But Tortoise jumped to his feet and asked, "For whom have you prepared this feast?" "For all of you," replied the man. Tortoise turned to the birds and said, "You remember that my name is All of You. The custom here is to save the spokesman first and others later. They will save you when I have eaten." He began to eat, and the birds grumbled angrily. The people of the sky thought it must be their custom to leave all the food for their king. So Tortoise ate the best part of the food, and then drank 2 pots of palm wine, so that he was full of food and drink, and his body filled out in his shell. The birds gathered round to eat what was left, and to peck at the bones he had thrown all about the floor. Some of them were too angry to eat. They chose to fly home on an empty stomach. But before they left, each took back the feather he had lent to Tortoise. And there he stood in his hard shell, full of food and wine, but without any wings to fly home. He asked the birds to take a message for his wife, but they all refused. In the end, Parrot, who had felt more angry than the others, suddenly changed his mind and agreed to take the message. "Tell my wife," said Tortoise, "to bring out all the soft things in my house and cover the compound with them, so that I can jump down from the sky without very great danger." Parrot promised to deliver the message, and then flew away. But when he reached Tortoise's house, he told his wife to bring out all the hard things in the house. And so she brought out her husband's hoes, machetes, spears, guns, and even his cannon. Tortoise looked down from the sky and saw his wife bringing things out, but it was too far to see what they were. When all seemed ready, he let himself go. He fell and fell and fell and fell, until he began to fear that he would never stop falling. And then, like the sound of his cannon, he crashed on the compound. "Did he die?" asked Ezinma. "No," replied Ekwefi. "His shell broke into pieces, but there was a great medicine man in the neighborhood. Tortoise's wife sent for him, and he gathered all the bits of shells and stuck them together. That is why the tortoise shell is not smooth. There is no song in the story, Ezima pointed out. No, said Ekwefi. I shall think of another one with a song, but it is your turn now. Once upon a time, Ezima began. Tortoise and cat went to wrestle against yams. No, that's not the beginning. Once upon a time, there was a great famine in the land of animals. Everybody was lean except cat, who was fat and whose body shone as if oil was rubbed on it. She broke off because at that very moment, a loud and high-pitched voice broke the outer silence of the night. It was Chielo, the priestess of Abara, prophesying. There was nothing new in that. Once in a while, Chielo was possessed by the spirit of her god, and she began to prophesy. But tonight, she was addressing her prophecy and greetings to Okonkwo, and so everyone in the family listened. The folk story stopped. Abarado, Abara ekene o, came the voice, like a sharp knife cutting through the night. Okonkwo, Abara ekene gi o, Abara chọrọ ịfụ ada ya Ezinma o. At the mention of the name, Ekwefi jerked her head, sharp like an animal that had sniffed death in the air. Her heart jumped painfully within her. The priestess had now reached Okonkwo's compound and was talking with him outside his hut. She was saying again and again that Abara wanted to see his daughter, Ezima. Okonkwo pleaded with her to come back in the morning because Ezima was now asleep. But Chielo ignored what he was trying to say and went on shouting that Abara wanted to see his daughter. Her voice was as clear as metal, and Okonkwo's women and children heard from their huts all that was said. Okonkwo was still pleading that the girl had been ill of late and was asleep. Ekwefi quickly took her to their bedroom and placed her on the high bamboo bed. The priestess suddenly screamed, "Beware, Okonkwo," she warned. "Beware of exchanging words with Abara. Does a man speak when a god speaks? Beware." She walked through Okonkwo's hut into the secular compound and went straight towards Ekwefi's hut. Okonkwo came after her. "Ekwefi," she called, "Abara greets you. Where is my daughter, Ezima? Abara wants to see her." Ekwefi came out from her hut carrying an oil lamp in her left hand. There was a light wind blowing, so she cupped her right hand to shelter the flame. Nwoye's mother, also carrying an oil lamp, emerged from her hut. Her children stood in the darkness outside their hut, watching the strange event. Okonkwo's youngest wife also came out and joined the others. "Where does Abala want to see her?" Ekwefi asked. "Where else but in his house, in the hills and the caves," replied the priestess. "I will come with you too," Ekwefi said firmly. "To fear!" the priestess cursed, her voice cracking like the angry bark of thunder in the dry season. "How dare you, woman, to go before the mighty Abala of your own accord? Beware, woman, lest he strikes you in his anger. Bring me my daughter." Ekwefi went into her hut and came out again with Ezimma. "Come, my daughter," said the priestess. "I shall carry you on my back." A baby on its mother's back does not know that the way is long. Ezimma began to cry. She was used to Chielo calling her my daughter, but it was a different Chielo she now saw in the yellow half-light. "Don't cry, my daughter," said the priestess, "lest Abala be angry with you." "Don't cry," said Ekwefi. "All she will bring you back very soon. I shall give you some fish to eat." She went into the hut again and brought down the smoked black basket in which she kept her dried fish and other ingredients for cooking soup. She broke a piece in two and gave it to Ezimma, who clung to her. "Don't be afraid," said Ekwefi, stroking her head, which was shaved in places, leaving a regular pattern of hair. They went outside again. The priestess bent down on one knee, and Ezimma climbed on her back. Her left palm closed on her fish, and her eyes gleaming with tears. "Agbala do, agbala ekene o." Chielo began once again to chant greetings to her gods. She turned round sharply and walked through Okonkwo's hut, bending very low at the eaves. Ezimma was crying loudly now, calling on her mother. The two voices disappeared into the thick darkness. A strange and sudden weakness descended on Ekwefi as she stood gazing in the direction of the voices, like a hen whose only chick has been carried away by a kite. Ezimma's voice soon faded away, and only Chielo was heard moving farther and farther into the distance. "Why do you stand there as though she had been kidnapped?" asked Okonkwo as he went back to his hut. "She will bring her back soon," Nwoye's mother said. But Ekwefi did not hear those consolations. She stood for a while, and then all of a sudden made up her mind. She hurried through Okonkwo's hut and went outside. "Where are you going?" he asked. "I am following Chielo," she replied, and disappeared in the darkness. Okonkwo cleared his throat and brought out his snuff bottle from the goatskin bag by his side. The priestess' voice was already growing faint in the distance. Ekwefi hurried to the main footpath and turned left in the direction of the voice. Her eyes were useless to her in the darkness, but she picked her way easily on the sandy footpath hedged on either side by branches and damp leaves. She began to run, holding her breast with her hands to stop them flapping noisily against her body. She hit her left foot against an outcropped root, and terror seized her. It was an ill omen. She ran faster, but Chielo's voice was still a long way away. Had she been running too? How could she go so fast with Ezimma on her back? Although the night was cool, Ekwefi was beginning to feel hot from her running. She continually ran into the luxuriant weeds and creepers that walled in the path. Once she tipped up and fell. Only then did she realize with a start that Chielo had stopped her chanting. Her heart beat violently, and she stood still. Then Chielo's renewed outburst came from only a few paces ahead, but Ekwefi could not see her. She shut her eyes for a while and opened them again in an effort to see, but it was useless. She could not see beyond her nose. There were no stars in the sky because there was a rain cloud. Fireflies went about with their tiny green lamps, which only made the darkness more profound. Between Chielo's outbursts, the night was alive with the shrill tremor of forest insects woven into the darkness. Abarado, Abarekeno, Ekwefi trudged behind, neither getting too near nor keeping too far back. She thought they must be going toward the sacred cave. Now, she walked slowly. She had time to think. What would she do when they got to the cave? She would not dare to enter. She would wait at the mouth, all alone in that fearful place. She thought of all the terrors of the night. She remembered the night long ago when she had seen Obu Agaliodu, one of those evil essences loosed upon the world by the potent medicines which the tribe had made in the distant past against its enemies, but had now forgotten how to control. Ekwefi had been returning from the stream with her mother on a dark night like this, when they saw it glow as it flew in their direction. They had thrown down their water pots and lain by the roadside, expecting the sinister light to descend on them and kill them. That was the only time Ekwefi ever saw Obuagaliodu. But although it had happened so long ago, her blood still ran cold whenever she remembered that night. The priestess's voice came at longer intervals now, but its vigor was undiminished. The air was cool and damp with dew. Ezima sneezed. Ekwefi muttered, "Life to you." At the same time, the priestess also said, "Life to you, my daughter." Ezima's voice from the darkness warmed her mother's heart. She trudged along slowly. And then the priestess screamed, "Somebody is walking behind me," she said. "Whether you are spirit or man, may Abba shave your head with a blunt razor. May he twist your neck until you see your heels." Ekwefi stood rooted on the spot. One mind said to her, "Woman, go home before Abba does you harm." But she could not. She stood still until Chielo had increased the distance between them, and she began to follow them again. She had already walked so long that she began to feel a slight numbness in the limbs and the head. Then it occurred to her that they could not have been heading for the cave. They must have bypassed it long ago. They must be going towards Umwachi, the farthest village in the clan. Chielo's voice now came after long intervals. It seemed to Ekwefi that the night had become a little lighter. The cloud had lifted, and a few stars were out. The moon must be preparing to rise, its sullenness over. When the moon rose late in the night, people said it was refusing food, as a sullen husband refuses his wife's food when they have quarreled. "Abala do umwachi, abala ekenunu." It was just as Ekwefi had thought. The priestess was now saluting the village of Umwachi. It was unbelievable. The distance they had covered as they emerged into the open village from the narrow forest track road. From the narrow forest track, the darkness was softened, and it became possible to see the vague shape of trees. Ekwefi screwed her eyes up in an effort to see her daughter and the priestess, but whenever she thought she saw their shape, it immediately dissolved like a melting lump of darkness. She walked numbly along. Chelo's voice was now rising continuously, as when she first set out. Ekwefi had a feeling of spacious openness, and she guessed they must be on the village ilo or playground. And she realized too, with something like a jerk, that Chelo was no longer moving forward. She was in fact returning. Ekwefi quickly moved away from her line of retreat. Chelo passed by and then began to back the way they had come. It was a long and weary journey, and Ekwefi felt like a sleepwalker most of the way. The moon was definitely rising, and although it had not yet appeared on the sky, its light had already melted down the darkness. Ekwefi could now discern the figure of the priestess and her burden. She slowed down her pace so as to increase the distance between them. She was afraid of what might happen if Chelo suddenly turned and saw them, and saw her. She had prayed for the moon to rise, but now she found the half-light of the incipient moon more terrifying than darkness. The world was now peopled with vague, fantastic figures that dissolved under their steady gaze and then formed again in new shapes. At one stage, Ekwefi was so afraid that she nearly called out to Chelo for companionship and human sympathy. What she had not seen was the shape of a man climbing a palm tree. What she had seen was the shape of a man climbing a palm tree, his head pointing to the earth and his legs skywards. But at that very moment, Chelo's voice rose again in her possessed chanting, and Ekwefi recoiled, because there was no humanity there. It was not the same Chelo who sat with her in the market and sometimes bought beans cake for Ezima, whom she called her daughter. It was a different woman, the priestess of Agbala, the oracle of the hills and caves. Ekwefi trudged along between two fears. The sound of her benumbed steps seemed to come over from some other person walking behind her. Her arms were folded across her bare breast. Dew fell heavily and the air was cold. She could no longer think, not even about the terrors of night. She just jogged along with in a half sleep, only waking to full life when Chelo sang. At last, they took a turn and began to head for the caves. From then on, Chelo never ceased in her chanting. She greeted her God in multiple names: the owner of the future, the messenger of earth, the God who cut down a man who cut a man down when his life was sweetest to him. Ekwefi was also awakened, and her benumbed fears revived. The moon was now up, and she could see Chelo and Ezima clearly. How a woman could carry a child of that size so easily and for so long was a miracle. But Ekwefi was not thinking about that. Chelo was not a woman that night. Agbala do, agbala ekene o, Chinebu mmadu ubosi, ndu ya nataya, uto dalu. Ekwefi could already see the hills looming in the moonlight. They formed a circular ring with a break at one point, through which the foot track led to the center of the circle. As soon as the priestess stepped into this ring of hills, her voice was not only doubled in strength, but was thrown back on all sides. It was indeed the shrine of a great god. Ekwefi picked her way carefully and quietly. She was already beginning to doubt the wisdom of her coming. Nothing would happen to Ezima, she thought, and if anything happened to her, could he stop it? She would not dare to enter the underground caves. Her coming was quite useless, she thought. As these things went through her mind, she did not realize how close they were to the cave mouth. And so when the priestess with Ezima on her back disappeared through a hole hardly big enough to pass a hen, Ekwefi broke into a run, as though to stop them. As she stood gazing at the secular darkness which had swallowed them, tears gushed from her eyes, and she swore within her that if she heard Ezima cry, she would rush into the cave to defend her against all the gods in the world. She would die with her. Having sworn that oath, she sat down on a stony ledge and waited and waited. Her fear had vanished. She could hear the priestess's voice, all its metals taken out of it by the vast emptiness of the cave. She buried her head in her lap and waited. She did not know how long she waited. It must have been a very long time. Her back was turned on the footpath that led out of the hills. She must have heard a noise behind her and turned round sharply. A man stood there with a machete in his hand. Ekwefi uttered a scream and sprang to her feet. "Don't be foolish," said Okonkwo's voice. "I thought you were going into the shrine with Chielo," he mocked. Ekwefi did not answer. Tears of gratitude filled her eyes. She knew her daughter was safe. "Go home and sleep," said Okonkwo. "I shall wait here." "I shall wait too. It is almost dawn. The first cock has crowed." As they stood there together, Ekwefi's mind went back to the days when they were young. She had married Anene because Okonkwo was too poor then to marry. 2 years later, after her marriage to Anene, she could bear it no longer and ran away to Okonkwo. It had been early in the morning. The moon was shining. She was going to the stream to fetch water. Okonkwo's house was at the way to the stream. She went in and knocked at his door, and he came out. Even in those days, he was not a man of many words. He just carried her into his bed, and in the darkness began to feel around her waist for the loose end of her clothes. Chapter 12. On the following morning, the entire neighborhood wore a festive air because Okonkwo's friend Obierika was celebrating his daughter's Ori. It was the day on which her suitor, having already paid the greater part of her bride price, would bring palm wine not only to her parents and immediate relatives, but to the wide and extensive group of kinsmen called Umunna. Everybody had been invited, men, women, and children. But it was really a woman's ceremony, and the central figures were the bride and her mother. As soon as day broke, breakfast was hastily eaten, and women and children began to gather at Obierika's compound to help the bride's mother in her difficult but happy task of cooking for a whole village. Okonkwo's family was as stir like any other family in the neighborhood. Nwoye's mother and Okonkwo's youngest wife were ready to set out for Obiorika's compound with all their children. Nwoye's mother carried a basket of cocoyams, a cake of salt, and smoked fish, which she would present to Obiorika's wife. Okonkwo's youngest wife, Ojiugo, also had a basket of plantains and cocoyams and a small pot of palm oil. Their children carried pots of water. Ekwefi was tired and sleepy from the exhausting experiences of the previous night. It was not very long since they had returned. The priestess, with Ezima sleeping on her back, had crawled out of the shrine on her belly like a snake. She had not as much as looked at Okonkwo and Ekwefi, or shown any surprise at finding them at the mouth of the cave. She looked straight ahead of her and walked back to the village. Okonkwo and his wife followed at a respectful distance. They thought the priestess might be going to her house, but she went to Okonkwo's compound, passed through his obi, and into Ekwefi's hut, and walked into her bedroom. She placed Ezima carefully on the bed and went away without saying a word to anybody. Ezima was still sleeping when everyone else was astir, and Ekwefi asked Nwoye's mother and Ojiugo to explain to Obiorika's wife that she would be late. She had got ready her basket of cocoyams and fish, but she must wait for Ezima to wake. "You need some sleep yourself," said Nwoye's mother. "You look very tired." As they spoke, Ezima emerged from the hut, rubbing her eyes and stretching her spare frame. She saw the other children with their water pots and remembered that they were going to fetch water for Obiorika's wife. She went back to the hut and brought her pot. "Have you slept enough?" asked her mother. "Yes," she replied. "Let's go." "Not before you have had your breakfast," said Ekwefi. And she went into her hut to warm the vegetable soup she had cooked last night. "We shall be going," said Nwoye's mother. "I will tell Obiorika's wife that you are coming later." And so they all went to help Obiorika's wife. Nwoye's mother with her 4 children and Ojiugo with her 2. As they trooped through Okonkwo's obi, he asked, "Who will prepare my afternoon meal?" "I shall return to do it," said Ojiugo. Okonkwo was also feeling tired and sleepy, for although nobody else knew it, he had not slept at all last night. He had felt very anxious but did not show it. When Ekwefi had followed the priestess, he had allowed what he regarded as a reasonable and manly interval to pass, and then gone with his machete to the shrine, where he thought they must be. It was only when he had got there that it had occurred to him that the priestess might have chosen to go round the villages first. Okonkwo had returned home and sat waiting. When he thought he had waited long enough, he again returned to the shrine. But the hills and the caves were as silent as death. It was only on his 4th trip that he had found Ekwefi, and by then he had become gravely worried. Obiorika's compound was as busy as an ant hill. Temporary cooking tripods were erected on every available space by bringing together 3 blocks of sun-dried earth and making a fire in their midst. Cooking pots went up and down the tripods. And fufu was pounded in 100 wooden mortars. Some of the women cooked the yams and the cassava, and others prepared vegetable soup. Young men pounded the fufu or split firewood. The children made endless trips to the stream. 3 young men helped Obierika to slaughter the 2 goats with which the soup was made. They were very fat goats, but the fattest of all was tethered to a peg near the wall of the compound. It was as big as a small cow. Obierika had sent one of his relatives all the way to Umuike to buy that goat. It was the one he would present alive to his in-laws. The market of Umuike is a wonderful place, said the young man who had been sent by Obierika to buy the giant goats. There are so many people on it that if you threw up a grain of sand, it would not find a way to fall to earth again. It is the result of a great medicine, said Obierika. The people of Umuike wanted their market to grow and swallow up the markets of their neighbors. So they made a powerful, wonderful medicine every market day before the first cock crow. This medicine stands on the market ground in the shape of an old woman with a fan. With this magic fan, she beckons to the market all the neighboring clans. She beckons in front of her and behind her, to her right and to her left. And so everybody comes, said another man. Honest men and thieves, they can steal your cloth from off your waist in that market. Yes, said Obierika. I want Nwankwo to keep a sharp eye and a sharp ear. There was once a man who went to sell a goat. He laid it on a thick rope, which he tied round his wrist. But as he walked through the market, he realized that people were pointing at him as they do to a madman. He could not understand it until he looked back and saw that what he led at the end of the tether was not a goat, but a heavy log of wood. Do you think a thief can do that kind of thing single-handed? Said Nwankwo. No, said Obierika. They used medicine. When they had cut the goat's throat and collected the blood in a bowl, they held them over an open fire to burn off the hair, and the smell of burning hair blended with the smell of cooking. Then they washed them and cut them up for the women who prepared the soup. All this ant-hill activity was going smoothly when a sudden interruption came, and it was a cry in the distance. Ojiodu achu ijiji o, meaning the one that uses its tail to drive flies away. Every woman immediately abandoned whatever she was doing and rushed out in the direction of the cry. We cannot all rush out like that, leaving what we are cooking to burn in the fire, shouted Chielo, the priestess. 3 of us or 4 of us should stay behind. It is true, said another woman. We will allow 3 or 4 women to stay behind. 5 women stayed behind to look after the cooking pot, and all the rest rushed away to see the cow that had been let loose. When they saw it, they drove it back to its owner, who at once paid the heavy fine which the village imposed on anyone whose cow was let loose on his neighbor's crops. When the women had extracted the penalty, they checked among themselves to see if any woman had failed to come out when the cry had been heard. Where is Mbogo? Asked one of them. She is ill in bed, said Mbogo's next-door neighbor. She has Iba. The only other person is Udenkwo, said another woman, and her child is not 28 days yet. Those women whom Obierika's wife had not asked to help her with the cooking returned to their homes, and the rest went back in a body to Obierika's compound. Whose cow was it? Asked the women who had been allowed to stay behind. It was my husband's, said Ezelabo, one of the young children, had opened the gate of the cow shed. Early in the afternoon, the first 2 pots of palm wine arrived from Obierika's in-laws. They were duly presented to the women, who drank a cup or 2 each to help them in their cooking. Some of it also went to the bride and her attendant maidens, who were putting the last delicate touches of razor to her coiffure and camwood on her smooth skin. When the heat of the sun began to soften, Obierika's son, Madoka, took a long broom and swept the ground in front of his father's Obi. And as they had been waiting for that, Obierika's relatives and friends began to arrive. Every man with his goatskin bag hung on one shoulder and a rolled goatskin mat under his arm. Some of them were accompanied by their sons, bearing carved wooden stools. Okonkwo was one of them. They sat in a half circle and began to talk of many things. It would not be long before the suitors came. Okonkwo brought out his snuff bottle and offered it to Ogbuefi Ezenwa, who sat next to him. Ezenwa took it, tapped it on his kneecap, rubbed his left palm on his body to dry it, before tipping a little snuff into it. His actions were deliberate, and he spoke as he performed them. I hope all our in-laws will bring many pots of wine. Although they came from a village that is known for being close-fisted, they ought to know that Akweke is the bride for a king. They dare not bring fewer than 30 pots, said Okonkwo. I shall tell them my mind if they do. At the moment, Obierika's son, Madoka, led out the giant goat from the inner compound for his father's relatives to see. They admired it. They all admired it and said that was the way things should be done. The goat was then led back to the inner compound. Very soon after, the in-laws began to arrive. Young men and boys in single file, each carrying a pot of wine, came first. Obierika's relatives counted the pots as they came in. 20, 25. There was a long break, and the hosts looked at each other as if to say, I told you. Then more pots came. 30, 35, 40, 45. The hosts nodded in approval and seemed to say, now they are behaving like men. Although there were 50 pots of wine, after the pot bearers came Ibe, the suitor, and the elders of his family. They sat on a half moon, thus completing a circle with their hosts. The pots of wine stood in their midst. Then the bride, her mother, and half a dozen other women and girls emerged from the inner compound and went round the circle, shaking hands with them. The bride's mother led the way, followed by the bride and the other women. The married women wore their best clothes, and the girls wore red and black waist beads and anklets of brass. When the women retired, Obierika presented kola nuts to his in-laws. His eldest brother broke the first one. Life to all of us, he said as he broke it, and let there be friendship between your family and ours. The family answered, we are giving you our daughter today. She would be a good wife to you. She will bear you 9 sons like the mother of our town. The oldest man in the camp of the visitors replied, it will be good for you, and it will be good for us. This is not the first time my people have come to marry your daughter. My mother was one of you. And that was not the last, because you understand us and we understand you. You are a great family. Prosperous men and great warriors. He looked in the direction of Okonkwo. Your daughter will bear us sons like you. The kola was eaten, and the drinking of palm wine began. Groups of 4 or 5 men sat round with a pot in their midst. As the evening wore on, food was presented to the guests. There were huge bowls of fufu and steaming pots of rice. There were also pots of yam pottage. It was a great feast. As night fell, burning torches were set on wooden tripods, and the young men raised a song. The elders sat in a big circle, and the singers went round singing each man's praise as they came before him. They had something to say for every man. Some were great farmers, some were orators who spoke for the clan. Okonkwo was the greatest wrestler and warrior alive. When they had gone round the circle, they settled down in the center. The girls came from the inner compound to dance. At first, the bride was not among them, but when she finally appeared holding a cock in her right hand, a large cheer from the crowd. All the other dancers made way for her. She presented the cock to the musicians and began to dance. Her brass anklets rattled as she danced, and her body gleamed with calm wood in the soft yellow light. The musicians, with their wood, clay, and metal instruments, went from song to song, and they were all gay. If I hold her hand, she says, don't touch. If I hold her feet, she says, don't touch. But when I hold her waist beads, she pretends not to know. The night was already far spent when the guests rose to go, taking their bride home to spend 7 market weeks with her suitor's family. They sang songs as they went, and on their way, they paid short courtesy visits to prominent men like Okonkwo before they finally left for their village. Okonkwo made a present of 2 cocks to them. Chapter 13. Go di go go di go 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 go. It was the Ekwe talking to the clan. One of the things every human learned was the language of the hollowed out wooden instrument. Dim, 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 dim boomed the cannon at intervals. The first cock had not crowed, and Umuafia was still swallowed up in sleep and silence when the Ekwe began to talk, and the cannon shattered the silence. Men stirred in their bamboo beds and listened anxiously. Somebody was dead. The cannon seemed to rend the sky. Di-go-go, di-go, di-go-go floated in the message-laden night air. The faint and distant wailing of women settled like a sediment of sorrow on the earth. Now and again, a fully chested lamentation rose above the wailing whenever a man came into the place of death. He raised his voice once or twice in manly sorrow, and then sat down with the other men listening to the endless wailings of the woman and the esoteric language of the ekwe. Now and again the cannon boomed. The wailing of the women would not be heard beyond the village, but the ekwe carried the news to all the 9 villages and even beyond. It began by naming the clan. Omoafia Obododike, the land of the brave. Omoafia Obododike, Omoafia Obododike. It said this over and over again, and as it dwelt on it, anxiety mounted on every heart that heaved on a bamboo bed that night. When it went nearer and named the village Igwedo of the yellow grinding stone, it was Okonkwo's village. Again and again, Igwedo was called, and men waited breathlessly in all the 9 villages. At last, the man was named, and people sighed, Ezudu is dead. A cold shiver ran down Okonkwo's back as he remembered the last time the old man had visited him. That boy calls you father, he said. Bear no hand in his death. Ezudu was a great man, and so all the clan was at his funeral. The ancient drums of death beat, guns and cannons were fired, men dashed about in frenzy, cutting down every tree or animal they saw, jumping over walls and dancing on the roof. It was a warrior's funeral, and from morning till night, warriors came and went in their aged groups. They all wore smoked raffia skates, and their bodies were painted with chalk and charcoal. Now and again, an ancestral spirit of Egugu appeared from the underworld, speaking in a tremulous, unearthly voice and completely covered in raffia. Some of them were very violent, and there had been a mad rush for shelter earlier in the day when one appeared with a sharp machete and was only prevented from doing serious harm by 2 men who restrained him with the help of a strong rope tied round his waist. Sometimes he turned round and chased those men, and they ran for their lives. But they always returned to the long rope he trailed behind. He sang in a terrifying voice that Ekwensu, or evil spirit, had entered his eye. But the most dreaded of all was yet to come. He was always alone and was shaped like a coffin. A sickly odor hung in the air wherever he went, and flies went with him. Even the greatest medicine men took shelter when he was near. Many years ago, another Egugu had dared to stand his ground before him and had been transfixed to the spot for over 2 days. This one had only one hand, and with it carried a basket full of water. Some of the Egugu were quite harmless. One of them was so old and infirm that he leaned heavily on a stick. He walked unsteadily to the place where the corpse was laid. Gazed at it a while, and then went away again to the underworld. The land of the living was not far removed from the domain of the ancestors. There was coming and going between them. Especially at festivals, and also when an old man died, because an old man was very close to the ancestor. A man's life from birth to death was a series of transition rites which brought him nearer and nearer to his ancestors. Ezudu had been the oldest man in his village, and at his funeral and at his death, there were only 3 men in the whole clan who were older, and 4 or 5 others in his own age group. Whenever one of those ancient men appeared in the crowd to dance unsteadily the funeral steps of the tribe, younger men gave way and the tumult subsided. It was a great funeral, such as befitted a noble warrior. As the evening drew near, the shouting and firing of guns, the beating of drums, and the brandishing and clanging of machetes increased. Ezudu had taken 3 titles in his life. It was a rare achievement. There were only 4 titles in the clan, and only 1 or 2 men in any generation ever achieved the 4th and highest. When they did, they became the lords of the land because he had taken titles. Ezudu was to be buried after dark with only a glowing brand light to the sacred ceremony. But before this quiet and final rite, the tumult increased tenfold. Drums beat violently, and men leaped up and down in a frenzy. Guns were fired on all sides, and sparks flew out as machetes clanged together in warriors' salute. The air was full of dust and the smell of gunpowder. It was then that the one-handed spirit came, carrying a basket full of water. People made way for him on all sides, and the noise subsided. Even the smell of gunpowder was swallowed in the sickly smell, and now filled the air. He danced a few steps to the funeral drums, and then went to see the corpse. Ezudu, he called in his guttural voice, "If you had been poor in your last life, I would have asked you to be rich when you come again. But you were rich. If you had been a coward, I would have asked you to bring courage, but you were a fearless warrior. If you had died young, I would have asked you to get life, but you lived long. So I ask you to come again the way you came before. If your death was the death of nature, go in peace. But if a man caused it, do not allow him a moment's rest." He danced a few more steps and went away. The drums and the dancing began again and reached fever heat. Darkness was around the corner, and the burial was near. Guns fired the last salute, and the cannon rent the sky. And then, from the center of the delirious fury came a cry of agony and shouts of horror. It was as if a spell had been cast. All was silent. In the center of the crowd, a boy lay in a pool of blood. It was a dead man's 16-year-old son, who was with his brothers and half-brothers. He had been dancing the traditional farewell to their father. Okonkwo's gun had exploded, and a piece of iron had pierced the boy's heart. The confusion that followed was without parallel in the tradition of Umuafia. Violent deaths were frequent, but nothing like this had ever happened. The only course open to Okonkwo was to flee from the clan. It was a crime against the earth goddess to kill a kinsman, and a man who committed it must flee from the land. The crime was of two kinds, male and female. Okonkwo had committed the female because it had been inadvertent. He could return to the clan after 7 years. That night, he collected his most valuable belongings into headloads. His wives wept bitterly, and their children wept with them without knowing why. Obierika and half a dozen other friends came to help and to console him. They each made 9 or 10 trips, carrying Okonkwo's yams to store in Obierika's barns. And before the cock crowed, Okonkwo and his family were fleeing to his motherland. It was a little village called Mbanta, just beyond the border of Mbaino. As soon as the day broke, a large crowd of men from Ezudu's quarter stormed Okonkwo's compound, dressed in garbs of war. They set fire to his houses, demolished his red walls, killed his animals, and destroyed his barn. It was the justice of the earth goddess, and they were merely her messengers. They had no hatred in their hearts against Okonkwo. His greatest friend, Obierika, was among them. They were merely cleansing the land which Okonkwo had polluted with the blood of his clansman. Obierika was a man who thought about things. When the will of the goddess had been done, he sat down in his obi and mourned his friend's calamity. Why should a man suffer so grievously for an offense he had committed inadvertently? But although he thought for a long time, he found no answer. He was merely led into greater complexities. He remembered his wife's twin children, whom he had thrown away. What crime had they committed? The earth had decreed that they were an offense on the land and must be destroyed. And if the clan did not exact punishment for an offense against the great goddess, her wrath was loosed on all the land, and not just on the offender. As the elders said, if one finger brought oil, it soiled the others. Part 2. Part 2, chapter 14. Okonkwo was well received by his mother's kinsmen in Mbanta. The old man who received him was his mother's younger brother, who was now the eldest surviving member of that family. His name was Uchendu, and it was he who had received Okonkwo's mother 20 and 10 years before, when she had been brought home from Umuofia to be buried with her people. Okonkwo was only a boy then, and Uchendu still remembered him crying the traditional farewell. Mother, mother, mother is going. That was many years ago. Today, Okonkwo was not bringing his mother home to be buried with her people. He was taking his family of 3 wives and 11 children to seek refuge in his motherland. As soon as Uchendu saw him with his sad and weary company, he guessed what had happened and asked no questions. It was not until the following day that Okonkwo told him the full story. The man listened silently to the end and then said with some relief, "It's a female Ochu." And he arranged the requisite rites and sacrifices. Okonkwo was given a plot of ground on which to build his compound, and 2 or 3 pieces of land on which to farm during the coming planting season. With the help of his mother's kinsmen, he built himself an obi and 3 huts for his wives. He then installed his personal god and the symbols of his departed fathers. Each of Uchendu's 5 sons contributed 300 seed yams to enable their cousin to plant a farm. For as soon as the first rain came, farming would begin. At last, the rain came. It was sudden and tremendous. For 2 or 3 moons, the sun had been gathering strength till it seemed to breathe a breath of fire on the earth. All the grass had long been scorched brown, and the sands felt like live coals to the feet. Evergreen trees wore a dusty coat of brown. The birds were silenced in the forests, and the world lay panting under the life vibrating it. And then came the clap of thunder. It was an angry, metallic, thirsty clap, unlike the deep and liquid rumbling of the rainy season. A mighty wind arose and filled the air with dust. Palm trees swayed as the wind combed their leaves into flying crests like strange and fantastic coifel. When the rain finally came, it was in large, solid drops of frozen water, which the people called the knots of the water of heaven. They were hard and painful on the body as they fell, yet young people ran about happily, picking up the cold nuts and throwing them into their mouths to melt. The earth quickly came to life, and the birds in the forest fluttered around and chirped merrily. A vague scent of life and green vegetation was diffused in the air. As the rain began to fall more soberly and in smaller liquid drops, children sought for shelter, and all were happy, refreshed, and thankful. Okonkwo and his family worked very hard to plant a new farm, but it was like beginning life anew, without the vigor and enthusiasm of youth, like learning to become left-handed in old age. Work no longer had for him the pleasure it used to have, and when there was no work to do, he sat in a silent half-sleep. His life had been ruled by a great passion to become one of the lords of the clan. That had been his life spring, and he had all but achieved it. Then everything had been broken. He had been cast out of his clan like a fish onto a dry, sandy beach, panting clearly. Clearly, his personal god, Ochi, was not made for great things. A man could not rise beyond the destiny of his chi. The saying of the elders was not true, that if a man said yes, his chi also affirmed. Here was a man whose chi said nay, despite his own affirmation. The old man, Uchendu, saw clearly that Okonkwo had yielded to despair, and he was greatly troubled. He would speak to him after the Saifi ceremony. The youngest of Uchendu's 5 sons, Amiku, was marrying a new wife. The bride price had been paid, and all but the last ceremony had been performed. Amiku and his children had taken palm wine to the bride's kinsmen about 2 months before Okonkwo's arrival in Mbanta. And so it was time for the final ceremony of confession. The daughters of the family were all there, some of them having come a long way from their homes in distant villages. Uchendu's eldest daughter had come from Obot, nearly half a day's journey away. The daughters of Uchendu's brother were also there. It was a full gathering of Umuada, in the same way as they would meet if a death occurred in the family. There were 22 of them. They sat in a big circle on the ground, and the bride sat in the center with a hen in her right hand. Uchendu sat by her, holding the ancestral staff of the family. All the other men stood outside the circle, watching. The wives watched also. It was evening, and the sun was setting. Uchendu's eldest daughter, Njide, asked the questions. Remember that if you do not answer truthfully, you will suffer or even die at childbirth, she began. How many men have lain with you since my brother first expressed the desire to marry you? None, she replied simply. Answer truthfully, urged the women. None, asked Njide. None? None, she answered. Swear on this staff of my father's, said Uchendu. I swear, said the bride. Uchendu took the hen from her, slit its throat with a sharp knife, and allowed some of the blood to fall on his ancestral staff. From that day, Amiku took the young bride to his hut, and she became his wife. The daughters of the family did not return to their homes immediately, but spent 2 or 3 days with their kinsmen. On the second day, Uchendu called together his sons and daughters and his nephew, Okonkwo. The men brought their goatskin mats with which they sat on the floor, and the women sat on the sisal mat spread on a raised bank of earth. Uchendu pulled gently at his grey beard and gnashed his teeth. Then he began to speak, quietly and deliberately, picking his words with great care. It is Okonkwo that I primarily wish to speak to, he began, but I want all of you to note what I am going to say. I am an old man and you are all children. I know more about the world than any of you. If there is anyone among you who thinks he knows more, let him speak up. He paused, but no one spoke. Why is Okonkwo with us today? This is not his clan. We are only his mother's kinsmen. He does not belong here. He is an exile, condemned for 7 years to live in a strange land. And so he is bowed with grief. But there is just one question I would like to ask him. Can you tell me, Okonkwo, why is it that one of the commonest names we give our children is Neka, or Mother is Supreme? We all know that a man is the head of the family, and his wives do his bidding. A child belongs to its father and his family, and not to its mother and her family. A woman belongs to his fatherland and not to his motherland. And yet we say, Neka, mother is supreme. Why is that? There was silence. I want Okonkwo to answer me, said Uchendu. I do not know the answer, Okonkwo replied. You do not know the answer? So you see that you are a child? You have many wives and many children. More children than I have. You are a greater man in your clan, but you are still a child. My child, listen to me, and I shall tell you. But there is one more question I shall ask. Why is it that when a woman dies, she is taken home to be buried with her own kinsmen? She is not buried with her husband's kinsmen. Why is that? Your mother was brought home to me and buried with my people. Why is that? Okonkwo shook his head. He does not know that either, said Uchendu. And yet he is full of sorrow, because he has come to live in his motherland for a few years. He laughed a mirthless laughter and turned to his sons and daughters. What about you? Can you answer my question? They all shook their heads. Then listen to me, he said, and cleared his throat. It is true that a child belongs to its father. But when a father beats a child, it seeks sympathy in its mother's heart. A man belongs to his fatherland when things are good and life is sweet. But when there is sorrow and bitterness, he finds refuge in his motherland. Your mother is here to protect you. She is buried here, and that is why we say that mother is supreme. Is it right that you, Okonkwo, should bring to your mother a heavy face and refuse to be comforted? Be careful, or you may displease the dead. Your duty is to make comfort. Your duty is to comfort your wives and children and take them back to your fatherland after 7 years. But if you allow sorrow to weigh you down and kill you, they will all die in exile. He paused for a long while. There are now your kinsmen. He waved at his sons and daughters. You think you are the greatest sufferer in the world? Do you know that the men are sometimes banished for life? Do you know that men sometimes lose all their yams and even their children? I had 6 wives once. I have none now except that young girl who knows not her right from her left. Do you know how many children I have buried? Children I begat in my youth and strength. 22. I did not hang myself. I am still alive. If you think you are the greatest sufferer in the world, ask my daughter Akweni how many twins she had born and thrown away. Have you not heard the song that they sing when a woman dies? For whom is it well? For whom is it well? There is no one for whom it is well. I have no more to say to you. It was in the 2nd year of Okonkwo's exile that his friend Obierika came to visit him. Chapter 14. It was in the 2nd year of Okonkwo's exile that his friend Obierika came to visit him. He brought with him 2 young men, each of them carrying a heavy bag on his head. Okonkwo helped them put down their loads. It was clear that the bags were full of cowries. Okonkwo was very happy to receive his friend. His wife and children were very happy too, and so were his cousins and their wives. when he sent for them and told them who his guest was. "You must take him to salute our father," said one of the cousins. "Yes," replied Okonkwo, "we are going directly." But before they went, he whispered something to his first wife. She nodded, and soon the children were chasing one of their cocks. Uchendu had been told by one of his grandchildren that 3 strangers had come to Okonkwo's house. He was therefore waiting to receive them. He held out his hands to them when they came into his obi, and after they had shaken hands, he asked Okonkwo who they were. "This is Obierika, my great friend. I have already spoken to you about him." "Yes," said the old man, turning to Obierika. "My son, he has told me about you, and I am happy you have come to see us. I knew your father Iweka. He was a great man. He had many friends here and came to see them quite often. Those were good days when a man had friends in distant clans. Your generation does not know that. You stay at home, afraid of your next door neighbor. Even a man's motherland is strange to him nowadays." He looked at Okonkwo. "I am an old man, and I like to talk. That is all I am good for now." He got up painfully, went into an inner room, and came back with a kola nut. "Who are the young men with you?" he asked as he sat down. "Who are the young men with you?" he asked as he sat down again on his goat skin. Okonkwo told him. "Ah," he said, "welcome, my sons." "Ah," he said, "welcome, my sons." He presented the kola nut to them, and when they had seen it and thanked him, he broke it, and they ate. "Go into that room," he said to Okonkwo, pointing with his finger. "You will find a pot of wine there." Okonkwo brought the wine, and they began to drink. It was an old saying and very strong. "Yes," said Okonkwo after a long silence. "People traveled more in those days. There is not a single clan that in these parts that I do not know very well. Aninta, Umuazu, Ikocha, Elumelu, Abame, I know them all." Have you heard, asked Obierika, "that Abame is no more?" "How is that?" asked Uchendu. "How is that?" asked Uchendu and Okonkwo together. "Abame has been wiped out," said Obierika. "It is a strange and terrible story." If I had not seen the few survivors with my own eyes and heard their story with my own ears, I would not have believed. Was it not on an Eke market day that they fled into Umuafia? He asked his 2 companions, and they nodded their heads. 3 moons ago, said Obierika, on an Eke market day, a little band of fugitives came into our town. Most of them were sons of our land, whose mothers had been buried with us. But there were some, too, who came because they had friends in our town, and others who could think of nowhere else open to escape. And so they fled into Mafia with a woeful story. He drank his palm wine, and Okonkwo filled his horn again. He continued. During the last planting season, a white man had appeared in their clan. An albino, suggested Okonkwo. He was an albino. He was quite different. He sipped his wine, and he was riding an iron horse. The first people who saw him ran away, but he stood beckoning to them. In the end, the fearless ones went near and even touched him. The elders consulted their oracle, and it told them that the strange man would break their clan and spread destruction among them. Obierika again drank a little of his wine, and so they killed the white man and tied his iron horse to their sacred tree because it looked as if it would run away to call the man's friends. I forgot to tell you among another thing which the oracle said. It said that other white men were on their way. They were locusts, it said, and that first man was their harbinger sent to explore the terrain, and so they killed him. What did the white man say before they killed him? Asked Uchendu. He said nothing, answered one of Obierika's companions. He said something, only they did not understand him, said Obierika. He seemed to speak through his nose. One of the men told me, said Obierika's other companion, that he repeated over and over again a word that resembled Mbaino. Perhaps he had been going to Mbaino and had lost his way. Anyway, resumed Obierika, they killed him and tied up his iron horse. This was before the planting season began. For a long time, nothing happened. The rains had come and yams had been sown. The iron horse was still tied to the sacred silk cotton tree. And then one morning, 3 white men led by a band of ordinary men like us came to the clan. They saw the iron horse and went away again. Most of the men and women in Abame had gone to their farms. Only a few of them saw these white men and their followers. For many market weeks, nothing else happened. They have a big market in Abame on every other Afo day. And as you know, the whole clan gathers here. That was the day it happened. The 3 white men and a very large number of other men surrounded the market. They must have used a powerful medicine to make themselves invisible until the market was full. And they began to shoot. Everybody was killed, except the old and the sick who were at home, and a handful of men and women whose chi were wide awake, and brought them out of that market. He paused. Their clan is now completely empty. Even the sacred fish in their mysterious lake have fled, and the lake has turned the color of blood. A great evil has come upon their land, as the oracle had warned. There was a long silence. Uchendu ground his teeth together audibly. Then he burst out. Never kill a man who says nothing. Those men of Abame were fools. What did they know about the man? He ground his teeth again and told a story to illustrate his point. Mordecai once sent her daughter to bring food. She went and brought back a duckling. You have done very well, said Mordecai to her daughter. But tell me, What did the mother of the duckling say when you swooped and carried its child away? It said nothing, replied the young kite. It just walked away. You must return. The duckling, said Mother Kite. There is something ominous behind the silence. And so Daughter Kite returned the duckling and took a chick instead. What did the mother of the chick do? Asked the old kite. It cried and raved and cursed me, said the young kite. Then we can eat the chick, said the mother. There is nothing to fear from someone who shouts. Those men of Abame were fools. They were fools, said Okonkwo. After a pause, they had been warned that danger was ahead. They should have armed themselves with their guns and their machetes, even when they went to market. They have paid for their foolishness, said Obierika. But I am greatly afraid. We have heard stories about white men who made the powerful guns and the strong drinks and took slaves away across the seas, but no one thought the stories were true. There is no story that is not true, said Uchendu. The world has no end, and what is good among one people is an abomination with others. We have albinos among us. Do you not think that they came to our clan by mistake, and that they have strayed from their way to a land where everybody is like them? Okonkwo's first wife soon finished her cooking and set before their guests a big meal of pounded yam and bitter leaf soup. Okonkwo's son, Nwoye, brought in a pot of sweet wine tapped from the raffia palm. You are a big man now, Obierika said to Nwoye. Your friend Anene asked me to greet you. Is he well? Asked Nwoye. We are all well, said Obierika. Ezima brought them a bowl of water with which to wash their hands. After that, they began to eat and to drink the wine. When did you set out from home? Asked Okonkwo. We had meant to set out from my house before cockcrow, said Obierika. But Nweke did not appear until it was quite light. Never make an early morning appointment with a man who has just married a new wife. They all laughed. Has Nweke married a wife? Asked Okonkwo. He has married Okadibo's second daughter, said Obierika. That is very good, said Okonkwo. I do not blame you for not hearing the cock crow. When they had eaten, Obierika pointed at the 2 heavy bags. That is the money from your farms, from your yams, he said. I sold the big ones as soon as you left. Later on, I sold some of the seed yams and gave out orders to sharecroppers. I shall do that every year until you return. But I thought you would need the money now, and so I brought it. Who knows what may happen tomorrow? Perhaps green men will come to our clan and shoot us. God will not permit it, said Okonkwo. I do not know how to thank you. Can I tell you, said Obierika, kill one of your sons for me. That will not be enough, said Okonkwo. Then kill yourself, said Obierika. Forgive me, said Okonkwo, smiling. I shall not talk about thanking you anymore. Chapter 16. When nearly 2 years later, Obierika paid another visit to his friend in exile, the circumstances were less happy. The missionaries had come to Umuofia. They had built their church there, won a handful of converts, and were already sending evangelists to the surrounding towns and villages. That was a source of great sorrow to the leaders of the clan. But many of them believed that the strange faith and the white man's God would not last. None of his converts was a man whose word was heeded in the assembly of the people. None of them was a man of title. They were mostly the kind of people that were called efulefu, worthless, empty men. The imagery of an efulefu in the language of the clan was a man who sold his machete and wore the sheet to battle. Chielo, the priestess of Abala, called the converts the excrement of the clan, and the new faith was a mad dog that had come to eat it up. What moved Obierika to visit Okonkwo was the sudden appearance of the latter's son, Nwoye, among the missionaries in Umuofia. "What are you doing here?" Obierika had asked when, after many difficulties, the missionaries had allowed him to speak to the boy. "I am one of them," replied Nwoye. "How is your father?" Obierika asked, not knowing what else to say. "I don't know. He is not my father," said Nwoye unhappily. And so Obierika went to Mbanta to see his friend and found that Okonkwo did not wish to speak about Nwoye. It was only from Nwoye's mother that he heard scraps of the story. The arrival of the missionaries had caused a considerable stir in the village of Mbanta. There were six of them, and one was a white man. Every man came out to see the white man. Stories about these strange men had grown since one of them had been killed in Abame and his iron horse tied to the sacred silk cotton tree. And so everybody was at home. The harvest was over. And so everybody came to see the white man. It was the time of the year when everybody was at home. The harvest was over. When they had all gathered, the white man began to speak to them. He spoke through an interpreter who was an Igbo man, though his dialect was different and harsh to the ears of Mbanta. Many people laughed at his dialect and the way he used words. Strangely, instead of saying myself, he always said my buttocks. But he was a man of commanding presence, and the clansmen listened to him. He said he was one of them, as they could see from his color and his language. The other 4 black men were also their brothers, although one of them did not speak Igbo. The white man was also their brother, because they were all sons of God. And he told them about his new God, the creator of all the world and all the men and women. He told them that they worshipped false gods, gods of wood and stone. A deep murmur went through the crowd when he said this. He told them that the true God lived on high, and that all men, when they died, went before him for judgment. Evil men and all the heathen who in their blindness bowed to wood and stone were thrown into a fire that burned like palm oil. But good men who worshipped the true God lived forever in his happy kingdom. We have been sent by this great God to ask you to leave your wicked ways and false gods and return to him, so that you may be saved when you die. He said, "Your buttocks understand our language," said someone lightheartedly, and the crowd laughed. What did he say? The white man asked his interpreter. But before he could answer, another man asked a question. Where is the white man's horse? He asked. The Igbo evangelists consulted among themselves and decided that the man probably meant bicycle. They told the white man, and he smiled benevolently. Tell them, he said, that I shall bring many iron horses when we have settled down among them. Some of them will even ride the iron horses themselves. This was interpreted to them, but very few of them heard. They were talking excitedly among themselves because the white man had said he was going to live among them. They had not thought about that. At this point, an old man said he had a question. Which is this God of yours? He asked. The God of the earth, the God of the sky, Amadiola of the thunderbolt, or what? The interpreter spoke to the white man, and he immediately gave his answer. All the gods you have named are not gods at all. They are gods of deceit, who tell you to kill your fellows and destroy innocent children. There is only one true God, and he has the earth, the sky, you and me and all of us. If we leave our gods and follow your God, asked another man, who will protect us from the danger of our neglected God and ancestors? Your gods are not alive and cannot do you any harm, replied the white man. They are pieces of wood and stone. When this was interpreted to the men of Mbanta, they broke into derisive laughter. These men must be mad, they said to themselves. How else could they say that Ane and Amadioha were harmless? Idemmili and Ogugutu, and some of them began to walk away. Then the missionaries burst into song. It was one of those gay and rollicking tunes of evangelism, which had the power of plucking at silent and dusty chords in the heart. The interpreter explained each verse to the audience, some of whom now stood enthralled. It was a story of brothers who lived in darkness and in fear, ignorant of the love of God. It told of one sheep out on the hills, away from the gates of God and from the tender sheep's care. After the singing, the interpreter spoke about the Son of God, whose name was Jesus Christ. Okonkwo, who only stayed in the hope that it might come to chasing the men out of the village or wiping them, now said, You told us with your own mouth that there was only one God. Now you talk about his son. You must have a wife then. The crowd agreed. I did not say he had a wife, said the interpreter, somewhat lamely. Your buttock said he had a son, said the joker. So he must have a wife, and all of them must have buttocks. The missionary ignored him and went on to talk about the Holy Trinity. At the end of it, Okonkwo was fully convinced that the man was mad. He shrugged his shoulders and went away to tap his afternoon palm wine. There was a young lad who had been captivated. His name was Nwoye, Okonkwo's first son. It was not the mad logic of the Trinity that captivated him. He did not understand it. It was the poetry of the new religion. Something felt in the marrow. The hymn about brothers who sat in darkness and in fear seemed to answer a vague and persistent question that haunted his young soul. The question of the twins crying in the bush, and the question of Ikemefuna, who was killed. He felt a relief within as the hymn poured into his parched soul. The words of the hymn were like the drops of frozen rain melting on the dry palate of panting earth. Nwoye's callow mind was greatly puzzled. Chapter 17. The missionaries spent their first 4 or 5 nights in the marketplace and went into the village in the morning to preach the gospel. They asked who the king of the village was, but the villagers told them that there was no king. "We have men of high title and the chief priests and elders," they said. It was not very easy getting the men of high title and the elders together after the excitement of the first day, but the memories persevered, and in the end, they were received by the rulers of Mbanta. They asked for a plot of land to build their church. Every clan and village had its evil forest. In it were buried all those who died of the really evil diseases like leprosy and smallpox. Those who died of the really evil diseases like leprosy and smallpox. It was also the dumping ground for the potent fetishes of great medicine men when they died. An evil forest was therefore alive with sinister forces and powers of darkness. It was such a forest that the rulers of Mbanta gave to the missionaries. They did not really want them in their clan, and so they made them that offer which nobody in his right senses would accept. "They want a piece of land to build their shrine," said Uchendu to his peer when they consulted among themselves. "We shall give them a piece of land." He paused, and there was a murmur of surprise and disagreement. "Let us give them a portion of the evil forest. They boast about victory over death. Let us give them a real battlefield in which to show their victory." They laughed and agreed and sent for the missionaries, whom they had asked to leave them for a while so that they might whisper together. They offered them as much of the evil forest as they cared to take. And to their greatest amazement, the missionaries thanked them and burst into song. "Oh, they do not understand," said some of the elders, "but they will understand when they go to their plot of land tomorrow." Tomorrow morning, and they dispersed. The next morning, the crazy men actually began to clear a part of the forest and to build their house. The inhabitants of Mbanta expected them all to be dead within 4 days. The first day passed, and the second, and third, and fourth, and none of them died. Everyone was puzzled. And then it became known that the white man's fetish had unbelievable power. It was said that he wore glasses on his eyes so that he could see and talk to evil spirits. Not long after, he won his first 3 converts. Although Nwoye had been attracted to the new faith from the very first day, he kept it a secret. He dared not go too near the missionaries for fear of his father. But whenever they came to preach in the open marketplace or village playground, Nwoye was there, and he was already beginning to know some of the simple stories they told. "We have now built a church," said Mr. Kiaga, the interpreter, who was now in charge of the infant congregation. The white man had gone back to Umuafia, where he built his headquarters, and from where he paid regular visits to Mr. Kiaga's congregation at Mbanta. "We have now built a church," said Mr. Kiaga, "and we want you all to come in every 7th day to worship the true God." On the following Sunday, Nwoye passed and repassed the little red earth and thatched building without summoning enough courage to enter. He heard the voice of singing, and although it came from a handful of men, it was loud and confident. Their church stood on a circular clearing that looked like the open mouth of the evil forest. Was it waiting to snap its teeth together, after passing and repassing by the church, Nwoye returned home. It was well known among the people of Mbanta that their gods and ancestors were sometimes long-suffering and would deliberately allow a man to go on defying them. But even in such cases, they set their limits at 7 market weeks or 28 days. Beyond that limit, no man was suffered to go. And so excitement mounted in the village as the 7th week approached. Since the impudent missionaries built their church in the evil forest. The villagers were so certain about the doom that awaited these men that 1 or 2 converts thought it wise to suspend their allegiance to the new faith. At last, the day came by which all missionaries should have died, but they were still alive, building a new red earth thatched house for their teacher, Mr. Kiaga. That week, they won a handful more converts, and for the first time, they had a woman. Her name was Neka, the wife of Amadi, who was a prosperous farmer. She was very heavy with child. Neka had had 4 previous pregnancies and childbirth, but each time she had born twins, and they had been immediately thrown away. Her husband and his family were already becoming highly critical of such a woman and were not unduly perturbed when they found she had fled to join Christians. It was a good riddance. One morning, Okonkwo's cousin Amiku was passing by the church on his way from the neighboring village when he saw Nwoye among the Christians. He was greatly surprised, and when he got home, he went straight to Okonkwo's hut and told him what he had seen. The women began to talk excitedly, but Okonkwo was unmoved. It was late afternoon before Nwoye returned. He went into the obi and saluted his father, but he did not answer. Nwoye turned round to walk into the inner compound when his father suddenly overcame with fury, sprang up to his feet and gripped him by the neck. "Where have you been?" he stammered. Nwoye struggled to free himself from the choking grip. "Answer me." "Answer me," roared Okonkwo, "before I kill you." He seized a heavy stick that lay on the dwarf wall and hit him 2 or 3 savage blows. "Answer me," he roared again. Nwoye stood looking at him and did not say a word. The women were screaming outside, afraid to go in. "Leave that boy at once," said a voice in the outer compound. It was Okonkwo's uncle, Uchendu. "Are you mad?" Okonkwo did not answer, but he left hold of Nwoye, who walked away and never returned. He went back to the church and told Mr. Kiaga that he had decided to go to Umuofia, where the white missionary had set up a school to teach young Christians to read and write. Mr. Kiaga's joy was very great. "Blessed is he who forsakes his father and his mother for my sake," he intoned. "Those that hear my words are my father and my mother." As Okonkwo sat in his hut that night, gazing into a log fire, he thought over the matter. A sudden fury rose within him, and he felt a strong desire to take up his machete, go to the church, and wipe out the entire vile and miscreant gang. But on further thought, he told himself that Nwoye was not worth fighting for. Why, he cried in his heart, should he, Okonkwo, of all people, be cursed with such a son? He saw clearly in it the finger of his personal god or chi. For how else could he explain his great misfortune and exile, and now his despicable son's behavior? Now that he had time to think of it, his son's crime stood out in its stark enormity. To abandon the gods of one's father and go about with a lot of effeminate men clucking like old hens was the very depth of abomination. Suppose when he died, all his male children decided to follow Nwoye's step and abandon their ancestors. Okonkwo felt a cold shudder run through him at the terrible prospect, like the prospect of annihilation. He saw himself and his fathers crowding round the ancestral shrine, waiting in vain for worship and sacrifices, and finding nothing but ashes of bygone days. And his children, the while praying to the white man's God. If such a thing were to happen, he, Okonkwo, would wipe them off the face of the earth. Okonkwo was popularly called the roaring flame. As he looked into the log fire, he recalled the name. He was a flaming fire. How then could he have begotten a son like Nwoye, degenerate and effeminate? Perhaps he was not his son. No, he could not. His wife had played him false. He would teach her. But Nwoye resembled his grandfather, Unoaka, who was Okonkwo's father. He pushed the thought out of his mind. He, Okonkwo, was called a flaming fire. How could he have begotten a woman for a son? At Nwoye's age, Okonkwo had already become famous throughout Umuahia for his wrestling and fearlessness. He sighed heavily, and as if in sympathy with the smoldering log, also sighed. And immediately Okonkwo's eyes were open, and he saw the whole matter clearly. Living fire begets cold, important ash. Living fire begets cold, important ash. He sighed again, deeply. Chapter 18. The young church in Mbanta had a few crises early in its life. At first, the clan had assumed that it would not survive, but it had gone on living and gradually becoming stronger. The clan was worried, but not overmuch. If a gang of Efulefu decided to live in the evil forest, it was their own affair. When one came to think of it, the evil forest was a fit home for such undesirable people. It was true they were rescuing twins from the bush, but they never brought them into the village. As far as the villagers were concerned, the twins still remained where they had been thrown away. Surely, the earth goddess would not visit the sins of the missionaries on the innocent villagers. But on one occasion, the missionaries had tried to overstep the bounds. 3 converts had gone into the village and boasted openly that all the gods were dead and impotent, and that they were prepared to defy them by burning all the shrines. "Go and burn your mother's genitals," said one of the priests. The men were seized and beaten until they streamed with blood. After that, nothing happened for a long time between the church and the clan. But stories were already gaining ground that the white man had not only brought a religion, but also a government. It was said that they had built a place of judgment in Umuahia to protect the followers of their religion. It was even said that they had hanged one man who killed a missionary. Although such stories were now often told, they looked like fairy tales in Mbanta and did not as yet affect the relationship between the new church and the clan. There was no question of killing a missionary here, for Mr. Kiaga, despite his madness, was quite harmless. As for his converts, no one could kill them without having to flee from the clan. For, in spite of their worthlessness, they still belonged to the clan. The stories about the white man's government or the consequences of killing the Christians if they became more troublesome than they already were, they would simply be driven out of the clan. And the little church was at that moment too deeply absorbed in its own troubles to annoy the clan. It all began over the question of admitting outcasts. These outcasts, or Osu, seeing that the new religion welcomed twins, and such abominations, thought that it was possible that they would also be received. And so, one Sunday, 2 of them went into the church. There was an immediate stir, but so great was the work the new religion had done among the converts that they did not immediately leave the church when the outcasts came in. Those who found themselves nearest to them merely moved to another seat. It was a miracle, but it only lasted till the end of service. The whole church raised a protest and were about to drive these people out when Mr. Kiaga stopped them and began to explain. Before God, he said, there is no slave or free. We are all children of God, and we must receive these our brothers. You do not understand, said one of the converts. What will the heathen say of us when they hear that we receive Osu into our midst? They will laugh. Let them laugh, said Mr. Kiaga. God will laugh at them on the judgment day. Why do the nations rage and the peoples imagine a vain thing? He that seated in the heavens shall laugh. The Lord shall have them in derision. You do not understand, the convert maintained. You are our teacher, and you can teach us the things of the new faith. But this is a matter which we know. And he told him what an Osu was. He was a person dedicated to a god, a thing or set apart, a taboo forever, and his children after him. He could neither marry nor be married by the freeborn. He was in fact an outcast, living in a special area of the village, close to the great shrine. Wherever he went, he carried with him the mask of his forbidden caste, long, tangled, and dirty hair. A razor was taboo to him, and Osu could not attend an assembly of freeborn, and they, in turn, could not shelter under his roof. He could not take any of the 4 titles of the clan, and when he died, he was buried by his kind in the evil forest. How could such a man be a follower of Christ? He needs Christ more than you and I, said Mr. Kiaga. Then I shall go back to the clan, said the convert, and he went. Mr. Kiaga stood firm, and it was his firmness that saved the young church. The wavering converts drew inspiration and confidence from his unshakable faith. He ordered the outcasts to shave off their long, tangled hair. At first, they were afraid they might die. Unless you shave off the mark of your heathen belief, I will not admit you into the church, said Mr. Kiaga. You fear that you will die. Why should that be? How are you different from other men who shave their hair. The same God created you and them, but they have cast you out like lepers. It is against the will of God, who has promised everything everlasting life to all who believe in his Holy Spirit, in his holy name. The heathen say you will die if you do not do this or that, and you are afraid. They also said I would die if I built my church on this ground. Am I dead? They said I would die if I took care of twins. I am still alive. The heathen speak nothing but falsehood. Only the word of God is true. The two outcasts shaved off their hair, and soon they were among the strongest adherents of the new faith. And what was more, nearly all the Osu in Mbanta followed their example. It was in fact one of them who in his zeal brought the church into serious conflict with the clan a year later by killing the sacred python, the emanation of the god of water. The royal python was the most revered animal in Mbanta and all the surrounding clans. It was addressed as our father and was allowed to go wherever it chose, even into people's beds. It ate rats in the house and sometimes swallowed hen eggs. If a clansman killed a royal python accidentally, he made sacrifices of atonement and performed an expensive burial ceremony, such as was done for a great man. No punishment was prescribed for a man who killed the python knowingly. Nobody thought that such a thing could ever happen. Perhaps it never did happen. That was the way the clan at first looked at it. No one had actually seen the man do it. The story had arisen among the Christians themselves. But all the same, the rulers and elders of Mbanta assembled to decide on their action. Many of them spoke at great length and in fury. The spirit of war was upon them. Okonkwo, who had begun to play a part in the affairs of his motherland, said that until the abominable gang was chased out of the village with whips, there would be no peace. But there were many others who saw the situation differently, and it was their counsel that prevailed in the end. It is not common to fight. It is not our custom to fight for our gods, said one of them. Let us not presume to do so now. If a man kills a sacred python in the secrecy of his hut, the matter lies between him and the god. We did not see it. If we put ourselves between the gods and this victim, we may receive blows intended for the offender. When a man blasphemes, what do? Do we go and stop his mouth? No. We put our fingers into our ears to stop hearing. That is a wise action. Let us not reason like cowards, said Okonkwo. If a man comes into my hut and defecates on the floor, what do? Do I shut my eyes? No, I take a stick and break his head. That is what a man does. These people are daily pouring filth over us. And Okeke says we should pretend not to see. He thought, such a thing could never happen in this fatherland, Umaya. Okonkwo has spoken the truth, said another man. We should do something. But let us ostracize these men. We would then not only be accountable for their abominations, everybody in the assembly spoke, and in the end it was decided to ostracize the Christians. Okonkwo ground his teeth in disgust. That night, a bell was rung. A bellman went through the length and breadth of Mbanta, proclaiming that the adherents of the new faith were thenceforth excluded from the life and privileges of the clan. The Christians had grown in number and were now a small community of men, women, and children, self-assured and confident. Mr. Brown, the white missionary, paid regular visits to them. When I think that it is only 18 months since the seed was first sown among you, he said, I marvel at what the Lord has wrought. It was Wednesday in Holy Week, and Mr. Kiaga had asked the women to bring red earth and white chalk and water to scrub the church for Easter. And the women had formed themselves into 3 groups for this purpose. They set out early that morning, some of them with their water pots to the stream, another group with hoes and baskets to the village red earth pit, and the others to the chalk quarry. Mr. Kiaga was praying in the church when he heard the women talking excitedly. He rounded off his prayer and went to see what it was all about. The women had come to the church with empty water pots. They said that some young men had chased them away from the stream with whips. Soon after, the women who had gone for red earth returned with the empty baskets. Some of them had been heavily whipped. The chalk women also returned to tell a similar story. What does it all mean? Asked Mr. Kiaga, who was greatly perplexed. The village has outlawed us, said one of the women. The bellman announced it last night, but it is not our custom to debar anyone from the stream or quarry. Another woman said, they want to ruin us. They will not allow us into the markets. They have said so. Mr. Kiaga was going to send into the village for his converts when he saw them coming on their own. Of course, they had all heard the bellman, but they had never in all their lives heard of women being debarred from the stream. Come along, they said to the women. We will go with you to meet those cowards. Some of them had big sticks, some even machetes. But Mr. Kiaga restrained them. He went first to know why they had been outlawed. They say that Okoli killed the sacred python, said one man. It is false, said another. Okoli told me himself that it was false. Okoli was not there to answer. He had fallen ill on the previous night. Before the day was over, he was dead. His death showed that the gods were still able to fight their own battles. The clan saw no reason then for molesting the Christians. Chapter 19. The last big rains of the year were falling. It was the time for trading red earth with which to build walls. It was not done earlier because the rains were too heavy and would have washed away the heap of trodden earth. And it could not be done later because harvesting would soon set in. And after that, a dry season. It was going to be Okonkwo's last harvest in Mbanta. The seven wasted and weary years were at last dragging to a close. Although he had prospered in his motherland, Okonkwo knew that he would have prospered even more in Umuafia, in the land of his fathers, where men were bold and warlike. In those 7 years, he would have climbed to the utmost height, and so he regretted every day of his exile. His mother's kinsmen had been very kind to him, and he was grateful. But that did not alter the fact he had called the first child born to him in exile Neka. Mother is supreme. Out of politeness to his mother's kinsmen. But 2 years later, when a son was born, he called him Mwafia, begotten in the wilderness. As soon as he entered his last year in exile, Okonkwo sent money to Obierika to build him 2 huts in his old compound, where he and his family would live until he built more huts and the walls outside of the compound. He could not ask another man to build his own obi for him, nor the walls of his compound. Those things a man built for himself or inherited from his father. As the last heavy rains of the year began to fall, Obierika sent word that the 2 huts that had been built and Okonkwo began to prepare for his return. After the rains, he would have liked to return earlier and build his compound that year before the rain stopped. But in doing so, he would have taken something from the full penalty of 7 years, and that could not be. So he waited impatiently for the dry season to come. It came slowly. The rain became lighter and lighter until it fell in slanting showers. Sometimes the sun shone through the rain, and a light breeze blew. It was a gay and airy kind of rain. The rainbow began to appear, and sometimes 2 rainbows, like a mother and her daughter, the one young and beautiful, and the other an old and faint shadow. The rainbow was called the python of the sky. Okonkwo called his 3 wives and told them to get things together for a great feast. I must thank my mother's kinsmen before I go, he said. Ekwefi still had some cassava left on her farm from the previous year. Neither of the other wives had. It was not that they had been lazy, but that they had many children to feed. It was therefore understood that Ekwefi would not provide cassava for the feast. Nwoye's mother and Ojugo would provide the other things like smoked fish, palm oil, and pepper for the soup. Okonkwo would take care of meat and yams. Ekwefi rose early in the morning on the following morning and went to her farm with her daughter Ezimma and Ojugo's daughter Obiageli to harvest cassava tubers. Each of them carried along cane basket or a machete for cutting down the soft cassava stem and a little hoe for digging out the tuber. Unfortunately, a light rain had fallen during the night, and the soil would not be very hard. It will not take us long to harvest as much as we like, said Ekwefi. But the leaves will be wet, said Ezimma. Her basket was balanced on her head, and her arms folded across her breast. She felt cold. I like cold water dropping on my back, We should have waited for the sun to rise and dry the leaves. Obiageli called her salt because she said that she disliked water. Are you afraid you may dissolve? The harvesting was easy, as Ekwefi had said. Ezima shook every tree violently with a long stick before she bent down to cut the stem and dig out the tuber. Sometimes it was not necessary to dig. They just pulled the stump and ate loose roots snapped below, and the tuber was pulled out. When they had harvested a sizable heap, they carried it down in 2 trips to the stream, where other women had a shallow well for fermenting her cassava. It should be ready in 4 days or even 3, said Obiageli. These are young tubers. They are not all that young, said Ekwefi. I planted the farm nearly 2 years ago. It is a poor soil, and that is why the tubers are so small. Okonkwo never did things by halves. When his wife Ekwefi protested that 2 goats were sufficient for the feast, he told her that it was not her affair. I am calling a feast because I have the wherewithal. I cannot live on the bank of a river and wash my hands with spittle. My mother's people have been good to me, and I must show my gratitude. And so 3 goats were slaughtered and a number of fowls. It was like a wedding feast. There was fufu and yam pottage, egusi soup, and bitter leaf soup, and pots and pots of palm wine. All the Umunna were invited for the feast. All the descendants of Okolo who had lived about 200 years before. The oldest member of this extensive family was Okonkwo's uncle, Uchendu. The kola nut was given to him to break, and he prayed to the ancestors. He asked them for health and children. We do not ask for wealth, because he that hath health and children will also be wealthy. We do not pray to have money, but to have more kinsmen. We are better than animals because we have kinsmen. An animal rubs its itchy flank against a tree. A man asked his kinsman to scratch him. He prayed especially for Okonkwo and his family. As the broken kola nuts were passed round, Okonkwo's wife and children and those who came to help them with the cooking began to bring out their food. His sons brought out the pots of palm wine. There was so much drink and food that many kinsmen whistled in surprise. When all was laid out, Okonkwo rose up to speak. I beg you to accept this little kola. I beg you to accept this little kola. I beg you to accept this little kola, he said. It is not to pay you back for all you did for me in these 7 years. A child cannot pay for its mother's milk. I have only called you together because it is good for king's men to meet. Yam pottage was served first because it was lighter than fufu, and because yam always came first. Then the fufu was served. Because yam always came first, then the fufu was served. Some kingsmen ate it with egusi soup, and others with bitter leaf soup. The meat was then shared so that every member of the umunna had a portion. Every man rose in order of years and took a share. Even the few kinsmen who had not been able to come had their shares taken out for them in due turn. As the palm wine was drunk, one of the oldest members of the umunna rose to thank Okonkwo. If I say that we did not expect such a big feast, I will be suggesting that we did not know how open-handed our son Okonkwo is. We all know him, and we expected a big feast. But it turned out to be even bigger than we expected. Thank you. May all you took out return again tenfold. It is good in those days when the younger generation consider themselves wiser than their sires to see a man doing things in the grand old way. A man who calls his kinsmen to a feast does not do so to save them from starving. They all have food in their own homes. When we gather together in the moonlit village ground, it is not because of the moon. Every man can see it in his own compound. We come together because it is good for kingsmen to do so. You may ask why I am saying all this. I say it because I fear for the younger generation, for you people. He waved his arm where most of the young men sat. As for me, I have only a short while to live, and so have Uchendu and Unachuku. And Emefo. But I fear for you young people, because you do not understand how strong is the bond of kinship. You do not know what it is to speak with one voice, and that is the result. An abominable religion has settled among you. A man can now leave his father and his brother. He can curse the gods of his fathers and his ancestors, like a hunter's dog that suddenly goes mad and turns on his master. I fear for you. I fear for the clan. He turned again to Okonkwo and said, "Thank you for calling us together." Part 3. Part 3. Chapter 20. Part 3, chapter 20. "7 years was a long time to be away from one's clan. A man's place was not always there waiting for him. As soon as he left, someone else rose and filled it. The clan was like a lizard. If it lost its tail, it soon grew another. Okonkwo knew these things. He knew that he had lost his place among the 9 masked spirits who administered justice in the clan. He had lost the chance to lead his warlike clan against the new religion, which he was told had gained ground. He had lost the years in which he might have taken the highest titles in the clan. But some of these losses were not irreparable. He was determined that his return should be marked by his people. he would return with a flourish and regain the 7 wasted years, even in his first year in exile. He had begun to plan for his return. The first thing he would do would be to rebuild his compound on a more magnificent scale. He would rebuild a bigger barn than he had had before, and he would build huts for 2 new wives. Then he would show his wealth by initiating his sons into the Ozo society. Only the really great men in the clan were able to do this. Okonkwo saw clearly the high esteem in which he would be held, and saw himself taking the highest title in the land. As the years of exile passed, one by one, it seemed to him that his chi might now be making amends for the past disaster. His yams grew abundantly, not only in his motherland, but also in Umuafia, where his friend gave him out year by year to sharecroppers. Then the tragedy of his first son had occurred. At first, it appeared as if it might prove too great for his spirit, but it was a resilient spirit, and in the end, Okonkwo overcame his sorrow. He had 5 other sons. He would bring them up in the way of the clan. He sent for the 5 sons, and they came and sat in his obi. The youngest of them was 4 years old. Now, have you all seen the great abomination of your brother? Now he is no longer my son or your brother. I will only have a son who is a man, who will hold his head up among my people. If any one of you prefers to be a woman, let him follow Nwoye now, while I am alive, so that I can curse him. If you turn against me when I am dead, I will visit you and break your neck. Okonkwo was very lucky in his daughters. He never stopped regretting that Ezima was a girl. Of all his children, she alone understood his every mood. A bond of sympathy had grown between them as the years had passed. Ezima grew up in her father's exile and became one of the most beautiful girls in Mbanta. She was called Crystal of Beauty, as her mother had been called in her youth. The young ailing girl who had caused her mother so much heartache had been transformed, almost overnight, into a healthy, buoyant maiden. She had, it was true, her moments of depression, when she would snap at everybody like an angry dog. These moods descended on her suddenly and for no apparent reason, but they were very rare and short-lived. As long as they lasted, she could bear no other person but her father. Many young men and prosperous middle-aged men of Mbanta came to marry her, but she refused them all, because her father had called her one evening and said to her, "There are many good and prosperous people here, but I shall be happy if you marry in Umuafia when we return home." That was all he had said. But Ezima had seen clearly all the thought and hidden meaning behind the few words, and she had agreed. Although they were almost the same age, Ezima wielded a strong influence over her half-sister. She explained to her why they should not marry yet. She agreed also, and so the two of them refused every offer of marriage in Mbanta. I wish she were a boy, Okonkwo thought within himself. She understood things so perfectly. Who else among his children could have read his thoughts so well? With 2 beautiful grown-up daughters, His return to Umuofia would attract considerable attention. His future sons-in-law would be men of authority in the clan. The poor and unknown would not dare to come forth. Umuofia had indeed changed during the 7 years Okonkwo had been in exile. The church had come and led many astray. Not only the lowborn and the outcast, but sometimes a worthy man had joined it. Such a man was Obot, who had taken 2 titles and who, like a madman, had cut the anklet of his titles and cast it away to join the Christians. The white missionary was very proud of him, and he was one of the first men in Umuofia to receive the sacrament of Holy Communion, or Holy Feast, as it was called in Igbo. Obot had thought of the feast in terms of eating and drinking, only more holy than the village variety. He had therefore put his drinking horn into his goatskin bag for the occasion. But apart from the church, the white man had also brought a government. They had built a court where the district commissioner judged cases in ignorance. He had court messengers who brought men to him for trial. Many of these messengers came from Umuru on the bank of the great river, where the white men first came many years before, and where they had built the center of their religion and trade and government. These court messengers were greatly hated in Umuofia because they were foreigners and also arrogant and high-handed. They were called Kotma, and because of their ash-colored shirts, they earned the additional name of Ashy Buttocks. They guarded the prison, which was full of men who had offended against the white man's law. Some of the prisoners had thrown away their twins, and some had molested the Christians. They were beaten in the prison by the Kotma and made to work every morning clearing the government compound and fetching wood for the white commissioner and the court messengers. Some of these prisoners were men of title who should be above such mean occupation. They were aggrieved by the indignity and mourned for their neglected farms. As they cut grass in the morning, the younger men sang in time with the strokes of their masters. Kotma of the ash buttocks, he is fit to be a slave. The white man has no sense. He is fit to be a slave. The court messenger did not like to be called Ashy Buttocks, and they beat the men. But the song spread in Umuofia. Okonkwo's head was bowed in sadness as Obierika told him these things. Perhaps I have been away too long, Okonkwo said, almost to himself. But I cannot understand these things you tell me. What is it that has happened to our people? Why have they lost the power to fight? Have you not heard how the man wiped out Abame? Asked Obierika. I have heard, said Okonkwo, but I have also heard that Abame people were weak and foolish. Why did they not fight back? Had they no guns and machetes? We would be cowards to compare ourselves with the men of Abame. Their fathers had never dared to stand before our ancestors. We must fight these men and drive them from the land. It is already too late, said Obierika sadly. Our own men and our sons have joined the ranks of the stranger. They have joined his religion, and they help to uphold his government. If we should try to drive out the white men in Umuofia, we should find it easy. There are only 2 of them, but what of our people who are following their way and have been given power? They would go to Umuru and bring the soldiers, and we would be like Abame. He paused for a moment, for a long time, and then said, I told you on my last visit to Mbanta how they hanged Aneto. What has happened to that piece of land in dispute? Asked Okonkwo. The white man's court has decided that it should belong to Nnamma's family. who had given much money to the white man's messengers and interpreters. Does the white man understand our custom about land? How can he, when he does not even speak our language? But he says that our customs are bad, and our own brothers who have taken up his religion also say that our customs are bad. How do you think we can fight when our own brothers have turned against us? How do you think we can fight when our own brothers have turned against us? The white man is very clever. He came quietly and peaceably with his religion. We were amused at his foolishness and allowed him to stay. Now he has won our brothers, and our heart and our clan can no longer act like one. He has put a knife on the things that held us together, and we have fallen apart. How did they get hold of Aneto to hang him? Asked Okonkwo. When he killed Oduche in the fight over the land, he fled to Aninta to escape the wrath of the people of the earth. This was about 8 days after the fight, because Oduche had not died immediately from his wounds. It was on the 7th day that he died. But everybody knew that he was going to die, and Aneto got his belongings together in readiness to flee. But the Christians had told the white man about the accident, and he sent his courtman to catch Aneto. He was imprisoned with all the leaders of his family. In the end, Oduche died, and Aneto was taken to Omoro and hanged. The other people were released, but even now, they have not found the mouth with which to tell their offspring. The two men sat in silence for a long while afterwards. The two men sat in silence for a long while afterwards. Chapter 21. There were many men and women in Umuafia who did not feel as strongly as Okonkwo about the new dispensation. The white man had indeed brought a lunatic religion, but he had also built a trading store, and for the first time, palm oil and kernel became things of great price, and much money flowed into Umuafia. And even in the matter of religion, there was a growing feeling that there might be something in it after all, something vaguely akin to method in the overwhelming madness. This growing feeling was due to Mr. Brown, the white missionary, who was very firm in restraining his flock from provoking the wrath of the clan. One member in particular was very difficult to restrain. His name was Enoch, and his father was a priest of the snake cult. The story went around that Enoch had killed and eaten the sacred python, and that his father had cursed him. Mr. Brown preached against such excess of zeal. Everything was possible, he told his energetic flock, but everything was not expedient. And so Mr. Brown came to be respected even by the clan, because he trod softly on his faith. He made friends with some of the great men of the clan, and on one of his frequent visits to the neighboring villages, he had been presented with a carved elephant tusk, which was a sign of dignity and rank. One of the great men in that village was called Akunna, and he had given one of his sons to be taught the white man's knowledge in M. Brown's school. Whenever Mr. Brown went to that village, he spent long hours with Akunna in his obi, talking through an interpreter about religion. None of them succeeded in converting the other, but they learned more about their different beliefs. You say there is one supreme God who made heaven and earth, said Akunna on one of Mr. Brown's visits. We also believe in him and call him Chukwu. He made all the world and other gods. There are no other gods, said Mr. Brown. Chukwu is the only God, and all others are false. Sweet. You carve a piece of wood like that one. He pointed at the rafters which Akunna's carved Ikenga hung. And you call it a god? But it is still a piece of wood. Yes, said Akunna. It is indeed a piece of wood. The tree from which it came was made by Chukwu, as indeed all minor gods were. But he made them for his messengers, so that he could approach him through them. It is like yourself. You are the head of your church. No, protested Mr. Brown. The head of my church is God himself. I know, said Akunna, but there must be a head in this world among men. Somebody like yourself must be the head here. The head of my church is, in that sense, is in England. That is exactly what I'm saying. The head of your church is in your country. He has sent you here as his messenger, and you have also appointed your own messengers and servants. Or let me take another example. The district commissioner. He is sent by your king. They have a queen, said the interpreter in his own account. Your queen sends her messenger, the district commissioner. He finds that he cannot do the work alone, and so he appoints Kotma to help him. It is the same with God, or Chukwu. He appoints the smaller gods to help him because his work is too great for one person. You should not think of him as a person, said Mr. Brown. It is because you do so that you imagine he must need helpers. And the worst thing about it is that you give all the worship to the false god you have created. That is not so. We make sacrifices to little gods, but when they fail, and there is no one else to turn to, we go to Chukwu. It is right to do so. We approach a great man through his servants, but when his servants fail to help us, then we go to the last source of hope. We appear to pay greater attention to the little gods, but that is not so. We worry them more because we are afraid to worry their master. Our fathers knew that Chukwu was the overlord, and that is why many of them gave their children the name Chukwuka. That is, Chukwu is supreme. You said one interesting thing, said Mr. Brown. You are afraid of Chukwu. In my religion, Chukwu is a loving father, and he need not be feared by those who do his will. But we must fear him when we are not doing his will, said Akunna. And who is to tell his will? It is too great to be known. In this way, Mr. Brown learned a good deal about the religion of the clan, and he came to the conclusion that a frontal attack on it would not succeed. And so he built a school and a little hospital in Umuafia. He went from family to family, begging people to send their children to his school. But at first, they only sent their slaves or sometimes their lazy children. Mr. Brown begged and argued and prophesied. He said that the leaders of the land in the future would be men and women who had learned to read and write. If Umuafia failed to send their children to the school, strangers would come from other places to rule them. They could already see that happening in the native court, where the DC was surrounded by strangers who spoke his tongue. Most of these strangers came from the distant town of Omoro, on the bank of the great river where the white man first went. In the end, Mr. Brown's argument began to have an effect. More people came to learn in his school, and he encouraged them with gifts of singlets and towels. They were not all young, these people who came to learn. Some of them were 30 years old or more. They worked on their farms in the morning and went to the school in the afternoon. And it was not long before the people began to say that the white man's medicine was quick in working. Mr. Brown's school produced quick results. A few months in it were enough to make one a court messenger or even a court clerk. Those who stayed longer became teachers, and from Umuafia, laborers went forth into the Lord's vineyard. New churches were established in the surrounding villages, and few schools with them. From the very beginning, religion and education went hand in hand. Mr. Brown's mission grew from strength to strength, and because of its link with the new administration, it earned a new social prestige. But Mr. Brown himself was breaking down in health. At first, he ignored the warning signs, but in the end, he had to leave his flock, sad and broken. It was in the first rainy season after Okonkwo's return to Umuafia that Mr. Brown left for home. As soon as he had learnt of Okonkwo's return 5 months earlier, the missionary had immediately paid him a visit. He had just sent Okonkwo's son, Nwoye, who was now called Isaac, to the new training college for teachers in Umuru. And he had hoped that Okonkwo would be happy to hear of it. But Okonkwo had driven him away with the threat that if he came into his compound again, he would be carried out of it. Okonkwo's return to his native land was not as memorable as he had wished. It was true, his two beautiful daughters aroused great interest among suitors, and marriage negotiations were soon in progress. But beyond that, Umuafia did not appear to have taken any special notice of the warrior's return. The clan had undergone such profound change during his exile that it was barely recognizable. The new religion and government and the trading stores were very much in the people's eyes and minds. There were still many who saw these new institutions as evil, but even they talked and thought about little else, and certainly not about Okonkwo's return. And it was the wrong year too. If Okonkwo had immediately initiated his two sons into the Ozo society, he had planned, he would have caused a stir. But the initiation rite was performed once in 3 years in Umuafia, and he had to wait for nearly 2 years for the next round of ceremonies. Okonkwo was deeply grieved, and it was not just a personal grief. He mourned for the clan, which he saw breaking up and falling apart. And he mourned for the warlike men of Umuafia, who had so unaccountably become soft like women. Mr. Brown's successor, chapter 22. Chapter 22. Mr. Brown's successor was the Reverend James Smith, and he was a different kind of man. He condemned openly Mr. Brown's policy of compromise and accommodation. He saw things as black and white, and black was evil. He saw the world as a battlefield in which the children of light were locked in mortal conflict with the sons of darkness. He spoke in his sermons about sheep and goats and about wheat and tares. He believed in slaying the prophets of Baal. Mr. Smith was greatly distressed by the ignorance which many of his flock showed, even in such things as the Trinity and the sacraments. It only showed that they were seeds sown on a rocky soil. Mr. Brown had thought of nothing but numbers. He should have known that the kingdom of God did not depend on large crowds. Our Lord himself stressed the importance of fewness. Narrow is the way, and few the number. To fill the Lord's holy temple with an idolatrous crowd clamoring for signs was a folly of everlasting consequence. Our Lord used the whip only once in his life to drive the crowd away from the church. Within a few weeks of his arrival in Umuahia, Mr. Smith suspended a young woman from the church for pouring new wine into old bottles. This woman had allowed her heathen husband to mutilate her dead child. The child had been declared an obanje, plaguing its mother by dying and entering her womb to be born again. 4 times this child had run its evil round, and so it was mutilated to discourage it from returning. Mr. Smith was filled with wrath when he heard of this. He disbelieved the story, which even some of the most faithful confirmed, the story of really evil children who were not deterred by mutilation, but came back with all the scars. He replied that such stories were spread in the world by the devil to lead men astray. Those who believed such stories were unworthy of the Lord's table. There was a saying in Umuahia that as a man danced, so the drums were beaten for him. Mr. Smith danced a furious step, and so the drums went mad. The overzealous converts who had smarted under Mr. Brown's restraining hand now flourished in full favor. One of them was Enoch, the son of the snake priest, who was believed to have killed and eaten the sacred python. Enoch's devotion to the new faith had seemed so much greater than Mr. Brown's that the village called him the outsider who wept louder than the bereaved. Enoch was short and slight of build, and always seemed in great haste. His feet were short and broad, and when he stood or walked, his heels came together, and his feet opened outwards as if they had quarreled and meant to go in different directions. Such was the excessive energy bottled up in Enoch's small body, that it was always erupting in quarrels and fight. On Sundays, he always imagined that the sermon was preached for the benefit of his enemies, and if he happened to sit near one of them, he would occasionally turn to give him a meaningful look, as if to say, "I told you so." It was Enoch who touched off the great conflict between church and clan in Umuahia, which had been gathering since Mr. Brown left. It happened during the annual ceremony which was held in honor of the earth deity. At such times, the ancestors of the clan who had been committed to Mother Earth at their death emerged as egugu through tiny ant holes. One of the greatest crimes a man could commit was to unmask an egugu in public, or to say or do anything which might reduce its immortal prestige in the eyes of the uninitiated, and this was what Enoch did. The annual worship of the earth goddess fell on a Sunday, and the masked priests were abroad. The Christian women who had been to church could not therefore go home. Some of their men had gone out to beg the egugu to retire for a short while for the women to pass. They agreed and were already retiring when Enoch boasted aloud that they would not dare touch a Christian, whereupon they all came back, and one of them gave Enoch a good stroke of the cane, which was always carried. Enoch fell on him and tore off his mask. The other egugu immediately surrounded their desecrated companion to shield him from the profane gaze of women and children, and led him away. Enoch had killed an ancestral spirit, and Umuahia was thrown into confusion. That night, the mother of the spirits walked the length and breadth of the clan, weeping for her murdered son It was a terrible night. Not even the oldest man in Umuofia had ever heard such a strange and fearful sound, and it was never to be heard again. It seemed as if the very soul of the tribe wept for a great evil that was coming, its own death. On the next day, all the masked Egugu of Umuofia assembled in the marketplace. They came from all the quarters of the clan and even from the neighboring villages. The dreadful Otakagu came from Imo, and Ekwensu, dangling a white clock, arrived from Uli. It was a terrible gathering. The eerie voices of countless spirits, the bells that clattered behind some of them, and the clash of machetes as they ran forward and backwards and saluted one another sent tremors of fear into every heart. For the first time in living memory, the sacred bull roarer was heard in broad daylight. From the marketplace, the furious band made for Enoch's compound, and some of the elders of the clan went with them, wearing heavy protection of charms and amulets. These were men who were strong in ogu or medicine. As for the ordinary men and women, they listened from the safety of their huts. The leaders of the Christians had met together at Mr. Smith's parsonage on the previous night. As they deliberated, they could hear the mother of spirits wailing for her son. The chilling sound affected Mr. Smith, and for the first time he seemed to be afraid. What are they planning to do? He asked. No one knew. No one knew because such a thing had never happened before. Mr. Smith would have sent for the district commissioner and his court messengers, but they had gone on tour on the previous day. One thing is clear, said Mr. Smith. We cannot offer physical resistance to them. Our strength lies in the Lord. They knelt down together and prayed to God for delivery. O Lord, save thy people, cried Mr. Smith, and bless thy inheritance, replied the men. They decided that Enoch should be hidden in the parsonage for a day or two. Enoch himself was greatly disappointed when he heard this, for he had hoped that a holy war was imminent, and there were a few other Christians who thought like him. But wisdom prevailed in the camp of the faithful, and many lives were thus saved. The band of Egugu moved like a furious whirlwind to Enoch's compound, and with machete and fire reduced it to a desolate heap. And from there they made for the church, intoxicated with destruction. Mr. Smith was in his church when he heard the masked spirits coming. He walked quietly to the door which commanded the approach to the church compound, and stood there. But when the first 3 or 4 Egugu appeared on the church compound, he nearly bolted. He overcame this impulse, and instead of running away, he went down the 2 steps that led up to the church and walked towards the approaching spirit. They surged forward, and a long stretch of the bamboo fence which the church compound was surrounded gave way before them. Discordant bells clanged, machetes clashed, and the air was full of dust and weird sounds. Mr. Smith heard a sound of footsteps behind him. He turned round and saw Okeke, his interpreter. Okeke had not been on the best of terms with his master, since he had strongly condemned Enoch's behavior at the meeting of the leaders of the church during the night. Okeke had gone so far as to say that Enoch should not be hidden in the parsonage, because he would only draw the wrath of the clan, and had not sought his advice that morning. By now, as he came up and stood by him, confronting the angry spirit, Mr. Smith looked at him and smiled. It was a wan smile, but there was deep gratitude there. For a brief moment, the onrush of Egugu was checked, but the unexpected composure of the two men. But it was only a momentary check, like the tense silence between blasts of thunder. The second onrush was greater than the first. It swallowed up the two men. Then an unmistakable voice rose above the tumult, and there was immediate silence. Space was made around the two men, and Ajofia began to speak. Ajofia was the leading Egugu of Umuofia. He was the head and spokesman of the 9 ancestors who administered justice in the clan. His voice was unmistakable, and so he was able to bring immediate peace to the agitated spirit. He then addressed Mr. Smith, and as he spoke, clouds of smoke rose from his head. "The body of the white man, I salute you," he said, using the language in which immortals spoke to men. "The body of the white man, do you know me?" he asked. Mr. Smith looked at his interpreter, but Okeke, who was a native of distant Umuru, was also at a loss. Ajofia laughed in his guttural voice. It was like the laugh of rusty metal. "They are strangers," he said, "and they are ignorant, but let that pass." He turned round to his comrades and saluted them, calling them the fathers of Umuofia. He dug his rattling spear into the ground, and it shook with metallic life. Then he turned once more to the missionary and his interpreter. "Tell the white man that we will not do him any harm," he said to the interpreter. "Tell him to go back to his house and leave us alone. We liked his brother who was with us before. He was foolish. He was foolish, but we liked him. He was foolish, but we liked him, and for his sake we shall not harm his brother. But this shrine which he built must be destroyed. We shall no longer allow it in our midst. It has bred untold abominations, and we have come to put an end to it." He turned to his comrades. "Fathers of Umuofia, I salute you." And they replied with one guttural voice. He turned again to the missionary. "You can stay with us if you like our ways. You can worship your own God. It is good that a man should worship the gods and the spirits of his fathers. Go back to your house so that you may not be hurt. Our anger is great, but we have held it down so that we can talk to you." Mr. Smith said to his interpreter, "Tell them to go away from here. This is God's house, and I will not live to see it desecrated." Okeke interpreted wisely to the spirits and leaders of Umuofia. "The wise man says he is happy you have come to him with your grievances like friends. He will be happy if you leave the matter in his hands. We cannot leave the matter in his hands because he does not understand our customs, just as you do not understand his. We say he is foolish because he does not know our ways, and perhaps he says we are foolish because we do not know his. Let him go away." Mr. Smith stood his ground, but he could not save his church. When the Egugu went away, the red earth church which Mr. Brown had built was a pile of earth and ashes, and for the moment, the spirit of the clan was pacified. Chapter 23. For the first time in many years, Okonkwo had a feeling that was akin to happiness. The times which had altered so unaccountably during his exile seemed to be coming round again. The clan which had turned false on him appeared to be making amends. He had spoken violently to his clansmen when they had met in the marketplace to decide on their action, and they had listened to him with respect. It was like the good old days again, when the warrior was a warrior. Although they had not agreed to kill the missionary or drive away the Christians, they had agreed to do something substantial, and they had done it. Okonkwo was almost happy again. For 2 days after the destruction of the church, nothing happened. Every man in Umuahia went about armed with a gun or a machete. They would not be caught unawares like the men of Abame. Then the district commissioner returned from his tour. Mr. Smith went immediately to him, and they had a long discussion. The men of Umuahia did not take any notice of this, and if they did, they thought it was not important. The missionary often went to see his brother white man. There was nothing strange in that. 3 days later, the district commissioner sent his sweet-tongued messenger to the leaders of Umuahia, asking them to meet him in his headquarters. That also was not strange. He often asked them to hold such palavers, as he called them. Okonkwo was among the 6 leaders he invited. Okonkwo warned the others to be fully armed. An Umuahia man does not refuse a call, he said. He may refuse to do what he is asked. He does not refuse to be asked. But the times has changed, and we must be fully prepared. And so the 6 men went to see the district commissioner, armed with machetes. They did not carry guns, for that would be unseemly. They were led into the courthouse where the district commissioner sat. He received them politely. They unslung their goatskin bags and their sheathed machetes, put them on the floor, and sat down. "I have asked you to come," began the commissioner, "because of what happened during my absence. I have been told a few things, but I cannot believe them until I have heard your own side. Let us talk about it like friends and find a way of ensuring that it does not happen again." Ogbuefi Ekweme rose to his feet and began to tell the story. "Wait a minute," said the commissioner. "I want to bring in my men so that they too can hear your grievances and take warning. Many of them come from distant places, and although they speak your tongue, they are ignorant of your customs. James, go and bring in the men." His interpreter left the courtroom and soon returned with 12 men. They sat together with the men of Umuahia, and Ogbuefi Ekweme began again to tell the story of how Enoch murdered Egugu. It happened so quickly that the 6 men did not see it coming. There was only a brief scuffle, too brief even to allow the drawing of a sheeted machete. The 6 men were handcuffed and led into the guard room. "We shall not do you any harm," said the district commissioner to them later, "if only you agree to cooperate with us. We have brought a peaceful administration to you and your people, so that you may be happy. If any man treats you, ill-treats you, we shall come to your rescue. But we will not allow you to ill-treat others. We have a court of law where we judge cases and administer justice, just as it is done in my own country under a great queen. I have brought you here because you joined together to molest others, to burn people's houses and their place of worship. That must not happen in the dominion of our queen, the most powerful ruler in the world. I have decided that you will pay a fine of 200 bags of cowrie. You will be released as soon as you agree to this and undertake to collect that fine from your people. What do you say to that?" The 6 men remained sullen and silent, and the commissioner left them for a while. He told them, the court messengers, when he left the guard room, to treat the men with respect because they were the leaders of Umuofia. They said, "Yes, sir," and saluted. As soon as the district commissioner left, the head messenger, who was also the prisoner's barber, took down his razor and shaved off all the hair on the men's head. They were still handcuffed, and they just sat and moped. "Who is the chief among you?" the court messengers asked in jest. "We see that every pauper wears the anklet of title in Umuofia. Does it cost as much as 10 cowries?" The 6 men ate nothing throughout that day and the next. They were not even given any water to drink, and they could not go out to urinate or go into the bush when they were pressed. At night, the messengers came in to taunt them and to knock their shaven heads together. Even when the men were left alone, they found no words to speak to one another. It was only on the 3rd day, when they could no longer bear the hunger and insult, that they began to talk about giving in. "We should have killed the white man if you had listened to me," Okonkwo snarled. "We could have been in Umuru now waiting to be hanged," someone said to him. "Who wants to kill the white man?" asked a messenger who had just rushed in. Nobody spoke. "You are not satisfied with your crime, but you must kill the white man on top of it." He carried a strong stick, and he hit each man with a few blows on the head and back. Okonkwo was choked with hate. As soon as the 6 men were locked up, court messengers went into Umuofia to tell the people that their leaders would not be released unless they paid a fine of 250 bags of cowrie. "Unless you pay the fine immediately," said their headman, "we would take your leaders to Umuru before the big white man and hang them." This story spread quickly through the village and was added to as it went. Some said that the men had already been taken to Umuru and would be hanged on the following day. Some said that their families would also be hanged. Others said that soldiers were already on their way to shoot the people of Umuofia, as they had done in Abame. It was the time of the full moon. But that night, the voice of children was not heard. The village Ilo, where they always gathered for a moon play, was empty. The women of Igwedo did not meet in their secret enclosure to learn new dance to be displayed later to the village. Young men who were always abroad in the moonlight kept their huts at night. Their manly voices were not heard on the village paths as they went to visit their friends and lovers. Umuofia was like a startled animal with ears erect, sniffing the silent, ominous air and not knowing which way to run. The silence was broken by the town crier beating his sonorous ogene. He called every man in Umuofia from the Akakama age group upwards to a meeting in the marketplace after the morning meal. He went from one end of the village to the other and walked all its breadth. He did not leave out any of the main footpaths. Okonkwo's compound was like a deserted homestead. It was as if cold water had been poured on it. His family was all there, but everyone spoke in whispers. His daughter Ezimma had broken her 28-day visit to the family of her future husband and returned home when she heard that her father had been imprisoned and was going to be hanged. As soon as she got home, she went to Obierika to ask what the men of Umuofia were going to do about it. But Obierika had not been home since morning. His wives thought he had gone to a secret meeting. Ezimma was satisfied that something was being done. On the morning after the village crier's appeal, the men of Umuofia met in the marketplace. and decided to collect without delay 250 bags of cowries to appease the white man. They did not know that 50 bags would go to the court messengers, who had increased the fine for that purpose. Chapter 24. Okonkwo and his fellow prisoners were set free as soon as the fine was paid. The district commissioner spoke to them again about the great queen and about peace and good government. But the men did not listen. They just sat and looked at him and at his interpreter. In the end, they were given back their bags and sheathed machetes and told to go home. They rose and left the courthouse. They neither spoke to anyone nor among themselves. The courthouse, like the church, was built a little way outside the village. The footpath that linked them was a very busy one, because it also led to the stream beyond the court. It was open and sandy. Footpaths were open and sandy in the dry season, but when the rains came, the bush grew thick on either side and closed in on the path. It was now dry season, and as they made their way to the village, the 6 men met women and children going to the stream with their water pots. But the men wore such heavy and fearsome looks that the women and children did not say no or welcome to them, but edged out of the way to let them pass. In the village, little groups of men joined them until they became a sizable company. They walked silently. As each of the 6 men got to his compound, he turned in, taking some of the crowd with him. The village was astir in a silent, suppressed way. Ezima had prepared some food for her father as soon as news spread that the 6 men would be released. She took it to him in his obi. He absent-mindedly had no appetite. He ate absent-mindedly. He had no appetite. He only ate to please her. His male relations and friends had gathered in his obi, and Obi Erika was urging him to eat. Nobody else spoke, but they noticed the long stripes on Okonkwo's back, where the warder's whip had cut into his flesh. The village crier was abroad again in the night. He beat his iron gong and announced that another meeting would be held in the morning. Everyone knew that Umuafia was at last going to speak its mind about the things that were happening. Okonkwo slept very little that night. The bitterness in his heart was now mixed with a kind of childlike excitement. Before he had gone to bed, he had brought down his war dress, which he had not touched since his return from exile. He had shaken out his smoked raffia skirt and examined his tall feather headgear and his shield. They were all satisfactory, he had thought. As he lay on his bamboo bed, he thought about the treatment he had received in the white man's court, and he swore vengeance. If Umuafia decided on war, all would be well. But if they chose to be cowards, he would go out and avenge himself. He thought about wars in the past. The noblesse, he thought, was the war against Isike. In those days, Okudo was still alive. Okudo sang a war song in a way that no other man could. He was not a fighter, but his voice turned every man into a lion. Worthy men were no more. Okonkwo sighed as he remembered those days. Isike will never forget how he slaughtered them in that war. We killed 12 of their men, and they killed only 2 of ours. Before the end of the 4th market week, they were suing for peace. Those days when men were men. As he thought of these things, he heard the sound of the iron gong in the distance. He listened carefully and could just hear the crier's voice, but it was very faint. He turned on his bed, and his back hurt him. He ground his teeth. The crier was drawing nearer and nearer until he passed by Okonkwo's compound. The greatest obstacle in Umuafia, Okonkwo thought bitterly, is that coward, Ego Nwanne. His sweet tongue can change fire into cold ash. When he speaks, he moves our men to impotence. If they had ignored his womanish wisdom 5 years ago, we would not have come to this. He ground his teeth. Tomorrow, he would tell them that our fathers never fought a war of blame. If they listen to him, I shall leave them and plan my own revenge. The crier's voice had once more become faint, and the distance had taken the harsh edge off his iron gong. Okonkwo turned from one side to the other and derived a kind of pleasure from the pain in his back gave him. Let Ego Nwanne talk about a war of blame tomorrow, and I shall show him my back and head. He ground his teeth. The marketplace began to fill as soon as the sun rose. Obierika was waiting in his obi when Okonkwo came along and called him. He slung his goatskin bag and his sheathted machete on his shoulder and went out to join him. Obierika's hut was close to the road, and he saw every man who passed to the marketplace. He had exchanged greetings with many who had already passed that morning. When Okonkwo and Obierika got to the meeting place, there were already so many people that if one threw up a grain of sand, it would not find its way to the earth again. And many more people were coming from every quarter of the 9 villages. It warmed Okonkwo's heart to see such strength of numbers, but he was looking for one man in particular, the man whose tongue he dreaded and despised so much. Can you see him? He asked Obierika. Who? Ego Nwanne, he said, his eyes roving from one corner of the marketplace to the other. Most of the men were seated on goatskins on the ground. A few of them sat on wooden stools they had brought with them. No, said Obierika, casting his eyes over the crowd. Yes, there he is, under the silk cotton tree. Are you afraid he will convince us not to fight? Afraid? I do not care what he does to you. I despise him and those who listen to him. I shall fight alone if I choose. They spoke at the top of their voices because everybody was talking, and it was like the sound of a great market. I shall wait till he has spoken, Okonkwo thought. Then I shall speak. But how do you know he will speak against war? Obierika asked after a while. Because I know he is a coward, said Okonkwo. Obierika did not hear the rest of what he said, because at that moment somebody touched his shoulder from behind, and he turned round to shake hands and exchange greetings with 5 or 6 friends. Okonkwo did not turn round even though he knew the voices. He was in no mood to exchange greetings. But one of the men touched him and asked about the people of his compound. They are well, he replied without interest. The first man to speak to Umuofia that morning was Okika, one of the 6 who had been imprisoned. Okika was a great man and an orator, but he did not have the booming voice which a first speaker must use to establish silence in the assembly of the clan. Onyeka had such a voice, and so he was asked to salute Umuofia before Okika began to speak. Umuofia kwenu, he bellowed, raising his left arm and pushing the air with his open hand. Yeah, roared Umuofia. Umuofia kwenu, he bellowed again and again and again, facing a new direction each time. And the crowd answered, yeah. There was immediate silence as though cold water had been poured on a roaring flame. Okika sprang to his feet and also saluted his clansmen 4 times. Then he began to speak. You all know why we are here, when we ought to be building our barns or mending our huts. When we should be putting our compounds in order. My father used to say to me, whenever you see a toad jumping in broad daylight, then know that something is after its life. When I saw you all pouring into this meeting from all the quarters of our clan so early in the morning, I knew that something was after our life. He paused for a brief moment and then began again. All our gods are weeping. Idemmili is weeping. Ogugu is weeping. Abala is weeping. And all the others. Our dead fathers are weeping because of the shameful sacrilege they are suffering and the abomination we have all seen with our eyes. He stopped again to steady his trembling voice. This is a great gathering. No clan can boast of greater numbers or great valor. But are we all here? I ask you. Are all the sons of Umuofia with us here? A deep murmur swept through the crowd. They are not, he said. They have broken the clan and gone their several ways. We who are here this morning have remained true to our fathers. But our brothers have deserted us and joined the stranger to soil their fatherland. If we fight the stranger, we shall hit our brothers and perhaps shed the blood of a clansman. But we must do it. Our fathers never dreamt of such a thing. They never killed their brothers. But the white man never came to them. So we must do what our fathers would never have done. Eneke the bird was asked why he was always on the wing, and he replied, men have learned to shoot without missing their mark, and I have learned to fly without perching on a twig. We must root out this evil, and if our brothers take the side of evil, we must root them out too, and we must do it now. We must bail this water now that it is only ankle deep. At this point, where there was a sudden stir in the crowd, and every eye was turned in one direction, there was a sharp bend in the road that led from the marketplace to the white man's court, and to the stream beyond it. And so no one had seen the approach of the 5 court messengers until they had come round the bend. A few paces from the edge of the crowd, Okonkwo was sitting at the edge. He sprang to his feet as soon as he saw who it was. He confronted the head messenger, trembling with hate, unable to utter a word. The man was fearless and stood his ground. His 4 men lined up behind him. In that brief moment, the world seemed to stand still, waiting. There was utter silence. The men of Umuofia were merged into the mute backcloth of trees and giant creepers waiting. The spell was broken by the head messenger. Let me pass, he ordered. What do you want here? The white man, whose power you know too well, has ordered this meeting to stop. In a flash, Okonkwo drew his machete. The messenger crouched to avoid the blow. It was useless. Okonkwo's machete descended twice, and the man's head lay beside his uniformed body. The waiting back crowd jumped into tumultuous life, and the meeting was stopped. Okonkwo stood there looking at the dead man. He knew that Umuofia would not go to war. He knew because they had let the other messengers escape. They had broken into tumult instead of action. He discerned fright in their tumult. He heard voices asking, why did he do it? He wiped his machete on the sand and went away. And finally, page 20, chapter 25. When the district commissioner arrived at Okonkwo's compound at the head of an armed band of soldiers and court messengers, he found a small crowd of men sitting wearily in the obi. He commanded them to come outside, and they obeyed without a murmur. Which among you is called Okonkwo? He asked through his interpreter. He is not here, replied Obierika. Where is he? He is not here. The commissioner became angry and red in the face. He warned the men that unless they produced Okonkwo forthwith, he would lock them all up. The men murmured among themselves, and Obierika spoke again. We can take you where he is, and perhaps your men will help us. The commissioner did not understand what Obierika meant when he said, perhaps your men will help us. One of the most infuriating habits of these people was their love of superfluous words, he thought. Obierika, with 5 or 6 others, led the way. The commissioner and his men followed, their firearms held at the ready. He warned Obierika that if he and his men played any monkey tricks, they would be shot, and so they went. There was a small bush behind Okonkwo's compound. The only opening into this bush from the compound was a little round hole in the red earth wall, through which fowls went in and out in their endless search for food. The hole would not let a man through. It was to this bush that Obierika led the commissioner and his men. They skated round the compound, keeping close to the wall. The only sound they made was with their feet as they crushed dry leaves. Then they came to the trees from which Okonkwo's body was dangling, and they stopped dead. Perhaps your men can help us bring him down and bury him, said Obierika. We have sent for strangers from another village to do it for us, but they may be a long time coming. The district commissioner changed instantaneously. The resolute administrator in him gave way to the student of primitive customs. Why can't you take him down yourselves? He asked. It is against our custom, said one of them. It is an abomination for a man to take his own life. It is an offense against the earth, and a man who commits it will not be buried by his clansmen. His body is evil, and only strangers may touch it. That is why we ask your people to bring him down, because you are strangers. Will you bury him like any other man? Asked the commissioner. We cannot bury him. Only strangers can. We shall pay your men to do it. When he has been buried, we will then do our duty by him. We shall make sacrifices to cleanse the desecrated land. Obierika, who had been gazing steadily at his friend's dangling body, turned suddenly to the district commissioner and said ferociously, that man was one of the greatest men in Umuofia. You drove him to kill himself, and now he will be buried like a dog. He could not say any more. His voice trembled and choked his words. Shut up, shouted one of the messengers, quite unnecessarily. Take down the body, the commissioner ordered his chief messenger, and bring it all these people to the court. Yes, sir. The messenger said, saluting. The commissioner went away, taking 3 or 4 of the soldiers with him. In the many years in which he had toiled to bring civilization to different parts of Africa, he had learned a number of things. One of them was that a district commissioner must never attend to such undignified details as cutting down a hanged man from the tree. Such attention would give the natives a poor opinion of him. In the book which he planned to write, he would stress that point. As he walked back to the court, he thought about that book. Every day brought him some new material. The story of this man who had killed a messenger and hanged himself would make interesting reading. One could almost write a whole chapter on him. Perhaps not a whole chapter, but a reasonable paragraph. At any rate, there was so much else to include, and one must be firm in cutting out detail. He had already chosen the title of the book, after much thought: The Pacification of the Primitive Tribes of the Lower Niger. This is the end of Things Fall Apart. So, and now we will now read this Destiny. Destiny. Okon Ibanga Udo. Very interesting memoir. Destiny by Okon Ibanga Udo. Published by Dorrance Publishing Company, 585 Alpha Drive, Pittsburgh. Chapter 1. Lieutenant Benjamin Bassi Owen was an infantry officer at the headquarters of the 52nd Brigade of the Biafran Army at Isiokpo, Rivers State. He was undergoing a military intelligence course when he got posted to a riverine location at the outskirts of Port Harcourt to take command of a platoon of soldiers and defend the area against the invading federal troops. Lieutenant Owen joined the fighting 6 months after the war had started. He was not a professional soldier. He was like the many students in the University of Nsukka, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, who championed the rebellion and were recruited and hurriedly trained to join the fast depleting officer cadre in the rebel army. He had spent about 4 weeks at the new location before the situation escalated. His troops had been prepared and deployed to defend the coastal village against the menacing federal troops. Their duty was to repel any attack by the federal troops and protect the civilian population. In the face of an attack which was imminent, the soldiers were thoroughly deployed. The civilian population in the village was equally briefed on what to do in case of an attack. Meanwhile, the sound of artillery gunfire from the federal troops some kilometers away could be heard in the surrounding areas. The bombardment has been on intermittently for many days. For the soldiers, It was time to be on optimum alert. The villagers were in constant fear. Few of them were known to have sneaked out of the village under the cover of darkness. For Lieutenant Owen, it was a very difficult time. He was committed to the cause he was fighting, but the army he was serving was ill-equipped for the task. Personnel welfare seemed not to be part of the ethics. He was expected to improvise for his soldiers in everything, from uniform to food, and fight the enemy. Their food depended on the generosity of the villagers, and they were generous, perhaps more out of fear than kindness. The bombardment became intense for a few days, then stopped suddenly. For some days, there was an uneasy quietness. Lieutenant Owen thought he needed more intelligence on the situation. Getting the correct intelligence about the enemy is an important and indispensable factor in warfare. It can win a battle and save lives if properly used. The officer was using a few trusted villagers as his informants. They spied on the enemy troops and reported back to him. But recently, he started receiving conflicting reports from them. In fact, one of them had deserted his family, left the village, and started working with the enemy troops. Lieutenant Owen no longer trusted the source and the information he received. The need to have an additional information became very crucial. The night of May 23 was the quietest night in weeks. There was no single artillery fire in 24 hours. No troops movement was reported. Such dramatic change in the situation could mean a lot of things in a battlefield. That situation made it compelling for him to take some action. Lieutenant Owen and his second in command, Second Lieutenant Chucks, met to consider the situation. They reasoned that the federal troops were seasoned and experienced soldiers and well equipped. They had lost just a few battles since the war started over 1 year earlier. Withdrawal from the location or desertion was not an option. A frontal attack with a strong and overwhelming army was suicidal. They knew they could not win the battle considering the formidable odds against them, but did not want to be sitting ducks. They settled on ambush and a hit-and-run battle strategy. Effective ambushes could, however, delay the progress of an approaching army and dislocate its plan and allow help to come. They decided that somebody had to go on an immediate reconnaissance to get a little more information. Lieutenant Owen decided to do it himself. He planned to bring the troops that evening. He planned to brief the troops that evening when he came back. That was not to be. Although it was drizzling, Lieutenant Owen and his aide, Corporal Nathan, set out very early in the morning. Both were armed, each with an AK-47 automatic rifle, in case there was a need to use weapons. The officer wore a raincoat over his uniform. They started out walking close to the side of the road, always ready to take cover by the bushes whenever there was any suspicious approach. By arrangement, the officer always led the way, while the aide followed some distance behind. Reconnaissance in a war zone needs extra care. Movement must be calculated and silently so that it does not alert anybody close by. The environment has to be carefully surveyed before making the next move. The two moved slowly, taking all precautions to conceal their presence. At certain times, they had to wait and listen to sounds and movements. Lieutenant Owen was happy he was making some headway into the enemy territory without detection. He was inching close to where he believed was their headquarters. He could hear voices indicating the location of their outer defenses, which ideally should not be more than 2 kilometers from the headquarters. For a while, he sat down to analyze what he had learned and make some notes, and thought that he had gotten enough to work on. They had been out on the job for more than 2.5 hours, and it was time to go back. Like a bolt from the blue, a green military Land Rover came into sight as Lieutenant Owen rounded a corner on the road. There was no mistake which vehicle it was. Federal soldiers he had to meet in an unpredictable circumstance. He was about 20 meters away, and the occupants of the vehicle had seen him. He was still rooted by the side of the road behind some bushes when the vehicle skidded to a stop. Lieutenant Owen had to decide what to do in a split second: to run, to fight, or to surrender. By this time, the vehicle came to a complete stop. 5 soldiers jumped out in unison, as if it was a military drill. Owen had no chance to run without being shot at. He could not fight because it was impossible for him to take on 5 armed soldiers. He stood where he was, smiling sheepishly at the men. He was surrounded and disarmed. The soldiers discovered that the man they just captured was an officer, a valuable asset. A captured officer was a highly prized prisoner. It could earn each of the soldiers a promotion and other benefits, and enhance the battalion commander's position. Owen was motioned into the vehicle and driven away. The soldiers aborted their mission and returned to the battalion headquarters with their prized prisoner. Owen reckoned the distance was about 22 kilometers. What happened to Corporal Nathan, Owen's aide, was a matter of conjecture, as they never met again or heard anything of each other. Nathan, it was believed, had seen the approaching military vehicle from a safer and more comfortable distance, and might have watched the little but deadly drama before his boss climbed into the Land Rover. He was in no position to help. He had no option other than to go back and report what he saw to the second in command, who would naturally and immediately take over the command of the platoon and report the incident to the brigade headquarters. The disappearance of a military officer in the front line was a very serious matter, especially in a civil war, where atrocities were common and often interpreted in many ways. It could be that he was captured and taken prisoner of war, but in any case, there was no fighting. It could be as a deliberate scheme by a soldier to cross over to the enemy territory and surrender in order to stop fighting. In this case, that was not true and could not have been possible without a pre-arrangement. The situation in the Biafran army might have been bad enough for the front fighters, but not sufficient reason for an officer to deliberately surrender to federal troops. It could mean a summary execution, as was the case in many unfortunate situations. It could mean indescribable torture. Nobody wanted to willingly face any of these. What happened to Lieutenant Owen might have been seen as a misadventure and letting down his guard where and when it was most needed. Nevertheless, it raised some eyebrow. The news hit the small community hard, and tongues began to wag. Some said that he had been killed when he refused to surrender, while others contended that he was taken prisoner while fighting with the federal troops. Yet others thought he ran away from Biafra to join the federal troops because the Biafran military authorities were planning to get rid of him for protecting the villagers whom the authorities believed were supporting the enemies. None of them knew what actually happened. The truth is that the villagers loved Lieutenant Owen and missed him. He was their chief protector. He sympathized with their situation because the community was never trusted by the Biafran authorities that regarded them as agents of the federal government and saboteurs, a new vocabulary that became popularized during the Civil War. Lieutenant Owen knew the truth. He regularly spoke to the people in private and advised them not to provoke the authorities by hatred of the presence of troops there. He encouraged them to support the soldiers with food and other things that they needed, and as much as possible to avoid having conflict with any soldier. It was an instant death during the war to be labeled a saboteur, and soldiers could take the laws into their hands. Owen succeeded during his stay to prevent any arbitrary arrest or accidental killing of any member of the community. They regarded the officer as one of their own, and his death or disappearance was a personal blow to them. Iwofe is a small fishing and farming community about 15 kilometers northwest of Port Harcourt City. It situates on the coastal of a river by that name, from where one can travel to other outer islands like Tombia and Buguma, and towns like Isiokpo, where the 52nd Army Brigade headquarters of the Biafran Army was located at the time. It was to this town that many inhabitants of Bakana were forcefully moved for security reasons and located during the war. Many of them who survived the constant combing exercises stayed there until the time both Iwofe and Bakana were liberated by federal troops. There was nothing special in posting Lieutenant Owen to this location. The posting was random, and it became a blessing to the inhabitants of this small community. Owen was a disciplined, committed, and compassionate officer. He was opposed to the policy of taking life as punishment for unfounded allegation, as was often the case during the Civil War. To him, the only circumstance that warranted taking life was in battle. He had personally prevented the killing of people who were maliciously labeled as enemy of the cause. He once stopped the civil execution the civil exercise of combing, which required members of the community to search for saboteurs in the bushes surrounding the village. The intended result of such combing exercise was to eliminate people suspected of not supporting the war effort. The troop knew how much Lieutenant Owen did to protect the people and got their support. Many of them did not like how he curbed the excesses, but had to obey him as the commander of the units. For a while, Owen did not think of what fate awaited him as a prisoner of war in a civil war, where each commander made his own rules and followed no rules at all. His mind flashed back to what might happen in the location that just lost him. He wondered what conspiracy theory would be formulated about his disappearance from the scene. It was a regular feature in the military to start stories that were knowingly false and let them circulate to make the enemy look bad, weak, inhuman, and unwelcome in the eyes of the citizen. Owen never forgot that day in May 1968, the day that betrayed his hope. The day he left the people under his care and could not return to take care of them. The day that made him miss the battle he was preparing for, even when a loyal and committed soldiers. Owen was a loyal and committed officer. He was committed to the cause and vowed to defend it. And for him to have been forced into the unknown, uncharted, and unpredictable future was the worst he could have asked for, even in the midst of the unpredictability of the war. Chapter 2. Prisoner of War. The soldiers abandoned their mission and returned to the battalion headquarters with Lieutenant Owen. It was a short distance from the scene of arrest. Owen was led to the battalion commander by 2 soldiers. "He is an officer," the first soldier announced after a salute. "We captured him on the road as he was trying to run into the bush," the second soldier added. The captain dismissed them without any question. One could see disappointment on the faces of the soldiers, who had expected some compliments and perhaps a question or two, which would have made them feel they had done something great. The commander simply turned to Owen without saying a word. Owen was prompted to speak for the first time. "Good morning, Captain," he saluted. "Good morning. Who are you?" the commander asked in a very friendly tone. "I am Lieutenant Owen," replied Owen. "You are not a lieutenant here," the commander thundered back. "You are a prisoner. You can sit down here." He pointed to a chair. Lieutenant Owen smiled and took the chair. He had mentally gone through the likely scenario that could play out on meeting a superior officer. He had expected some hostility. So far, he considered this a good beginning. Superior officers have the tendency to always want to intimidate others. When Owen understood it and had planned to control the situation as much as possible, he decided not to feel sorry for himself. He would not be defiant because that could be unproductive and dangerous. He would not beg for pardon from the officer who was in no position to grant it. He had resolved to feel as respectable as he could in the circumstance. Sitting alone there for a while was very helpful for him to pull himself together and prepare for an inevitable questioning session that was coming. Lieutenant Owen had heard about Captain Buhari, the battalion commander, from the series of information he received from his informants. He was described as an independent and easygoing officer who was in no hurry to prosecute the war. One of the informants who penetrated his headquarters described him as a very stern-looking man who seemed to have no interest in his work, and that he had a very limited contact with his troops. He preferred to assign most of the duties to his second in command, a lieutenant. According to the informant, he rarely got to his office before noon, and he smoked a lot and drank heavily. Captain Buhari was a field commissioned officer like many officers in the Federal Army. He was in his mid-30s and a very experienced soldier who rose from the ranks. At the beginning of the war, there was a shortage of officers for field command duties. To fill the gap, many of the soldiers with long experience and command capabilities were commissioned. Captain Buhari benefited from this policy. This was not his first command duty as a commissioned officer. Lieutenant Owen was aware of all this information about Captain Buhari before he met him. He was not quite sure how this information would be useful to him now that he was meeting the officer in person. Owen knew immediately he arrived at the headquarters that he would never have the opportunity of going back to his troops. The chance of an escape was nil. Sitting there alone, Owen went through likely possibilities of what could happen to him. As he was still pondering, Captain Buhari returned to the room. He came with his second-in-command, Lieutenant Bong. As they entered the room, Lieutenant Owen stood up in a military fashion and seemed to have taken the two officers by surprise. The commander motioned him to sit down. Coffee was brought in a tray with 3 cups. Owen was served coffee and cigarettes. Although he was not a smoker and coffee was not his beverage of choice, he accepted both with thanks and happiness. He was not happy because he had wanted to smoke and drink, but because smoking and drinking together was more than a symbolic friendship acceptance of an enemy officer and a potential prisoner of war. The two officers started talking on issues not related to the war or to the fighting or about Owen's presence in their headquarters. They talked about rumors circulating in town, social issues, and the latest local news. Owen was drawn into the discussion and he seized the opportunity to express himself, but was careful not to show how much he knew about the issues they were discussing. He was still not sure this was genuine. Owen thought it was their method of making him relax before giving them as much information as they wanted. Owen was wrong. That was not the case. The 3 men had been talking for more than 30 minutes. Owen started to ponder which direction they were going. When a second cup of coffee was served, it was already past 1 in the afternoon, and Owen remembered that he had not eaten since morning and was feeling hungry. Owen could not have the audacity to ask for food, no matter how friendly he thought they were. As he was contemplating that they could offer him food, Captain Buhari suddenly stood up and announced that he was taking Owen to the brigade headquarters to see the brigade commander. Owen stood up and followed the captain into a waiting military truck. They were on their way to the brigade headquarters. No one spoke to the other during the entire trip, which was about 33 minutes. 2/3 of the way was through inhospitable bush track. Lieutenant Owen had an idea of the part of the city where the brigade headquarters was, but was not sure of the exact location. He had a map of the city and its suburbs in his former location, showing possible locations of the federal troops in their headquarters. This was a map developed by the intelligence unit based on the information collected over time. It changed from time to time according to the movement of soldiers. The brigade headquarters had remained in its location for more than 4 months, which was an indication of little progress in the fighting by the brigade. They arrived at the headquarters at 2:20 p.m. The brigade commander was sitting outside his office when Captain Buhari and Owen alighted from the vehicle. The first message Owen received was shocking. There was a soldier who was brought from somewhere else to the commander. He immediately ordered the soldier to be shot. Within minutes, Owen heard 2 gunshots, and the soldier was sent to his untimely death. If it was meant to instill fear in Owen, the summary execution of the soldier did not move him. Inside the commander's office, Captain Buhari bellowed. "Good afternoon, sir," he saluted. "Good afternoon, Captain," replied the brigadier general. The brigade general, "Sir?" Captain Buhari continued, "I am bringing a prisoner of war captured this morning in my location. He is an officer in the rebel army." "Thank you, Captain," replied the commander. "Take him to the intelligence office. I will see him later." "Yes, sir," Captain Buhari replied and saluted as he turned and led Owen out of the office. Owen said nothing all along, since he did not have to say anything. For the period he was standing there, Owen deliberately focused on the commander, trying to study him and make an impression. Lieutenant Owen knew that he was the man he had to deal with later, and that his decision would affect his life and future. The intelligence office was in the same compound, 2 blocks away from the commander's office. The compound was an office complex with many individual buildings owned by Shell Oil Company. Captain Buhari dutifully delivered Owen to the head of the intelligence unit and left, having accomplished his task. As Captain Buhari was leaving, Owen turned to him and said, "Thank you, Captain. You've been very kind. I hope that you and I will meet again." Captain Buhari was taken by surprise. All he could say was, "God bless you." He looked at Lieutenant Amos and walked out of the building. The head of the intelligence unit was a man in his late 20s, whom Owen later knew as Lieutenant Amos. Lieutenant Amos did not wear his uniform and rank at the time of the first meeting. In the military tradition, intelligence officers do not wear their uniform and rank most of the time. Lieutenant Amos was very conservative and hostile and rude in dealing with people. He made himself not easily approachable. Most of the work in the office was done by his subordinate officers. Owen was sent to the next subordinate officer, who called 2 younger officers to take Owen to the interrogation room. There were 4 young men in his office, 2 of them about Owen's age, one of them much older, and one much younger than all of them. They were all very friendly with Owen. Owen could not perceive some sign of respect for him, even though he was a prisoner under interrogation. Owen was high-spirited, friendly, and extremely cooperative. Owen had resolved to be friendly and cooperate whatever the odds. He needed some friends and among his enemies, and determined to make the best of any contact he established. He knew that the initial report on him could determine the direction of future decision and action. He could not toy with his life, with his fate, which was, as it were, in the hands of the young man. He was confident that their hostile boss would not be able to easily discredit their initial positive report on him. To achieve his objective, Owen decided to play down on his education, one of the things the federal troops who were less educated held against the Biafran fighters and officers. Owen was academically better educated than any of the people he had met so far. Professionally, there were certain things they did that Owen knew were not right. He would not tell them that he had been in the university before deciding to enlist in the army when the war broke out. He would cover those years with other activities without any of them being able to know. Besides, they would not afford the luxury of looking for somebody or source to corroborate his story. He would keep to himself how much he knew, but would not lie about what he did not know to impress them. Owen was familiar with the routine in the interrogation of enemy combatants or suspects. He had done it himself. In the interrogation room, the 2 young soldiers went through the usual stereotyped question coming straight from the standard interrogation manual. What is your name? How old are you? Where are you born? Where were you born? Where did you go to school? When did you enlist in the army? What is your rank? And a lot more questions, some seemingly irrelevant, but asked to discover if the person interrogated had told the truth. Other questions included how many troops he had in his location, what kind of weapons the soldiers used, where he had been in the last 6 months, the projection of an interrogation, the projection of an interrogation to obtain information, any information that could be of use to the military seeking the information. Owen had no difficulty in answering all the questions. There was really nothing important to be revealed about the Biafran army that was not known by the federal military authorities. Owen was a field officer and knew little about the running of the headquarters and told them as much as he knew. He avoided telling them what he did not know, considering the fact that they had other sources of information. The most important thing was to be convincing, and Owen was convincing. He demonstrated the readiness to let them know all he knew about the army they were fighting against. He could sense the feeling of satisfaction in the two interrogators. The interrogation would continue the following day. Owen was relieved when he was asked to spend the night in the intelligence building. He was shown a little room big enough to make a bed less than 1 meter wide and what could pass for a mattress. The toilet, which was shared by many others, was a few meters away from the room. Before then, Owen never gave any thought to where he was going to spend the night. He did not even remember that he had not eaten all day. Now that he was a guest of the intelligence unit of the department, he started to think of what would happen to him after the intelligence officers finished with him. He tried to ward off the thought of his immediate future because he was not yet in a position to determine it. But it kept on coming back. As he squatted on the bed and was struggling with his thoughts, the door opened and somebody entered with a plate of food and a cup of coffee. That was his dinner, and it happened to have been the only meal he had that day. It was a plate of boiled rice in palm oil with a little piece of beef meat on top. It was without any taste, and there seemed to have been more sand than rice in what was supposed to be rice. Ordinarily, Owen would not touch that kind of thing called food, but he was hungry and was not in a position to choose what to eat. Owen gobbled it down and drank the water that came with it. However, he was thankful that somebody remembered that he should eat. He was also thankful that he had a bed to sleep on, whatever the description. He never expected anything to be normal again in whatever happened to him since the incidents of the morning of that day. His little worry were the mosquito he had to contend with that night. But he believed that the lack of sleep in the past 36 hours would make him sleep without feeling bites of the mosquito. Owen had enough time to pray, and he prayed for a long time before falling asleep. The ordinary day in his life ended in an extraordinary way in a strange military location. Owen woke up with a start just before dawn, after 7 hours of sleep. For a very long time, he had not slept that long, yet he was still feeling tired. He cleaned up and made himself ready for the day's ordeal. The morning was quiet, as most of the personnel of the headquarters were still not out to their duty post. Owen woke up with a start just before dawn, after 7 hours of sleep. For a very long time, he had not slept that long, yet he was still feeling tired. He cleaned up and made himself ready for the day's ordeal. The morning was quiet, as most of the personnel of the headquarters were still not out to their duty post. Those who were on sentry duty during the night were still there, waiting for dawn to come, for them to be relieved. Owen did not want to be seen loitering around, so he kept close to the room whenever he was not inside. It was very uncomfortable to stay inside the small windowless compartment. Besides, he was still in the trouser and t-shirt he came with the previous day, which incidentally constituted his sole wardrobe. He did not know the time, but he guessed it would be another 3 hours before the soldiers arrived, before the soldiers arrived to begin where they stopped the previous day. And before then, he had to endure inhospitable conditions. It appeared to him that he was the only guest of the intelligence office. Nobody, he observed, visited the toilet. He could not hear any sound of footsteps on the narrow corridor. No noise whatsoever. Owen thought that his stay there for the night might have been a special privilege as an officer. He still had some questions to answer. He felt greatly relieved when one of the soldiers from the intelligence room went to invite him to their office, certainly for further interrogation. Before the interrogation started, Owen had decided to make the morning exciting and friendly. He exchanged hearty greetings with them and asked them each about their welfare and their families. He was surprised about the amount of discussion he provoked among them, talking as if they had known him for years. It took a little time before they settled down for business. The interrogation was a follow-up to what was done the previous day, a mop-up, as it were. Nothing new really came up. They needed some explanation to some of the things Owen said. He happily and willingly explained all they wanted to know. One thing Owen wanted to avoid was volunteering information. He answered all the questions, gave them all they wanted, but did not volunteer any information. Even at those times, Owen spoke with them on other general issues. He was careful about what he said, because some careless slips could bring unpalatable consequences, not minding the smiling faces and friendly attitude of the intelligence officers. He spent all day. By 11 a.m. that day, the interrogation was over. But Owen still remained a guest of the intelligence office. He believed that the report could go to the brigade commander the afternoon of the same day. He could not imagine what was going to happen to him. So he sat down there, trying not to worry about it. He spent all day in the office, dozing. At the end of the day, Owen was taken to a house occupied by 2 officers in the same compound and asked to stay there with them. Owen had neither choice nor a say in whatever happened to him at this stage. He was constantly praying that the worst would not come. The officers he was asked to stay with were both Field Commission Second Lieutenant Duba and Second Lieutenant Ola. Lieutenant Duba was an infantry officer, while Lieutenant Ola was from the Signal Regiment. They were both in their mid-20s and part of the brigade headquarters personnel. The house they stayed in had 2 bedrooms and a shared living room. The only place Owen had to stay was in the living room, where people were moving in and out. He spent the first night on the sofa in the same dress he wore since he arrived the previous day. How he managed himself was his business. His only privilege was to eat from the common kitchen where the soldiers took their food. Owen spent the following day in the house, lying on the sofa most of the time, expecting that he could be called any time. Night came, and he spent his entire night on the sofa, with people entering and leaving the room. He was summoned to appear before the brigadier commander on the 3rd day. He was literally taken at gunpoint into his office. The office was large and furnished with chairs, lined with 3 walls, with the commander's big, empty table in the middle of the room. Owen stood in the room, facing the commander like a prisoner awaiting sentencing from a presiding judge. The soldier who took him in made sure that Owen stood far enough to avoid contaminating their commander. "Good morning, sir," Owen remembered saying involuntarily. The commander ignored the greeting. Instead, he shouted at Owen, "Tell me all you know about the rebel army." Owen honestly did not know how to answer the question. He knew that the commander had seen the report from the intelligence office on his desk. Still, looking straight at him, Owen said gently and slowly, "Sir, I have already told you all I know," referring to the report before him. The commander flew into a rage and ordered that Owen should be taken away and shot. Owen's answer was regarded as an affront and an unwillingness to show remorse. If Owen did not show any emotions, he said nothing. His feelings were more of confidence than defiance. As 2 soldiers rushed into the room to take Owen away, he looked at the commander straight into his eyes before he was pulled away. He did not beg for his life as perhaps was expected. The commander was momentarily unsettled about the lack of show of emotion by Owen, even when he was taken away by a shot to be shot. Moments later, he shouted again and ordered the soldiers who were still within a hearing to bring back Owen. Inside his office, he ordered that Owen should be returned to where he was staying. Ordinarily, one could make sense out of what happened. Appeared to be an irrational behavior of the commander, but as a strong believer in the direction of human affairs by the higher cosmic powers, Owen was not disturbed. As Owen stepped out of the office, he noticed that soldiers and civilians gathered in the vicinity of the office. It appeared that they had a pre-knowledge of Owen's appearance before the commander. Meanwhile, the news of a Biafran army officer had spread in the camp. The few people who saw him described him as a handsome-looking young man. Those who did not see him were anxious to see him because they thought he could be killed. There were still many Biafran sympathizers, especially among the civilians commandeered workforce, who privately prayed that Owen should not go the way many others had gone. After that incident, Owen learned that the commander was Lieutenant Colonel A.D. James. The name indicated that he was from the same geographical and ethnic area as Owen. The details Owen knew later revealed that Colonel James's hometown was a mere 10 kilometers away from Owen's village. The commander was little known in his home because he spent most of his time in Lagos and other parts of the country, where he served in different military establishments. Ethnic affiliation could be a strong factor in taking a decision such that the commander faced. Owen believed it could be, but having gotten a glimpse in the thinking of military men, never assumed anything. Indeed, what happened next was enough to confirm his position and shake the ethnic belief. The brigadier commander, Colonel James, was 29 years of age and about 5 feet 6 inches tall. He was not a man of great personality. He made up for what he did not have with a domineering character and pomposity. He was both feared and respected in the camp by both officers and soldiers. Most of them preferred to stay out of his way unless sent for. Only his personal defense corps and those in charge of his domestic needs could be seen around him. His strict code of discipline kept every soldier under his command always at alert. He worked hard and showed commitment to the cause. The divisional command had little supervision over his operational activities because he had proved himself as a dependable brigade commander. He took over a brigade of soldiers who were noted for running away from the front line and transformed them into fighting men. His men faced most of the tough battles in the southeast zone of the war theater. Beneath his toughness, however, was a warm and sociable character when it was time to relax. There were many local events created at the headquarters from time to time. The commander would always be seen as cheering and dancing with the troops. At times, officers and men were treated as friends and not as brothers, and not as soldiers. That was a little peep into the life of the man who would decide the fate of Lieutenant Benjamin Bassey Owen. Owen had been at the brigade headquarters for 4 days since his arrival. Nothing substantial had happened except one threat to his life. Nobody had spoken to him since then, and the hope of being sent to a prisoner of war camp was dwindling. The officers he lived with were very friendly. They had lively chats most of the evenings when they came back to the house. Owen avoided a situation where any talk would center around him. He felt making them know too much about him was not in his interest. What happened with Benjamin Owen was a little odd. He kept sitting in the living room of 2 junior officers at the brigade headquarters, apart from the one day he was threatened a summary execution. The commander did not need consultations to decide what to do with a captured enemy officer delivered to his office. The rules of war are there to follow, although they were often ignored. But indecision was not an alternative. As Owen was wasting away from the indecision, the loud celebration of Biafra's independence provided an opportunity for the commander to be reminded of Owen's presence in the headquarters. chapter 3. Owen spent time in the guard room. May 30 was a landmark in Biafra. It was on that day that the eastern region of Nigeria unilaterally declared itself independent as Republic of Biafra, seceding from the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The act of secession was the immediate cause of the civil war. The rest of the country decided to go to war, crush the rebellion, and return to the status quo while the rebellious region, now Biafra, took up arms to defend its sovereignty. Owen was fighting on the side of the secessionist regime before he was captured and taken prisoner. The war was bitter and unpredictable. It divided families and friends. People who were living and working together as Nigerians found themselves as enemies fighting in opposing armies. Many did it as their patriotic duty. For many, the circumstance of the situation forced them to fight in self-defense. Whatsoever reason there was, each side believed that it was fighting a just war. The political leadership on both sides made the points and urged the rest of the citizens to follow. Yet, many on both sides were reluctant followers. There were many people in Biafra, especially those outside the Igbo ethnic group, who saw themselves as being forced into a war they did not want and had no stake in. They reluctantly supported the war, having found themselves physically living in the territory called Biafra. Many escaped being killed in the north and had to flee to the eastern region. For them, Biafra was home and had to be defended. Many championed it out of emotion, and there were those, especially those in the corridor of power, who needed the war for political and economic reasons. The last group was thinking of events in a Biafra after the war. When hostilities started in July 1967, each side promised a quick and decisive action to defeat the other. After 1 year of fierce fighting, Biafra was still strong to commemorate its independence. Biafra was celebrating the anniversary of independence on this 30th of May. Despite the ongoing hostilities, the Biafran leadership rolled out drums in celebration. The leader of the breakaway country, Lieutenant Colonel Emeka Odumegu Ojukwu, was known for his long, passionate, inspiring, and moving speeches. He prided himself as Oxford University educated and first university graduate to enlist in the Nigerian army. His confidence was also based on his family wealth. His speech that day was marathon and moving. He spoke, among many things, of the heroism of the Biafran people, the strength of the brave fighters of the Biafran armed forces, and the coming liberation of Biafra. Owen had no means of listening to this radio broadcast. He did not even remember the day nor its significance from the prison camp where he was. The brigade commander was listening to the broadcast the same way other happenings in Biafra, or what remained of it, were monitored. Unexpectedly, Owen was summoned to see the commander. He had no idea why he was summoned. Immediately he entered the office, and Owen realized what the problem was as he heard the broadcast of his former commander-in-chief. He was struck. Visibly angered by what he heard, the commander shouted, "This bastard is still talking. You tell me what you did for him." Without waiting for my answer, he continued. For any answer, he continued, "You fought in that rebel army. You should be supporting our effort. He is still talking and boasting." He stood up, making a gesture as if he wanted to punch Owen. "Take him away and get him shot," he shouted at his armed bodyguard, who was standing by the door. He gave Owen no chance to say anything. Not that Owen had anything to say in that circumstance. For the first time, Owen feared for his life. He felt a chilling sensation through his nerves and a cold sweat. He wanted to speak, to say something, anything, to change the momentum, but could not open his mouth. He could not understand what was happening to him. He momentarily lost his consciousness as he was pushed out of the room. He did not hear when, like in a previous case, the soldiers were ordered to return him to the room. The commander did not address Owen this time, but ordered that Owen should be taken to and kept in the guard room. The guard room is a prison house in a military camp where military personnel who commit minor offenses are sent to stay as penalty for their offense. For a specific number of days, depending on the gravity of the offense. Some are also tried in addition. The most common punishment is the isolation of the soldier and deprivation of liberty. Those serving guard room punishment stay behind bars most of the times. They may also be given additional punishment in non-military duties. Corporal punishment may be meted in serious cases. Guard room punishment was designed to dehumanize the victim and take him out of circulation for a while. He is not allowed to wear the uniform during the period. An inmate may be allotted a single cabin if his punishment was total isolation, or he was violent, or the guard decided to keep him alone. Otherwise, they were usually herded into one cell and locked up like animals in a pen. Where the cell was small, as many were, the inmates had to fight for space to sit down. The food was terrible, usually rationed and served in a common container where they had to struggle to take a portion. Water ceased to be a necessity. Taking bath was a luxury, and as a result, the inmates were stinking like the rooms they stayed in. To answer to nature's call depended on the guard who has to release the inmate and escort him to toilet. Fighting in the guard room was a constant scene, and the fact that the guilty party or everybody involved could earn additional time was no deterrent. Soldiers dreaded being sent to the guard room. This was the kind of place Owen was sent to spend unspecified period. Generally, guard room punishment was strictly for the other ranks, not for officers. Officers were usually sent to the officers' mess if there was reason to punish and restrict movement. Owen was not in a position to make any claim of any right. He had no rights in the circumstance. He was to stay there for an unspecified time. His former commander-in-chief made a broadcast that offended the brigade commander. Owen had to be punished for that. He was lucky in a way. The small room he was assigned could take only 3 inmates. Owen spoke with them occasionally, but never revealed who he was. The 2 men were complaining bitterly how they were thrown into the guard room without committing the offenses they were accused of. There was very little room for each of them. The floor was bare and cold. Inmates were not allowed to take their clothing into the guard room. They stayed in their underpants only. Owen sat on the bare floor in his bare body and leaned on the wall for support. Under the condition, it was difficult to find sleep. The only thought that occupied his mind, no matter how hard he tried not to think of, was the Biafran leader. His speech that day earned Owen the detention in the guard room and nearly cost him his life. It might have indeed cost hundreds of innocent lives. It kept on recurring. Colonel Ojukwu, Biafran head of state, son of one of the richest men in the country, was always proud of being an Oxford University graduate, first enlisted university graduate in the Nigerian Army Infantry. He always spoke Oxford English, and his patience was short with those who did not belong to his class. He was noted for his long, usually nocturnal speeches, and believed that was what defined him and separated him from others. Nothing else mattered but his interest. Owen stayed late into the night with these recurring thoughts until he drifted into an uneasy sleep in his first night in the guard room. During the next day, Owen spent most of it in the cell, which was always locked except when food was served or an inmate wanted to answer the call of nature. This was the pattern of daily life in the guard room. After 2 days without bath, Owen had to beg to go to the bathroom. Unfortunately, there was no water, but the breathing of a little fresh air outside had a refreshing effect on him. Owen spent 4 sordid days in the guard room, and they were the worst days in his life as far as he ever remembered. He was finally released and sent back to where he stayed before. It was not long before another incident occurred that caused him to be summoned before the commander for another death sentence. This was more serious than the 2 previous appearances. 2 weeks after Owen was released from the guard room, the brigade headquarters was attacked by enemy troops. Apparently, some Biafran troops had infiltrated through the front lines and found their way close to the headquarters and started an attack before dawn. The defense platoon was caught by surprise and unprepared. They suffered few casualties. By the time they fought back, the damage had already been done. The fighting ended in less than 1 hour, which meant that the enemies did not intend to capture the headquarters, but only to harass and return. Owen knew that the rebel forces did not have the capacity to fight a sustained battle, capture a place, and keep. They depended on a hit-and-run tactic, and that could only cause damage, few casualties, and setback. It worked because the federal troops were generally caught napping. The Biafra plan was to prolong the war until it could get international assistance, either to fight or to settle the issue in its favor. After the fighting had died down, and about noon, Owen was dozing in a chair from lack of sleep when a soldier entered and picked him up to go and see the commander. To Owen, this had now become a routine affair whenever something happened at the headquarters. He thought the commander wanted to swallow his pride and asked him to help. He was wrong. Owen was verbally abused, berated, and blamed for the attack, and asked to explain how the rebel troops came close to the brigade headquarters. He was condemned once again and ordered to be executed. Once again, as in the previous cases, the order for execution was rescinded as fast as it was given, and Owen was allowed to leave for another day. That day did not take long to come. Owen had been in the camp for 6 weeks. For that period, it appeared that he was to blame for anything that did not go well in the camp, or the least irritation the commander had. Owen was thinking of how to handle the situation when another attack occurred. This time, it was more serious. Owen knew that he would be sent for by the commander after the fighting, and he prepared to tell the commander what he felt. The attack started at midnight, probably 3 a.m., and continued until about 8 a.m. This attack appeared to have been well planned and coordinated from two flanks of the rebel attackers. For more than 4 hours, there was continuous firing on both sides and occasional night flares. Every officer and soldier from the commander himself were up and engaged. All the soldiers in the camp were ordered to join the defense platoon in the fighting. By daybreak, reinforcement came from one of the battalions, and it was then and only then that the rebel soldiers were dislodged. The injured were ferried to the field medical unit in the camp for treatment, while the dead were buried in a makeshift burial ground outside the camp. Later in the day, the seriously injured were taken to the airport to be conveyed to Lagos. Many people were afraid that the brigadier headquarters could be overrun, considering the sustained firepower of the rebel forces. The consequences of that would have been catastrophic, especially for people like Owen. Although the fear sometimes came over me, Owen knew from experience that the rebel fighters would eventually be forced to retreat after their ammunition ran out. And that was what happened. By daylight, they had expended all the ammunition they had, but not before they had inflicted much damage to the federal fighting spirit. As Owen had expected, even before all the losses were counted, he was summoned to meet the commander in the evening of the same day. Owen prayed for courage. He had decided to speak and defend himself this time. He has known the commander's usual style of intimidation and fear of being challenged. Owen would counter that this time to save his neck. It could be his last fight, but he had to fight. Inside his office, the commander asked the soldiers to leave. He was alone with Owen. For a brief moment, Owen thought the man wanted to do the job himself when he pulled out the service revolver and placed on the table. "Please," Owen started, when the commander asked him to stop. Owen looked at him without betraying his fear. "What kind of man are you?" the commander asked rhetorically. "You have been in this headquarters for 5 weeks, and we have encountered 2 attacks directly by your fellow rebels. What part have you played in these attacks?" Before Owen could say anything, he started again. "I am going to kill you myself if I find out that you play any part in it. You should be helping me." But he did not finish the sentence when an officer came into the room, one of the 2 officers Owen was staying with. Owen was asked to leave the room. The 2 spent about 10 minutes in the room before the officer left. Owen went back into the room. He was startled when, unexpectedly, the commander released a live bullet from the pistol he kept on the table. It was aimed at Owen, but instinctively he bent down as if he was dodging the bullets. For the first time, Owen saw the human side of the man. He smiled and for the first time called Owen by name, then addressed him. Owen, so are you afraid to die? Why did you join the rebel army? Is that why you left them? Because you did not want to die, and you believe that you are safe here, all in quick succession, and apparently he did not expect any answer. Owen wanted to say something, but the commander waved him away and ordered him to be returned to the house. Owen, the proverbial cat with 9 lives, survived once again. 2 days after this attack, something chilling happened at the brigade headquarters. In the midst of his travels, Owen was specifically called to watch a scene of sordid cruelty. It was about 11 a.m. He had heard some unusual voices of people outside, but as was usual with him, Owen did not want to unnecessarily bother himself with so many things happening in the camp. So he remained inside until a soldier from the defense platoon went to invite Owen by the order of the commander. Owen knew by experience that the commander's invitation always meant problem for him. So he was prepared for whatever the commander had in store for him. It was different this time. The invitation was for sightseeing. It was a chilling sight. Waiting outside the block was an open truck of people wailing and shouting. There were about 30 or 35 men between the ages of 15 and 40, with a handful of elderly women. Beyond the truck were some young men busy digging what was undoubtedly a mass grave. The lucky ones were shot dead first, but many others were still alive when they were buried. Their cries, pleadings, and prayers seemed to have been buried with them because nobody heard them. To the small crowd there, it was an entertainment of sorts. There were, however, some, mostly women, who broke down, hid their faces, and were sobbing. This was more than Owen could have imagined. This was more than Owen could have imagined. The shock gripped him. The shock gripped him. Why was he invited to watch the inhuman show? Was it to show what could happen to him if the commander so decided to end his life? Before he could get over the shock, another bizarre show came on the scene. 2 4-wheel drive army vehicles, each driven by an officer, moved slowly into the killing field. Behind each vehicle was a man tied to the vehicle with a long steel chain. The men were dragged along the rough ground as the vehicle slowly moved side by side as if on a parade. First, the man's skin peeled off, then the flesh and the bone. They still cried for mercy where there was none, while their strength lasted, until the vital energy returned to the maker. The men died in a most painful, gruesome, and undignified manner Owen had ever seen or imagined. Many among the onlookers were gripped with fear and unvoiced hatred for the perpetrators. Others were indifferent, while a sadistic few enjoyed the show. It was not that Owen did not witness isolated killings and deaths from time to time since the war started, but killings of this magnitude were the most brutal, barbaric, sadistically ingenious that he had ever witnessed. Those men and women who were killed in this most inhuman and barbaric manner were not soldiers. They were civilians who called themselves Biafrans, who refused to run away from their homes and were accused of not cooperating with the federal troops and supporting the breakaway Biafra. None of the accusations could be proven to be true. Surely, Owen learned something if he was invited to watch and learn a lesson from it. He started to think of how to cooperate with the commander and the personnel at his host headquarters. This was the first time the thought of planning to leave the headquarters occurred to him. Unknown to Owen, the brigade commander had set up a surveillance ring round him after he was released from the guard room. Owen believed that the two officers he stayed with were supporting him. They once in a while discussed and asked him questions Owen believed were to get certain information from him. The officers discovered that Owen was always staying ahead of them. They did not see anything strange with Owen. He had nothing more than a pair of trousers, a shirt, and a pair of sandals. The towel and the bed cover he used were given to him by a soldier in the camp, a relation he met when he arrived at the camp. He did not leave the house except to go to get food from the kitchen next door. He had no contact with people, and there was no way he could have been implicated in any plan to attack the headquarters. Owen wondered how long he was going to live that way, being blamed for what he knew nothing about. He decided to help himself in any way he could. He decided to engage his host, Lieutenant Duba and Lieutenant Ola, more in discussions, since they were the only two people he saw regularly. Talking with them, he thought, could open up a lot of things and bring more confidence among them. After weeks of close interaction, the two officers discovered how knowledgeable Owen was in both military and non-military affairs. They started to frequently consult him in many challenging issues. At a time, they urged Owen to enlist in the Nigerian army. Owen, on the other hand, suggested to them that he could work with the military as a civilian. Owen knew that the war was not going to end soon, and the most challenging thing to him was how to leave the war zone and not to sit there waiting for the war to end. Enlisting in the army was not the answer to his problem. He could do that and get stuck as a soldier and not an officer. The brigades had the power to enlist local people as soldiers, but had no authority to enlist officers. Owen, in any case, had no inclination to enlist, even as an officer. His ambition was to find a way out of the situation before circumstances forced him to do so, to do what he did not choose to do. Soon, the conversation with the two officers veered toward Owen's idle time and wastage of his talents. Owen did not discourage them from discussing him this time. He knew that one of them, being an infantry officer in charge of the defense platoon, met with the commander frequently and was likely to discuss him with the latter sometime. Owen was right. Most of the things they discussed always filtered to the commander. It was not long before they discussed the work of the Field Marshal Unit and the shortage of personnel when Owen got another surprise. Lieutenant Duba was excited when he came into the house that afternoon. He told Owen that the commander had asked if Owen could go to work in the brigade field medical unit. The medical unit was used for emergency treatment of wounded soldiers before being transferred to the hospital. It also functioned as a clinic for sick soldiers. It dealt with all medical problems in the brigade. Seriously wounded soldiers were evacuated to Lagos for further treatment. By this time, Port Harcourt Airport had opened for military flights only. Later, the Red Cross and other humanitarian planes were allowed to bring in relief supplies and also help in evacuating wounded soldiers. The medical unit of the brigade was in charge of taking the wounded soldiers to the airport and loading them onto the planes. Working in that unit afforded the personnel there to have regular access to few people outside the military unit. Owen thought working in the medical unit would give him the opportunity to go out to the airport once in a while. More importantly, relieve his idle and monotonous life in the camp and offer him the opportunity to talk to other people. It was the officer in charge of the medical unit, Captain Martins, who invited Owen to his office the very next day, apparently at the instruction of the commander. Captain Martins was not, strictly speaking, a soldier. He was a paramedic who joined the medical corps to perform medical duties only. He was given a short service commission based on his professional experience and level of relevant education. His interview with Owen was short. Then he briefed Owen extensively about the work of the various sections of the unit. Owen was not assigned to any particular section. He performed all duties wherever he was assigned. It did not take long for Captain Martins to acknowledge Owen's abilities, ingenuity, and commitment in handling issues in the clinic. After 3 weeks of performing general duties, Captain Martins asked Owen to move to the section which was in charge of evacuation of badly wounded soldiers to the airport. This section was also in charge of preparing dead soldiers for burial. Owen was excited to be sent to this section, but would not show it. He was not sure if the soldiers knew who he was and how much they would trust him. Captain Martins knew him, and Owen had made special effort. Captain Martins knew him, and Owen had made special effort to impress and win his trust and confidence. His first day to the airport was the first time he ever left the camp since he arrived 4 months earlier. On that day, he, with 5 soldiers in the section, took 20 wounded soldiers in 5 vehicles to the airport. The airport was not far away from the brigade headquarters. Even with the bad roads and security checkpoints, it took 40 minutes to get there. They arrived shortly before the military planes landed and had enough time to complete the documentation. It took some time to load the soldiers on the plane. Those on wheelchairs were wheeled in, and those who could stand were supported into the plane. It was a pretty tough job, but the soldiers handled it very well. They had to wait until the plane departed before they returned to their headquarters. Going to the airport was a daily business. On most days, they made 2 trips in mid-morning and late afternoon. At other times, when the fighting was heavy and there were more casualties to be evacuated, they did make more trips, all during the day, because there was no night flight as a matter of military security policy. Warm water. Meanwhile, Owen was making more friends with the people around him. One of such friends was a talkative young man whose stock in trade was gossiping. He kept Owen informed of all the happenings in the camp, from rumors of summary execution to who has got a new wife from the war front. From the information gleaned, Owen learned how lucky he was to still be alive. He was happy that he was no longer directly under the commander's radar, and his frequent emotional and killer outbursts to the detriment of Owen. Owen devoted his entire time to his work. Of course, there was nothing else to get his attention. He was also thinking how he could free himself finally without waiting for the war to end. He knew that it was not safe for him to try to leave the camp in such a militarized environment. His thoughts were focused on how he could get on one of those flights run by the humanitarian service to Lagos, where he could take a chance. There were 2 humanitarian bodies that came into Port Harcourt Airport from time to time with relief supplies and sometimes took wounded soldiers back to Lagos or abroad. There were Médecins Sans Frontières, that is, Doctors Without Borders, and Caritas, a Roman Catholic relief agency. And the soldiers in the medical unit had access to them when soldiers had to be evacuated. After serious thoughts, Owen decided that he would take a chance with one of those airlines. He started observing if there were some friendly crew members he could rely upon when he took a move. He waited patiently. It was not very long when he had the opportunity to take the first step. Médecins Sans Frontières flight seemed to have been a better choice for Owen. He had been going in and out of the plane each time it came and took wounded soldiers. And after doing this for a long time, Owen decided it was time to do something. There was a young woman who was a regular crew on this flight. She was friendly and approachable and had tried to speak to Owen once or twice before. Each time, Owen had cautiously avoided speaking to her in the presence of the soldiers. Owen was biding his time and did not want to try anything that would fail. However, he felt convinced that she could be of use to him in his plans. He decided to test the waters in her next visit. It was not long when the chance came. The plane came again in 4 days. Owen was the first person to approach it when it landed. Once inside, he saw the woman and went straight to her. In a surprise move, the woman stretched her hand to Owen and said, "I am Anne." Owen, not expecting that action, heard himself saying, "I am Benjamin." as he took her hand, using his first name for the first time in many months. Before Owen could say anything else, he saw other members of the medical team coming with their patients. He quickly turned away and left the plane to go and bring another patient. Anne was no doubt surprised by his action. But as a veteran of the humanitarian body, she understood it. She had been on that job for a long time and had experienced the last barbaric show in killing those civilians, and had experienced actions like that, and had experienced actions like that prompted by the circumstances of the person. Other members of the team did not see the short encounter with Anne, and Owen made sure they never saw it. Owen believed, and rightly so, that he was still under surveillance, and his contact with Anne, if reported, could cost him the privilege of going to the airport. The only witness to the cordial exchange was a wounded soldier who had other things to worry about than a friendly exchange between a visiting crew member and a military employee. Owen was happy. The way the first contact ended, he believed that it would make the woman think that Owen was not in a secure position to speak freely with her. The next opportunity, Owen reasoned, would play out better to his advantage. That next opportunity came in 2 weeks. The flight landed at about 11 a.m. in the morning, 11 a.m. Owen and his team arrived 15 minutes after with 30 wounded soldiers. They had little time left and so started working in earnest. Each time Owen went in with his patient, he made a brief eye contact with Anne, but never said anything. The plane had been on the ground longer than was expected, and the loading was not completed. Owen still had one patient to load. He deliberately allowed others to finish so that he would be the last. He wheeled in his patient, positioned him, and moved inside the plane instead of coming out. He met Anne, and without any ado, whispered to her, "I want to come to Lagos." Anne had witnessed such situations in the course of her work, where people desperately wanted to leave their country and war zones. She directed Owen to a half-concealed seat in the corner of the plane without saying a word. The baggage hold had closed, and Anne was doing the final check-in. For the first time in a very long time, Owen's heartbeat started to race. He was not quite sure if it was true that he was finally leaving the war and unfortunate situation behind him. He did not consider the consequences of his action if the plan failed, or what would happen, or what would be done to the soldier with whom he worked. He was consumed by the fact that he wanted to leave the war zone. It did not occur to him that he had no plans of what to do in Lagos. All he wanted was to leave the war zone and free himself. Owen had always lived a life of commitment and loyalty to his duty. The work he did for the military was no exception. But in this case, he was torn between duty and his safety and future. He chose the risk for the future. He had thought about the situation and the circumstances, that as long as he had a trusting guide and a reliable friend to take him out of the front line, battle zone, all other things would fall in place. He certainly knew that if he could get into Lagos, tracing him would be impossible unless he ran out of luck. Again, he reasoned that he was anonymous, and the brigadier commander would not report his missing since they would have a lot to explain. Anne, as Owen sized her, was very knowledgeable in the affairs of the war and compassionate in dealing with people. She knew the turf, and Owen had imagined where her sympathy would be. Her English was perfect, except if you were bilingual in French and English. You would not have any inkling she was French. The last barbaric show in killing those civilians and the fact that he was specially invited to see sent chilling thoughts each time he remembered it. Now that he was out of the camp, if something went wrong in Lagos and he was arrested, he would not be returned to Port Harcourt. In Lagos, he would have a chance that he was not likely to have in Port Harcourt. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Escape to Lagos. His heart was still pounding when the plane taxied for a takeoff. 20 minutes into the flight, Anne went to Owen. They discussed for some time. The first thing was to get him safely into Lagos. And get him a place to stay before thinking of what next to do. Owen just realized that he had to depend completely on Anne for some time. He had no plans, nor was he able to think of anything he would do in Lagos. Anne Dupont was 30 years old, a French national from Lyon and a social worker. She had worked with Médecins Sans Frontières for 10 years and in 4 different war zones around the world. She had dealt with refugees, with people who tried to flee from war-torn areas, and with people who had faced all sorts of calamities. She knew the contacts to make to seek help for the needy, and she had succeeded over the years in settling few of them in other foreign countries. Her first contact with Owen indicated to her that Owen might need help. That made it easier for her to accommodate Owen when he finally approached her. She assumed that Owen had nobody to take care of his affairs in Lagos and decided that she would do more than taking him into Lagos. The plane landed in Lagos in 55 minutes without any evidence, without any incidents. Owen could see many military ambulance vehicles already lined up, waiting on the tarmac to evacuate the wounded soldiers to the hospital. A little fear gripped Owen. Was it possible that the brigade headquarters in Port Harcourt could inform the military authorities at the airport to arrest and detain him? Owen argued that it was not possible. It would take the soldiers 40 to 50 minutes to get back. There was no means of communicating with headquarters before then, taking into consideration the chain of command in the military. By the time the commander would be informed that he was missing, Owen would be clearly out of the airport area. After all, Anne had promised to see him safely into Lagos. Owen knew that it would be difficult, if not impossible, for the brigade to officially pursue him. To start with, his presence at the Army Brigade headquarters in Port Harcourt for those 4 months was ambiguous, to say the least. He was not officially declared a prisoner of war, nor was he treated as such. The only resemblance of that was his interrogation by the intelligence office, which could apply to any suspect. Owen's presence in the brigade was never reported to the higher military authorities, which ought to be the case. For the brigade to report Owen as missing or escaping from military custody would expose the brigade's ineptitude and, worse still, endangering the fighting forces by keeping an enemy officer without adequate security and reporting his capture to the army headquarters. Owen concluded that there was no danger from the command he had just escaped from. It had no locus standi to legally pursue Owen. After the wounded soldiers were all taken off the plane and driven out of the airport, Anne went back and escorted Owen out of the plane and out of the airport. She hired a taxi that took them into town. She said nothing to Owen during the taxi ride, and Owen was wise enough not to say anything to her or ask her any questions. Traffic on the route was heavy, and it took 1 hour to get to the destination. Meanwhile, there were commotions at the brigade headquarters in Port Harcourt. At the airport, Owen's teammates did not suspect anything until it dawned on them that the plane had taken off with Owen inside. It was not something any of them could explain, whether it was an accident or a deliberate act. They knew that they would have to answer for the lapse. The most senior of the soldiers would assume the responsibility and explain how Owen had gone to Lagos with the plane, and they were unable to detect and stop it. A written report had to be submitted to the commander through the head of the medical unit, Captain Martins. Captain Martins questioned the soldiers but would not indict any of them. He submitted the report to the commander the same evening and recommended that the soldiers be punished for lacking in vigilance. He took an interim step to remove all of them from the section handling evacuation of wounded soldiers. They were deployed to other sections. Evacuation of wounded soldiers to the airport was seen by soldiers as both duty and privilege. It allowed the soldiers to leave the camp almost every day, which was what soldiers cherished much. The soldiers used the opportunity to make contacts and send personal messages through to Lagos. The loss of this privilege was not considered a punishment. They would be punished appropriately when the report got to the commander. So they waited. The news of Owen's escape spread like a wildfire in the camp. Owen had suddenly become a very important figure as a symbol of stubbornness and challenge to the commander. The blame for his flight was not put on anybody yet. The commander invited Captain Martins for discussion after reading the report. He knew that he could not report the incident to the army headquarters and asked for help to arrest Owen. In the first place, the presence of Owen as a prisoner of war was illegal. It was not reported to the army hierarchy, and to report his disappearance would bring unpredictable consequences which nobody wanted to contemplate. Besides, his flight to Lagos could not be considered to constitute any danger to the cause of the war. The only official existence of Owen was in the files of the intelligence office, which could be removed so that Owen ceased to exist. The brigade commander, whether he was advised or not, did not take any action on the report. The soldiers were not punished either, and the case died a natural death. Owen did not exist as far as the Nigerian Army 16th Brigade was concerned. Anne stopped the taxi some distance to the hotel, paid off the driver, and walked the rest of the way to the hotel with Owen. It was a small 2-star hotel lying some distance from the main road. Owen was checked in as Mr. Douglas, and he never questioned it. Owen sat on the edge of the bed while Anne sat on the only chair in the room, facing each other for the first time since they first met in the plane. Owen thanked Anne profusely for her assistance. The latter said nothing. It was getting dark outside. Anne stood up, told Owen that his dinner would be brought to the room, that she would see him the following morning, then handed Owen some money and left. Owen had a good dinner, no doubt, the best in many months, took his bath, and then discovered that he had nothing to change into. That was the least problem for him. After all, he had stayed for months in one dress. He lay down and involuntarily went through the events of the day, but prevented himself from thinking about what would happen the next day. He fell into a deep sleep, and for the first time in many months, he slept without fear. When Owen woke up, the sun was already up and shining brightly in his room. He remembered that Anne was coming that morning, so he had to prepare to meet her. He could not go to the restaurant and was reluctant to use the telephone to make an order. He was dozing off again when he heard a soft knock on the door. As he opened the door, Anne was standing there beaming with laughter. As if it was contagious, Owen found himself laughing too, but quickly checked himself. Once in the room, Anne handed Owen a bag. In it were some clothes, a pair of shoes, and sandals, and other things Owen would need. She sat down and went straight into business. She began to address Owen. "Mr. Benjamin, tell me your story and what you want." "Thank you, Anne," Owen started. "I have never met such a kind and understanding person like you before in my life. My name is Benjamin Bassi Owen." Owen went through where he had been and what he had been doing since the time he enlisted in the Biafran army, how he fell into the hands of the federal troops, his stay in the brigade headquarters, until the time he met Anne at the airport. Anne listened attentively without interruption, and at the end asked him few questions and wanted to know about his life before he enlisted in the military. Owen had little choice. He told Anne his entire life history from his birth in a small village, Biase, in eastern Nigeria in 1948, his early education in the local school to the time he was in the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and up to the time he joined the military to fight on the side of Biafra. Anne took him to task on many points which appeared to her inconsistent. Owen learned quickly the kind of person he was dealing with. Anne was precise in her thoughts and language and incisive in her decision. She felt satisfied in the discussion and information she extracted from Owen. Having brought Owen to Lagos, she decided not to abandon him, but she wanted him to decide what he wanted. Owen's desire was to go back to the university and complete his studies, but was unable to say how he could be helped in that. Besides, that meant he would have to remain in Lagos for almost 1 year before he could get an admission into any Nigerian university. After talking for about 2 hours, Anne realized that Owen was in no position to make any realizable decision for himself at that moment. Although Anne felt that she should not carry the burden of deciding for somebody she had just rescued, the circumstance dictated otherwise. She had the freedom and contacts Owen did not have. She could move around and get things done, so she realized she had a duty to guide and see him through. She took a decision, but Owen would not be privy to it yet. Before she left, she gave Owen some money and advised him that he could go out if he so wished and promised to see him in 4 days. Anne started making contacts for Owen to be granted a refugee status in France. In her position in Médecins Sans Frontières, she knew she could handle that. The 4 days she promised Owen were not enough to conclude any arrangements, but she still decided to see Owen that evening. The visit was brief. She told Owen that she was working on a plan to send him to France under the United Nations refugee laws. She explained that in France, with the right contacts, Owen could start his studies and began a new life. Owen knew that France was not the easiest place for him to go. He did not speak French, and unlike in places like the United States and Great Britain, he knew nobody in France. For Anne, it was easier to get him to France than any other place. She had contacts and associates who would help Owen in France. That was the decision, and Owen had no choice in it but to accept. He was, however, happy about it. Meanwhile, he would remain in Lagos for arrangements to be completed. How long this would take, Anne herself did not know. Before she left that evening, Anne gave Owen 2 manuals of the French language to help him start learning the language. It would take some time before Anne would be able to see Owen again. Owen had been in Lagos for 35 days and was still in the small hotel room. He started feeling the boredom of inactivity, and Anne encouraged him to go out, since in her view there was no perceived danger. He was doing very well in his French and hoped to both surprise and impress Anne in her next visit. Owen had to be granted a refugee status before a visa could be issued to him to enter France. Médecins Sans Frontières had applied on his behalf and was awaiting the outcome. Anne was sure it would not be rejected since Owen was officially in its custody. Bureaucracy, however, had to take its course. Owen had no close relations in Lagos. Those who were there had returned shortly before the war started, but he was sure there were still a few of his townspeople there who had refused to leave Lagos. He was sometimes tempted to look for them, but his sense of personal security was stronger than the sense of relationship. He resolved to remain incognito until he was able to leave Lagos and find himself a new life in France. Meanwhile, the news that Owen was either taken to Lagos or he escaped to Lagos had reached his village, which was a mere 200 kilometers from Port Harcourt. His family, and indeed the whole village, knew he was still alive. Owen was a rising star in his community and the envy of many of his peers. He was the only one selected out of 10 candidates who went for enlistment in the Nigerian Army Corps for the village. At that time, the military was considered as the only viable industry in view of the danger involved in the fighting. All schools were closed. Nobody was employing anymore. Everything in the society was geared towards the war effort. Apart from the idleness, many young men wanted to join the military to avoid the constant harassment by the men in uniform. Owen was seen and considered a very lucky and inspiring young man. He was in the university already, and he enlisted in the military as an officer and was traveling away from home again. Soldiers did not make matters easy for young men who were still walking the street. Soldiers had become the new elite group in the country. It was a relief to many people in the village that Owen was still alive. 6 months later, when the news reached the village again that Owen was in France, he became an enigma. His peers in the village could not believe the fortune of this man. They were unawares of the pains Owen went through. Meanwhile, Owen, still in Lagos, had reconciled himself to the situation. He did not know what had happened to his parents and siblings. He was the third of 7 children in the family. He tried not to worry about the situation he neither knew nor could control. His entire focus was on being able to get some help and move on. So far, he believed that the help he needed was within his reach, and his thoughts were on how he could take advantage of the expected generosity of the French government. After 16 days of no contact, Anne turned up at the hotel. It was a happy meeting. Owen had been granted a visa into France. A ticket had been purchased for him, and Owen knew when he was to leave Lagos for France, for Paris. Anne delivered the things Owen would need on his trip in a suitcase. She spent the rest of the time briefing Owen on his trip, what he should expect and needed to do on arrival in France. She also briefed Owen on the cultural peculiarities of the French. It was an opportunity for Owen to surprise Anne on how much French he had learned. He also told Anne of his successful trip to the University of Lagos. Anne bid Owen goodbye and departed, feeling very happy that Owen was added to the list of her accomplishments in her humanitarian work. Owen's flight was scheduled to depart Lagos International Airport, Ikeja, at 6 p.m. on November 16, 1968. It was 3 p.m. when the 18-seater bus pulled up at the front of the hotel, and Owen, who had been waiting at the lobby, stood up, expecting to see Anne. She was not there. Owen went into the bus where there were 14 other passengers already. He scanned the bus before sitting behind the driver. Anne was not there. Maybe she was at the airport, Owen thought. There was nobody he could ask. It turned out that 12 of the people in the bus were going to France as refugees. Only two were women. The airport was a short distance and there was little traffic at the time of the day. It took the driver 30 minutes to be there. When the passengers alighted, Owen observed that each of them carried one new suitcase similar in size but not in color to the one he carried. Owen looked around. Still, there was no Anne. He pretended that he was not disturbed, but decided against asking the 2 officials who were with them. He convinced himself that it was not Anne's duty to be at the airport. After all, she had bidden him goodbye at their last meeting in the hotel. The officials directed them to a separate counter for checking in, just behind where others were checked. The check-in was thorough and detailed. They had to answer questions about their background, where they lived, why they sought their refugee status in France, etc. At a point, Owen thought he could be turned back, and Anne was not there to defend his application. Eventually, all was fine, and all of them were directed to the departure lounge. The 2 officials from Médecins France Sans Frontières were still there with them until it was time for boarding. It was a 5-hour flight to France. The Air France took them to Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. For all the 12 refugee-seeking passengers in the plane, it was their first time to fly that long, and also the first time to travel outside Nigeria. Even though all of them knew that they were traveling under the same circumstances, there was no discussion among them in the plane. They simply behaved like fish out of water. One could see that they were full of excitement for leaving the country at such a terrible time, and also fear of the unknown. Chapter 5. A refugee in France. The plane arrived in time in the early hours of the morning on November 17, 1968. Winter did not set in fully, but as would be expected, it was terribly cold for Owen and others who had never experienced winter conditions in their life. The officials who waited to receive them had expected that, so they brought some clothing to keep each of them warm. They went through the immigration formalities in a separate counter. The 2 officers who manned the counter were very friendly and made a lasting impression on them. As Owen later recalled, they were directed into a bus and driven straight to a compound at the outskirts of Paris, a place that was to be their temporary home for the coming months, or perhaps years for some. Since it was still dark by the time they arrived, they were directed into their rooms to spend the rest of the morning hours in bed until they would be met officially and instructed on the new life they were going into. Each person was shown into his room. Owen occupied a room with 3 other inmates, men about his own age. The room was scantily furnished and looked very much like a shared college dorm with no privacy. Each occupant had a small compartment for personal things. There were 2 baths and 2 toilets attached to one end of the room. The temporary settlement camp, as it was called, comprised of 1- and 2-story buildings. Out as far as the eye could see, it was a large complex constructed to be an independent community. The living quarters had buildings for facilities for families to live together, and different structures to house single people. It could take a maximum of 400 people. At the time Owen arrived, the population of the camp was about 250 men, women, and children from different countries and nationalities. It functioned like a typical social and economic community in which members were engaged in various normal everyday activity. Apart from the living quarters, there were many other buildings in the camp for various functions. There were instructions and briefing rooms. There were rooms for recreation, including games, television viewing, and reading. There was a library, a cinema theater, and a gymnasium. There was various workshops located at strategic places for those who were interested in learning trade. The camp also had a school for children as well as adults. The soccer field close to the school provided the opportunity for young adults to practice and play soccer and also train in athletics. There were few shops located at strategic points to offer items of daily need subsidized at subsidized prices. The camp provided sufficient facilities to cater for the immediate economic and social needs of the refugees. Feeding in the camp was communal for many inhabitants. They ate from the same kitchen, and the food was prepared by volunteers among them. Families that opted to prepare their own food were given appropriate quantity of food according to the size of the family. That choice was, however, not available to single people. The refugees who had spent some time in the camp and had jobs in the city were not compelled to eat in the camp if they did not want to. The rules were flexible in many aspects of life in the camp to help the refugees to adapt fast to their new life. The documentation of the new arrival who came in that morning did not start until about 12 noon. They were allowed to catch a few hours of sleep. For some in the party, including Owen, sleep was a far cry. They lay awake all through the hours. They did not anticipate the degree of cold they experienced in their new place of abode, and they knew they had to adapt to it. During the documentation, they got to know one another. They all claimed to come from Biafra, but the officials at the camp advised them to put Nigeria as the country of origin. Each of the 10 men and women had a different story to tell, while each was granted a refugee status in France. France was in fact a strong supporter of the short-lived Biafra and offered enormous assistance, including the acceptance of many people from the war-ravaged area as refugees. After lunch, they were assembled again in one of the briefing rooms for a comprehensive briefing. Briefing took the whole afternoon and part of the following day. Subjects of briefing included France in the world, the French and its culture, social and political norms, and understanding the French language. Other issues were the instructions and regulations governing their stay in France and in the camp in particular, and the initial conditions for movement outside the camp. Emphasis was placed on the necessity to obey the rules of the camp. They were officially designated as refugees, having fled from the country from war in their country, and were being accepted for temporary stay in a different country, and accorded the refugee status as defined by the United Nations statutes. They were ready to start a new life of regulated living, which was, after all, not as bad as it sounded. Refugee camps, by definition, were not to provide permanent living conditions. Refugees had the freedom to return to their home countries as soon as the conditions which forced them to leave their countries in the first place ceased and life became normal. And table tennis, gymnastics, and running. The camp tried to cater for everybody's interest. Each person was paid something for the services he or she performed. A little portion of the earning was given to them for their use, and the remainder saved and given to them at the time of their departure from the camp. Owen was picked to teach in the camp school. He joined 15 other teachers. Most of them spoke French in addition to their native language or English. The language of instruction depended on the language the students spoke, but all of them were encouraged to learn French, which was the major language used. Owen spoke little French, the little he started to learn before leaving Lagos. The immediate and most important objective he set for himself was to speak and write French in the shortest possible time. Owen decided to take every advantage of the situation. The camp was insulated from the hectic life of the society. The condition was ideal for him to study. The sport facilities provided him enormous opportunities for recreation and training. He could do anything he wanted at his own pace. He made do with everything provided in the camp and the stipend he received from teaching. When he was not teaching, he spent his time in the camp library. He sometimes had to request a book not available in the camp from a library in the city. He set himself a deadline to go back to the university, either in France or in the United States of America, for his studies. He knew that was achievable. Owen did not see himself as a refugee. He regarded his stay in the camp as a rare opportunity and the hand of God in his affairs. He convinced himself that he lacked nothing and should not worry about anything. The news of continued fighting at home did not dampen his optimism. After all, there was nothing he could do to alter the situation. As more people arrived from Nigeria as refugees with stories of atrocities by soldiers and great suffering among the Nigerian civilian population, Owen appeared not to be moved. Nevertheless, once in a while, the thought of not knowing what happened to his parents, his siblings, close friends, and former colleagues would trouble him. He kept himself busy at all times to ward off idle thoughts. His stay in the refugee camp would change his attitude to life. It was not long before the camp authorities took notice of the kind of life Owen was leading and started to take special interest in him. In 3 months, Owen could speak and write perfect French. Most of the time, he would interpret to the people, so he came to the camp with. He was permitted to leave the camp whenever he requested because he never failed to return at the time he was required to come back. He was always called to speak to other refugees whenever there was a misunderstanding. The authorities recognized him as a leader if one was needed. It had been the policy of the refugee camp to issue work authorization to refugees who found suitable work outside the camp. The work had to be between 6 in the morning and 6 in the evening and must be vetted as authentic and meet the permissible category of work. Despite the liberal policy, it was difficult to qualify to work outside. The major obstacle in many cases was the language, which was key to integration in the French society. Owen applied for a work as an architectural firm for a job in an architectural firm and got the authorization. He had no problems. He could communicate in French and had proved himself trustworthy. The firm was located only 30 minutes by bus from the camp. For him, this work would not only provide the extra income he would make, but would also revive his interest in architecture, which was his major in the university he attended before the Civil War forced it to close. The authorities were pleased to issue him a work permit as a reward for his exemplary work and behavior in the camp. Owen, on the other hand, promised to continue to carry on with his responsibilities in the camp with some adjustment in timing. The work in the firm was not difficult for him. It was within the area of his competence and interest, and as was usual with him, it did not take much time before he blended well into the system. With 2 years of academic work in architecture, he was able to work on specialized areas without the guidance given to newcomers in the career. The firm was pleased to exploit his knowledge as much as Owen was to refresh the knowledge he needed to continue his career. He brought in a lot of innovations that sometimes surprised his employer. His accomplishment at work did not make him forget to pursue his other objectives. He used the opportunity outside the camp to search for his friends in the United States, where he believed he wanted to go. He soon established a contact in the New York area. One contact led to another, and before long, he was communicating with 5 of his friends who were in the United States. Each of them encouraged him to travel to the United States, where they said he would have more opportunities for anything he wanted. Owen did not know how to transit from his status as a refugee in one country to the freedom of going to a third country, shedding off the refugee garb. There was no way he could look for help. He did not want to share his thoughts and plans with anybody for fear of being upstaged. He started doing some research on his own. He read the rules of the United Nations High Commission for Refugees dealing with the treatment of refugees and their rights. He read about the discharge and evacuation of refugees generally, and in France in particular. As Owen was trying to wade through this new problem, something unexpectedly happened. It was on a Saturday morning, the beginning of April. The spring weather was mild and beautiful. Owen had been out for an early morning exercise in the gym and was just back to his room thinking of the day ahead when a message came that somebody was looking for him. That this was the first time somebody had to look for him since he came to the camp. Owen did not know what to make of this. Nonetheless, he dressed up and went to the office. What a pleasant surprise. There she was, Anne, standing before him as he entered the room. Owen could not contain his excitement as Anne embraced him. Owen kissed her, and then they started speaking in quick succession. Comment tu vas, Anne? Quand est-ce que tu arrives Paris? Asked Owen. Translated, how are you, Anne? When did you arrive in Paris? Asked Owen. Je vais très bien, et toi? Anne replied. Je suis arrivé cet matin. Translated, I am very well, and you? Anne replied, I arrived this morning. Owen and Anne continued to chat excitedly, all in French. Anne was surprised to hear how much French Owen was able to learn in 4 months. Owen spoke flawlessly without any accent. It confirmed the genius Anne saw in Owen the first time she saw him in Port Harcourt, which made her decide to give him the material assistance he needed. She was so proud of him that she could not resist the temptation of telling the camp administrator how she met Owen. Owen was permitted to leave the camp, but Owen was permitted to leave the camp for that day with Anne if he so wished. Anne and Owen went into the city. Anne wanted to show Owen around all her favorite spots in Paris. They first went to the restaurant and thereafter to the theater to watch a play about the life of Abraham Lincoln, the famous American president. Anne had missed a lot at home for the period she spent in Nigeria. But one day stay in Paris could not make up for that. And besides, she was considering the places and things that would also interest Owen. They visited a few more places Owen had suggested. In between whatever they were doing, Anne had to brief Owen of the situation in Nigeria regarding the ongoing war. Anne was from Lyon, a city in the southeast of France on River Rhône. She intended to spend her vacation there, but was in Paris primarily to see Owen, as she wanted to brief Owen of the war situation in his home and also assess his progress in French. She told Owen that from her assessment, the war would not last another year. Everybody was tired, especially the fighting forces. The civil population was weary of supporting the war. The cost in human and economic resources was getting too much to bear. Biafra had been geographically reduced to a few provinces around Umuahia, the new capital. Owen was delighted to see Anne at that particular time, when he was trying to solve a major problem. To him, Anne was God sent. Anne was the only person Owen believed he could confide in. There was nothing he would not tell her. This was an opportunity to let her know what he was thinking of doing and to seek her advice and guidance. Owen laid his plan before Anne. After detailed discussions, Anne requested a little time to think about it and make few consultations. Anne was prepared to do anything to assist Owen. She never forgot the impression Owen gave her. As a humanitarian social worker, she had met literally hundreds of people in need at various degrees. Owen was the only one she could recall who showed such honesty and human dignity in the face of a problem that could have cost him his life. He was calculative, confident, and ingenious. Anne remembered him as one of the few men she had met who never shed tears to curry sympathy and get help. She wanted to do a little more for Owen at the time. He needed somebody to trust at the time. He was all alone and needed some support. Anne wanted to support Owen to realize his great potential. Owen was far away from the camp, again all day the following Sunday. Among other places, Anne went with him to visit some of her friends she thought could be helpful to Owen in case he needed some more help when she left, including a professor in the city university. Anne would have recommended the city university for Owen if he wanted to study in France. At that time, Owen had made up his mind to study in the United States and conveyed that to Anne. Their discussion thereafter was on how he would be able to leave France and travel to the United States in July. Anne knew what needed to be done to ensure that would happen. She decided to spend one more day in Paris to get things going for Owen, and facilitate the process. They agreed Owen should continue to live in the camp, but use the address of the architectural firm where he worked for all his communications. Anne would speak to the refugee camp authorities to facilitate Owen's disengagement and release at the beginning of July. The other remaining issues involved the United States Embassy in Paris regarding the issue of entry visa. Anne had also made inquiry to ascertain the conditions for the issue of visa. She had passed the information to Owen and was assured that Owen would be able to capture it when the time came. Everything regarding Owen's impending trip to the United States was tidied up by the time Anne left Paris for Lyon to spend the rest of her vacation. It was a very happy meeting with a most satisfying 3-day period. Owen was very happy he could find somebody he trusted and who trusted him too, and was able to help solve his problems. Owen recalled the words of Jim Reeves that a stranger is a friend you do not know. Anne was a friend indeed. She made a call to Owen from Lyon to ascertain everything went well. By mid-May, Anne called again to inform Owen that she was going back to Nigeria to continue her work. Owen started to prepare for his trip in earnest, following the timetable he and Anne had established. In the first week of May, Owen, armed with the documents from the refugee authorities, went to the Nigerian embassy located on Victor Hugo Avenue to apply for a national passport. Following the peculiar circumstances, it took 1 week to issue the passport. Securing a visa into the United States by a non-European was not as easy as Owen was made to believe. But with the groundwork Anne did when she visited, Owen was able to get all the documents needed to enable him to attend the first interview. Another interview was scheduled for Owen to show proof of admission into a university in the United States and the means of financing his stay and education. Owen was working closely with his friends in the United States. It was their responsibility to get the admission for Owen and secure all the financial and other documents the embassy would need to satisfy conditions for the issue of a student visa. His friends kept their promise to provide the needed documents directly to the embassy. By second week in June, Owen was invited by the embassy to go and pick up his visa. That same day, Anne sent message to his friends in America, and Owen sent message to his friends in America and to Anne in Lagos to inform them of the success in securing an entry visa into the United States of America. Owen was a lucky man. He also worked hard to get what he wanted. He went to France as a refugee, and he worked hard to ensure that he was going to the United States, not as a refugee, but as a student. He, however, had to thank his friends in the United States who helped him to obtain the documents that qualified him for a student visa, and for her invaluable advice and work, which helped immensely to facilitate the process. With barely 5 weeks to his departure date, Owen started the process of disengagement, both from the refugee authorities and the architectural firm. His good standing with the authorities and his proven ability to pursue an independent and purposeful life stood him in a good state to obtain the clearance and discharge from them. The only thing now on his mind was his finances. He did not, however, envision much financial difficulties. Owen had been saving part of his meager earnings since he arrived at the camp. In his calculation, that appeared to be sufficient to get him a one-way ticket to New York. He also understood that the Refugee High Commission may assist in sending a former refugee home at the end of his stay in the camp. Apart from this, he received a normal wage paid to workers performing the same duties in his work at the architectural firm. 90% of his earnings there was committed to savings. Owen was prudent when it came to spending money, and like other things, he was always meticulous. Besides all this, Anne had promised Owen some financial assistance before she went back to Lagos, but true to his nature, Owen had decided that he was not going to ask Anne for any pecuniary help. In his estimation, which was true, Anne had single-handedly done so much to give Owen a future and a new life. His friends in the United States had assured him that he would get a scholarship and other financial assistance to continue as soon as he started his studies. Owen was upbeat that everything had gone so well with him that he had nothing to worry about. He was right. By mid-June, Owen took the next action on his timetable. He gave notice to leave his work at the architectural firm at the end of June, although he was not required to do so. Sure enough, his boss would miss the invaluable contribution he had made in the short period and encourage him in the career he had chosen. On June 28th, the boss and 3 other colleagues took Owen out for lunch to demonstrate their appreciation, mark his last day at work, and bid him a goodbye. It was one of the finest moments for Owen. At the end of the sumptuous luncheon, there was another surprise for Owen. The boss handed him an unsealed envelope as a parting gift. Owen was stunned. when he opened and saw its contents. The amount of money in it was enough to carry Owen through 2 academic sessions in the university. Owen never forgot the gesture. The 7.5 months Owen spent in France was the most rewarding and fulfilled time in his life, in his last few years. France was good to him, and he sometimes felt guilty to leave the country that treated him so well so soon. Owen was also reminded that whatever happened to him in France was a reflection of himself and his attitude towards the people, toward people and society. That he got exactly what he deserved. He was a good man, an honest man, and a responsible citizen of the world. He always worked hard and left his impression on the life of people. Above all, he had a vision, and it was time to close this chapter of his life and begin a new one. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. Owen in the United States. July 2 was a typically hot summer day in Paris. By 9 in the morning, the outside heat was almost unbearable. The parks and swimming pools were full to capacity, with people who wanted to make the best out of the summer condition. The weather reminded Owen of life in the tropics, where the sun never failed to show up with its tormenting heat. Owen had been up very early that morning, much earlier than usual, to perform his morning responsibilities in the camp. He did all that was expected of him, and even though he would leave the camp for good in a few hours, Owen was a popular figure in the camp. His departure would naturally be felt by many in the community. A few days earlier, the news had reached many people in the camp that Owen would leave the camp for good. The other Nigerian refugees did not quite understand, because they knew that the civil war was still raging fiercely at home. The camp authorities had, in their update, confirmed that they would continue to stay in the camp for some time. Many of them thought that what they heard about Owen was the usual camp rumor. Owen had actually confided in few close friends that he was in fact leaving the camp, but not for home in Nigeria. They knew that he was going to the United States to study. Owen packed his suitcase the previous night. It was the same suitcase he brought to the camp 7.5 months ago, and there was not much to pack anyway. He looked at his 28-inch suitcase and smiled. It contained all his earthly possessions, his passport, travel ticket, and other documents. His passport, travel ticket, and other documents were neatly arranged in a leather notepad given to him by a friend and former colleague at the architectural firm. His flight to New York's John JFK Airport was scheduled to depart Paris at 4 in the morning, that afternoon. The airport was 40 minutes by train, and Owen planned to leave by 12 noon to give himself enough time to explore the beauty of the famed Charles de Gaulle Airport before check-in time. At 10 in that morning, Owen went to the camp office to meet the management staff according to an earlier arrangement. At 10 o'clock that morning, Owen went to the camp office to meet the management staff according to an earlier arrangement. The purpose of the meeting was for Owen to sign his discharge papers and be debriefed. The briefing was part of the last ritual for departing refugees and included, among other things, information on the situation and life at where the former refugee was going back to and his experience while in the camp. Owen's ceremony was particularly important to the management of the camp because he was adjudged an exemplary character and was on record to have spent the shortest period in the camp. His sojourn in the camp was all in all a happy story made out of a usually unfortunate situation. Since the officials had known that Owen was traveling to a third country, he had to be briefed about that country. So Owen had some briefing about the United States and the things expected of him on arrival. The ceremony, attended by officers of the camp and other refugees who wanted to, lasted for an hour. An elated Owen said goodbye to the officials and others who attended the briefing ceremony. He looked at the camp for the last time and would remember it as a place which contributed to making him and was out of the gate in 10 minutes. Owen arrived at the airport just before noon. He had plenty of time to look around the airport before time to check in. He had not seen a structure like that in real life, in beauty and in complexity. He enjoyed every bit of the one-man tour of the airport, and as a building architecture, he saw many things ordinary eyes did not see and learned a lot from what he saw. The departure screen indicated that the flight would take off on time. Owen moved toward the departure area to start the formalities. After checking in his suitcase, he had no other things to carry except his notepad. The officials looked at him strangely as he went through immigration and security procedures. It was rare to find an economy class passenger without a hand luggage. Owen attracted a little attention. It was time to board and say goodbye to Paris. The France Boeing took off from Charles de Gaulle Paris Airport at 4:05 in the afternoon. From his window seat, Owen took a last view of the beautiful city of Paris that has played host to him for the past 7.5 months. He was going to America with enthusiasm and optimism to do more than just passing through it, and not as a refugee. Most passengers were sleeping throughout the flight. Owen hardly closed his eyes for the 5.5 hours the flight lasted. He was seated next to a young lady aged about 20. She was a regular traveler on the route since the age of 17. Her parents lived in France, and she has been spending her summer vacations in the United States since she turned 17. She was now going to live in Massachusetts for her studies and would be visiting Paris on vacation. She spoke both English and French fluently. Owen found her talkative and useful. After a few minutes of discussion, She discovered that Owen was visiting the United States for the first time and volunteered to lecture Owen on everything about the country Owen was going for the first time. They discussed issues, argued on ideas, and compared aspects of life in America and France. Owen learned a lot from the discussion they had and was himself surprised of how much knowledge he had accumulated. They discussed in both English and French. The most intriguing issues the young lady emphasized from Owen's point of view included the freedom and independence Americans enjoy, the idea of children taking the responsibility for their lives after the age of 18, the mobility of the population, and the freedom to settle anywhere in the United States. Owen could find little comparison with his own country. Oma, as the lady was called, expressed a lot of sympathy with Owen when Owen told her what was happening in Nigeria. That prompted her to delve into the history of the Civil War in America and how the society became better after that. At 20, Oma was an encyclopedia of American history. Oma and Owen admired each other and decided they would remain friends. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, they heard the pilot requesting everybody to fasten their seat belts as the plane was descending into JFK Airport in New York. Oma invited Owen to go with her to their home in Massachusetts, but the latter politely declined. She gave Owen her contact address, and Owen promised to contact her since he had no known address to give to her. Owen contacted Oma after 1 week and remained in constant communication, even for the period she would spend in France. By the time the Air France Boeing touched down at JFK Airport, it was 30 minutes past 4 in the evening. It took 10 minutes to get into the airport building and another 30 to go through the immigration. Owen walked into the open hands of his friend, who had been there for the last 45 minutes. One of them was his former classmate who left Nigeria to return to the United States just before the war started. His father was among those Nigerians who saw the war coming and acted in time. He had been a long-time resident in the United States who decided to leave the country for good. The timing proved to be wrong because 4 months into his stay there and still trying to resettle, he started to sense the drums of war beating. He had to hurriedly return to the United States with his family. Owen became their guest in their Manhattan home. He was assured of a place to live as long as he wanted to stay. Owen was thankful for the offer, but his plans did not include living in New York. Owen did not show any excitement of being in New York, which was rather unusual. He behaved as ordinary, as if he had lived there all his life. His main concern and priority was an immediate follow-up on his applications for admission into a university. Owen's arrival coincided with the anniversary celebration of America's independence on 4th of July. $320. 4th of July. His friends had planned, among other things, to visit Washington, D.C., the capital, to show Owen round and for him to watch the festivities firsthand. They also planned to show him important landmarks in New York on a later date. Owen showed little or no interest in all that and had to be persuaded to visit Washington. His friends understood his concerns and sympathized with him. Owen was not a difficult man, but all he needed at this time, was one thing that consumed him. Owen availed himself of the first-hand information he got on his arrival. and revisited his earlier decision on which part of the country he wanted to live, and so which university he wanted to go. He still wanted to study architecture and to live in the south or southeast. He had chosen the states of Florida, Texas, and Georgia in that order of preference. Why he preferred these areas was not quite clear, since architecture, his subject of major interest, was offered in many universities all over the United States. Be that as it may, Owen had arrived in a free county and where the choice was limitless in many things, including where to be educated. It was just the beginning of a new life, and he wanted to live unhindered. Owing to the peculiar circumstance of his application, Owen had to travel to the universities he had applied for admission. He decided to go to Florida first, where he had applied for admission to study architecture at the University of Tallahassee. Owen was very optimistic in getting an admission in at least one of the universities of his choice. So when he left New York after 5 days to Florida, he had no plans of returning. Owen flew from New York to Jacksonville and traveled 3 hours from there by road to Tallahassee. The administration offices were still open by the time he arrived, so he decided to go to the Foreign Students Admission Office, where he met an officer who asked him to come back the following day. He went back the following morning and started discussing with the admission officer. Owen was asked to produce the documents showing the pre-admission qualifications he claimed to have, on which basis he was seeking admission. He could not produce any document because he had none with him. All he did was trying to explain the circumstance of civil war that made him leave Nigeria without any personal documents. His argument was that he should be tested to see if he qualified to be admitted into the Department of Architecture. It was difficult for Owen to convince the officers who handled this case to grant the exception this case seemed to be. At the end of the argument and consultations within the faculty, Owen was given what was termed a concession. Owen could be admitted to do a 1-year pre-qualification course before enrolling in the Department of Architecture, subject to successful completion of the course. Owen was not a beggar who could accept anything. He said that much and turned down the offer. Owen left Tallahassee the following morning and headed for Texas. After his failure to secure admission in the University of Tallahassee, Owen started to recall the discussion with Omar 6 days earlier in the plane from Paris to New York. Omar, as it were, was lecturing Owen on mobility of persons and ideas, freedom to choose, and a country of opportunity. Here was an opportunity, Owen thought. He offered the university to show flexibility and do something it might not have tried before by simply testing him for admission. Owen hoped to engage Omar when he wrote to her. In the University of Texas at Houston, Owen decided to adopt a different approach. First, he decided to go directly to the Department of Architecture instead of going to the Foreign Students Admissions Department. Secondly, he would emphasize the war situation in Nigeria and how we came to the United States. And thirdly, he would try to persuade the department to test him. He also thought that arguing in the department would give him the opportunity to speak in the language of the subject he was seeking admission to do. That might convince the lecturers to offer him a test, which he was confident would do well. Owen insisted on going to the Department of Architecture when he was directed to the admissions department. His theory was based on the personal appeal he hoped to make to the lecturers in the department to give him a chance to prove that he was worth the course. That plan worked. Owen was offered an admission into the University of Texas at Houston School of Architecture that afternoon. It was not without a struggle. Recall that Owen went to France as a refugee. He had no opportunity to take any personal document or anything else for that matter before he left Nigeria. When he went to the university at 310 Inner Campus Drive to discuss his admission, he had no document to prove his pre-admission qualification. This was unconventional. In an attempt to prove his case, he had to disclose the circumstance that made him to go to France and finally land in the United States. A 3-person committee was set up by the department to examine his case, test his suitability for admission, and make recommendations. After the test, the committee had no doubt that Owen was eminently qualified for admission. The result of the test showed that his performance was far beyond the level expected of any student seeking admission as a freshman in the School of Architecture. He was accordingly recommended for admission in the faculty. Owen was not only recommended for admission, he was also recommended for an award of scholarship because of his extraordinary performance in the test he took. Both recommendations were accepted by the admission authorities. In one stroke, he got what he wanted. And in addition, the problem of financing his education was solved. Owen would start his studies in September when classes begin in the fall. Meanwhile, he used the time he still had to settle and make himself ready for the work ahead. The program in the University of Texas at Houston School of Architecture was not much different from one in the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, in Nigeria, where Owen had completed 2 years of academic work before the institution was forced to close its gates because of the civil war in the country, and the students were sent away. Owen was a mature student. He had over the years developed a habit of consistency in his work and study. He also had the discipline to utilize his time well and eliminate waste. Nothing distracted him when he set his mind at doing anything. These were the qualities of the man who was just offered an opportunity to study what he loved. Owen did not only want to succeed, he wanted also to prove beyond all reasonable doubt that he earned the trust of the department, which did the unconventional thing of recommending his admission without seeing his pre-qualification papers. He felt a compelling duty to make the department feel proud and vindicated for that decision. He reminded himself that he was studying on a generous scholarship that had to be retained by excellent performance, 320. Despite all these feelings, Owen did not do any extraordinary thing in the way he studied to always remain on top of his class. He had internalized his orderly way of doing things, including the method he approached his studies. Okay. So, I'll take a brief break. Now return in 30 minutes' time. Yeah, thanks.